Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is brought to you thanks to the fine folks at More Beer. Visit them right now at morebeer.com.
I want people to believe in me, and I want people to believe in me when they taste my beer. That's what it's about.
You mean you laid underneath it and tried to put his tongue up the bung?
I like to actually scoop up the yeast and look at it.
7 o'clock came real early that next morning.
Yeah, man. Thanks for dumbing that down for us. You did an awesome job. It's all about food and beer.
Punch me in the junk.
Man, that thing was thick.
The point is just beat it like it's your dick.
I like to smell it afterwards.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
Bring your body armor.
I ran into my junk once on a ball valve in a kettle.
That's a true happy ending.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right. Welcome to the program, everybody. The first show back from GABF. Always a hard show to do. Although usually we take a week off in between because I know better. But this time we're leaving. I'm leaving. So a show had to be done, Tasty, like it or not. And here we are. Why do we not have Tasty?
That's harder than you think.
I'm doing fine. I don't know what your guys' problem is.
Maybe don't let Scott talk till the middle of the show, I guess.
I actually feel pretty good, too.
I had a good recovery Sunday. By recovery, I mean Bloody Marys and beer. Our guest today, not so much. I was talking to them before the show. We got Luke and Walt Dickinson on the show today. Welcome to the program,
hey guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Love to have you. They're from Wicked Weed Brewing Company, and they made the amateur mistake of flying out at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Yeah, we got a solid 3 hours of sleep, and
speak for yourself.
I think less than that for Walt, but that's all right.
That's always rough. I made that mistake in the beginning. Although this wasn't your first GABF.
Oh, no, man. We're veterans.
Yeah,
2 years.
A couple years now. I was trying to count how many years we've been going, Tasty, and we couldn't figure out if it was 7 or 8.
See, I think
I don't remember.
In 2007.
In 07?
Yeah.
And I think I maybe went the year before you.
I might have, yeah.
So, yeah.
You might be at 9.
Yeah, I was going to say 9.
Yeah, that's 8 or 9.
Really?
Yeah, you're getting old.
You're getting really old. Wow.
If you went in 06, that's 9. This year was 9. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. We started the BN in 05, and I definitely didn't go then. And so maybe I went the following year, which is what I'm thinking, which would have been 06. That would have made the one I just came home from 9
yes,
times.
Yeah. 9 ball.
I am old. And I've been to too many. And it's a great festival, but if I wasn't working there or a brewer, I don't know that I'd go to it. It's
a train wreck.
It's crazy in there.
It's insane.
And I see why people go. It's a wonderful festival, but I'm too old for it, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And I think the people that are there and standing in the piss line, like, they're younger than me. They have more control.
They can still control their bladders.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
I had a moment moderating. I was moderating a Jim Cook presentation on stage this year, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to wet myself on stage. I didn't get a chance to go to the bathroom before, and I'm sitting there, and I swear. And then the way my brain works, I start thinking about. Literally on stage in the middle of the interview, I start going, well, what if you do wet yourself? What are you going to do? Are you going to own it? Are you going to mention? I mean, it would have shown. Are you going to get up and run away and never come back to the GABF? I'm having this whole conversation with myself in my head while Jim's talking about hop selection. And luckily he didn't need me because I wasn't there. I was somewhere else thinking about having to pee.
There's probably a lot of people that would not have been surprised. You did, I think, maybe 2 or 3 full radio shows on your inability to not drip.
Right. But, I mean, this was going to be a full-on pee. But my point is,
you could have a catheter for doing the moderation, and then you just have a stack.
I don't know what's more embarrassing, peeing myself or having to sit there with a catheter in my 30s. I'm in my 30s.
It's just to get through the moderating. It's not that you actually need it.
Right. Just for the moment.
It's called innovation.
I think you're going to talk about this.
Well, if you're a regular fest goer and you don't have like a worker pass or a brewer's pass, I have a worker pass, and the line for the men's room is around the hall.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But people love that fest.
But there can be a way to get to the brewer vendor
without a pass.
Yeah,
with a pass.
Well, even with the pass, sometimes there's a wait.
Oh, a wait. Sorry, I thought you said there was a way to get into it.
Unless you go down the escalator, by the way.
There's
a lower level.
Don't talk about that one. No, that's still my go-to.
Wait, I didn't know that.
There's nothing to know.
Never mind.
Yeah, well, you know what? It doesn't matter because I'm a girl, and every time I went into the worker bathroom, I walked right in.
Yeah,
and it was beautiful. I felt kind of smug. Like the line for the men's room was out the door, and I was like,
well, let's be honest. It's
finally.
Payback for women. Yeah, it's every other place on earth. There's a line for the women's room, except at the Great American Beer Festival, or any beer festival for that matter.
Well, what I got to do there is I have to, when I even get any sensation I got to take a leak, I just head that way, right in that way.
Yeah. No.
Because I'll get stopped 4 times, and by the time I get to the 4th stop, I'm holding myself,
Yeah. And I would hope that your bladder control is worse than mine.
It probably is. Yeah. Well, I got a diaper on, so.
But the rest of the festival is a good time. We want to talk to you about that today. I want to thank our sponsor of the program, More Beer, real quick. You can go over to morebeer.com right now and check them out. They've been sponsoring our show since the beginning, and they bring you this session and every session that we do. So go check them out over at morebeer.com. Like I said, we got Luke and Walt Dickinson on the show today. Wicked Weed Brewing Company out of Asheville, North Carolina. Soon to be, like the mecca of all large craft breweries?
It's pretty much everybody's going there.
Yeah.
Actually, they're all there now. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Any of them open? Sierra's open.
Yeah. And
Oscar Blues.
Pretty incredible.
Blues.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any others coming down the pipe that we know
New Belgium.
About? Yeah.
New Belgium. They're about a year away from getting stuff rolling there.
Okay.
So,
I'm pretty sure Stone's opening there, too.
Wow.
Now I'm starting rumors.
Now it's just rumors. Yeah. I hear the 21st Amendment will be.
Hop grenade number 2?
Yeah, maybe we should put a hop grenade in North Carolina.
If you visit, you might want to. It's pretty good.
All right, well, we'll come check it out. So we might have to scout for location number 2. All right, and then before we get to our business, I just thought we'd wrap up the Great American Beer Festival a little bit like we always do. Definitely a good time, a busy week for us. Our guest today won their second gold medal, right?
That's it.
Which is amazing. What category did you win?
So we won for honey beer.
Okay.
Which the beer that we put in was called Mampara. 9.5% alcohol, golden honey beer, 30% orange blossom honey. We did some geisha root and black cardamom. And the whole idea was to basically take the idea of Tej honey wine and turn that into a beer.
Okay.
So we did that beer originally for the World Cup soccer. We did a whole series of beers inspired by countries that were in the World Cup.
Nice.
So that one we called Ghana.
Okay.
And we had 10 other ones, but it turned out so good we threw it out there for a chance and came out with a gold.
Did you? This is always a weird question, but is it something you expected? Did you think, this has really got a shot?
I think now it's so competitive
that
there's a lot of great beers out there. So we felt it had a good shot in that category, which is kind of why, even though we don't really do a lot of per se honey beer, we thought it would be a good idea to look at that category for a win, and it worked out.
But I definitely on the the second day of the fest, I was sipping and I said, this got a chance. I mean, it was tasting really good, traveled well. It was a good beer.
I feel like sometimes as a brewer, you really can know when it has a good chance. Those of you that are honest with yourselves and also have great palates, like you say, one day, like maybe a month ago, you go, it's all right. But then it ages just to that point, right?
I think that's kind of what happened with this one. It was like just peaking, and you tasted it, and it was just right on.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So and then you've got this anticipation, and you're sitting in the room, right? I mean, what is that like? And so it goes bronze, not us. Silver, we got one shot left, and then boom. What happened?
Well, luckily they served beer, so that helped.
Yeah,
because I think that Walt and I both pounded probably 3 or 4 of those little like 4-ounce tasters before they started because Walt was my leg's still bruised from him like hitting my leg through the ceremony. But yeah, I mean you're sweating, it's just
it's exciting because everybody wants to win a medal. It's not it's not just a competition for nothing. It means something. It's against all of your peers. So to win is really important, I think, and must feel great. Congrats to you, too.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks.
And in our glass, we're drinking your gold medal winner from last year, which is the first time you entered the competition?
Yeah, I think we were, about 7 months old at our first GABF. So this beer was, it was definitely a big surprise for us in a lot of ways, although we did feel like it really fit the category. It's called Serenity. It's a 100% Brettanomyces beer. We do it in stainless, and then it goes into neutral red and white wine barrels for a while, and then comes back out. But just a very clean kind of Saison build to the grist and just a nice Brett developed flavor.
This beer's great.
If you were only 7 months old at that GABF, was this one of your first beers you even made, just because of the time it took?
This Serenity, that was the first... I'm pretty sure if I remember right, that was the first 100% Brettanomyces fermented beer that
we ever did.
We did because we were doing Brett beers before that, but we were doing them fermented initially with the Saison yeast, and then we would I'm terrified of Brett beer and sour beer in a brewery.
Okay,
so from day one, Walt really wanted to open up a sour, have sour beer be part of our thing.
Yeah.
And I said, we can do it, you just can't bring it in the brewery. So we started out,
Here's your shed in the back.
Exactly.
No, I didn't even get a shed, dude. I'm literally has pictures of me filling barrels in the parking lot.
Really?
With it looks like an extended garden hose.
It was a piece of shit.
It's a very depressing time of my life.
Right.
Well, when you guys visit Russian River this week, you ought to give Vinny a vote. See what maybe you could Luke could win this time.
Yeah.
Because he's got them both in the same brewery.
Yeah. Well, I know, and that I was up there last fall, and I was talking to him about. I mean, he's got separate equipment, at least soft parts and stuff. But I would be terrified.
Pliny in the fermenter 1 week, sour beer in the next.
I know.
Yeah. We've already committed to the separate brewery, so we're bad. We gave that up, dude. I gave up that battle, man. I was just like, look, we're just gonna have to do it somewhere else.
Consequentially, our sour beer program is we've got a really nice clean brewery, and then our sour beer program always gets the piece of shit afterthought stuff. So
take it easy, dude. Those are my tanks. They're beautiful, right?
Yeah. Sorry. In their own way.
I love my Frankenstein, fucking dairy tanks.
A tank only a mother could love.
It's like the hand-me-down stuff your brother gives you after he gets too old. It's like, here's an old T-shirt.
When we replace hoses, we're like, here, just take it, whatever.
Here, give it to Walt. He'll take it.
Yeah, this one was run over by the forklift. Here you
go. We had years ago Captain Lawrence Brewing in here, and he was starting a sour program, and he was next to a winery. And he knew the guy at the winery, and the guy at the winery wouldn't even walk into his brewery. He didn't even want it on his clothes. Right. He was so terrified that Brettanomyces would get into his wine, Wouldn't even set foot inside. They had to meet out front every time. Well, this beer is incredible now, too. I can see why you won, but now it's aged a bit. Or is this a newer...
Yeah, we've been making this beer. So this beer is... I think we packaged this one in June. So it's had a couple months in the bottle, and we actually plan on the bottle conditioning part as part of the aging process, because the Brett really kind of gets where we want it after about 2.5 months in the bottle. So we always try to package it and then let it rest. It just rests in the wood cellar, basically stacked on pallet racks until... I clear it basically. Like Luke and I will go through and taste the batches, and when we feel like they're ready. And so we actually had 3 or 4 batches to pick from, and I believe this is the batch we sent for judging this year.
It is, yeah.
So
does it help with travel if it's a bottle conditioned beer? Will it make it more likely that it'll hold up well because it's active in the bottle, or is it not relevant?
I mean, I think so, but I'm just kind of making that up.
I think so too. We hear a lot of brewers say that when you're right, guys, when you have activity in the bottle, there's still a point where it doesn't matter because there will not be active.
I mean, Brett's really helpful, right? Oxygen scrubs, which is great. This beer is attenuated to 0.
Yeah.
So it's very stable, and once we get it all conditioned in the bottle, it's a pretty stable beer and ships through. I think that's why sour beers work well with the trades a lot of times. As long as they were packaged properly, they're going to ship and travel pretty well. It was cool. We got to share a bottle of our cherry sour with Jay that somebody had brought him, and it tasted great today.
Oh, at the Rare Barrel?
Yeah.
Rare Barrel. Yeah, those guys showed us around today. It was awesome.
Oh, my God. The beer's so good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What do you think of this, Tasty?
It's really good. I like the balance in it.
Yeah.
Nice acid character.
You guys brought us a bunch of beer, I heard.
We did. We got 6 total to go through, so we got to get after it.
That's why we're starting early.
We got to get after it.
All right.
I always kind of joke around. It's kind of like a Brett Pilsner in some way. There's nothing to hide behind. So it's just
and it has
just
some
the
hop
Brett.
character too. So it's nice.
Yeah, we do. It's all German hops in it. So it's a little bit of Saaz and Styrian Golding, all in the whirlpool, pretty much 25 IBUs about. But you know, it's really about that Brettanomyces character.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, but without the great backbone, even the Brett wouldn't work.
And so you just use the Brett that's in suspension to condition it? You just add some sugar at bottling? Or
Yep.
do you, okay.
Yes.
Basically, we calculate. We do a mix of forced carbonating and bottle conditioning. So we're just calculating the residual sugar in the beer, basically, and that works pretty well for us.
Awesome.
Nate Smith made it into the studio today too. Nathan,
surprised you guys remember me.
How do you
it's
like
been a couple
this?
of months?
It has been a while, and you're leaving tomorrow or something, aren't you?
And then it's off to the Southern Hemisphere tomorrow.
We'll be meeting you in Australia.
Yep.
How do you like this beer?
Beer is great. It's got great Brett aromatics, kind of classic. What I would get out of Brooks, maybe, or something like that. I don't know what it exactly is. Maybe you guys said already, but seems kind of like along those lines. Got that classic sort of Orval note a little bit. Styrian Goldings is mentioned here a second ago. That's kind of hand in hand with that. Brett-wise, is that something that you had in mind when you're creating something like this, or was just...
Well, I think if you're making Brett beer and you don't think about Orval, I don't think you're thinking about Brett beer, right? So, yeah, we definitely do. We actually use Brett Trois for this beer, and we blend in a couple other Bretts, but it's kind of the dominant. But that's where I was talking about that Brett character we're looking for really develops in the bottle, because we'll notice it being a little fruitier and cleaner before we package, and then if we let it rest for a while in the bottle, it really starts to get that more kind of horsey, wet dog in a phone booth thing.
So that's
we're all looking for.
That's a Brett strain that's become pretty popular with American brewers over the last year or two. Is that something you'd worked with a longer time on the homebrew level, or?
No, I mean, so I don't know why I'm talking right now, actually. I
Put the clean house brewery on the Brett question.
Yeah,
why not?
Let me tell you all about
Watch
it.
you squirm a little.
Give me a second. Let me pull out my bullshit meter. No, the Brett Trois.
That's what the show is for. Come on.
Exactly. Brett Trois was something that we moved to. Walt could talk more on the homebrew level thing, because you actually did Brett beer on the homebrew level. I just sat in a corner and cried whenever that you brought it into my house. So.
Yeah, right.
Oh, you were worried even at home brewing about all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Brett Trois, White Labs, yeah?
Yeah, White Labs. We work with them. We work with everybody a little bit, but they've been really good to us. We're using I think we did 170 different beers in the last year and a half, so we go through a lot of different yeast strains, and they've been super helpful, and we're actually starting to bank some stuff with them, which is going to be really cool. But yeah, great yeast. Okay. I mean, Brett Trois is, I was talking to Nate earlier, and we kind of talked about it. It's kind of like the Amarillo or the Citra of Brett. It's such a great strain. You can really throw it at a lot of things, and it's going to do well for you.
It's really easy to use too. Mm-hmm. We turn those Brett beers fermentation in 4 to 5 days.
Wow.
It just plows through it.
Not to market.
No, not to market.
But they're done.
Just
raw numbers.
Just for the 100% part. But we're also using open fermenters for all of the Belgian sour beers, and so the Brett really just it performs a lot. Like if you've worked with French Saison, is a similar working yeast as far as how it how hard and aggressively it ferments. It's pretty vigorous, and then you get a really good flocculation, which works well, and great attenuation. I mean, the beers come out no matter how big they are, 1-2 Plato at the most. So really good stable beers going into barrels. I don't like messes, so it's nice having less sugar.
Yeah.
One malt in the beer or a complex malt bill?
This one's, it's kind of based on a Saison grist when we were thinking about how we want to do it. I think Luke and we do a lot of Saison at the brewery too, and it's a style we're pretty tied to. So when we were doing it, we just wanted to give a lot of complexity to the grist. So it's, about 70% Pilsner. We bring in a local malt house that we have for their wheat, because it's very, very rustic, a little less modified. And then we'll use some oats and what I think is 3% acidulated malt.
Yes, 2% acidulated malt. Yep.
So, yeah, pretty simple. I mean, not a whole lot of grain in there.
Yeah, nothing unfermentable. You're not doing that sort of side of Brett brewing. You're letting it sort of charge through everything up front.
Yeah, we're not doing the rye, because I know a lot of people are doing the rye technique where they're going real heavy on the rye, or
or raw wheat, stuff like that.
Raw wheat, yeah. We were doing raw wheat when we first started, but we found that the pain in the ass of trying to crack the raw wheat and then the lauter is terrible.
So how long from production to bottle being ready? on this beer?
About 5 months, I think.
5 months
when it's all said and done. It goes in the barrel for 2 to 3 months. And that's really just depending on how it's developing. We have a big. We can talk about it a little bit, but we got our separate barrel house. We're actually opening the tasting room really soon. Anyways, it's climate controlled, so we're pretty constant on how long the beers develop in the barrel. So yeah, it's about 3 months, and then we'll pull it out into the package and then let it rest until it's ready to go to market.
Are you just using the barrels as long-term storage, essentially? Since you mentioned they're neutral, right?
Yeah, they're neutral, but when I say neutral, I'm just saying they're used oak barrels. So we're getting them from winery used, but it doesn't typically go into fresh barrels just because it's kind of a delicate beer. So we're usually looking for something that's a little more stripped down.
So they're freshly emptied from the winery. So there's still some wine in there?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We've got them. We've used them usually for another Brett beer or something, and then we move this into it as the next time.
Right. Okay.
All right, let me get through some GABF medals. We'll come back to some beer. This is going to be a good beer show, I can tell already, because we weren't even allowed to bullshit for 30 minutes before diving into some good info. You guys are rocking.
Don't you guys
Our
want to
listeners are going to love you. Don't worry about it.
Don't you want to hear the Amazon product of the week? Or,
yeah, all the bullshit.
No?
And the listeners right now are like, change the format forever. This is the new format of the show.
All info all the time.
Come on, let's get a Twitter game.
We want to make sure you can pay rent too, Justin. We'll get there.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to talk real quick just about some of our local breweries that did well here. I got a few in here that are just California, not so local. You can go find the whole list of winners over on the GABF website. If you just Google GABF 2014, the winners list is going to come up. You can watch the awards ceremony over on our live stream page, which some of you are probably on now watching this program. But the same place you always go. And we had a little under 10,000 people watching you guys win an award. Yesterday, I don't know if you know, but that was an enormous turnout of people.
I really felt
watching
that
the
pressure.
awards.
Did you say how many?
A little under 10,000.
No
people.
way!
It's
What
really
was it last
incredible.
year?
About 2,000.
Wow!
So now, not everybody watches live, and then it creeps up. Usually, it creeps up over time. But literally, as of today, it was 9,000 something.
Wow,
people.
that's amazing.
So people, a lot of interest in the awards, which is cool. You know, it's kind of like having a favorite team now. I feel like you're rooting on. You know, if you're not a brewer, you're still rooting on your favorite brewery.
They had the fantasy, the GABF fantasy. Had they done that before? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I think that was the first.
And by the way, that was in the USA Today, and it put the Brewing Network in USA Today, which is pretty rad because they directed people to go watch their fantasy team on the Brewing Network feed. Wow. So I can't complain about that. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that might have had something to do with the additional 6,000 or 7,000 or whatever.
I bet it did.
Yeah. Anyhow, it was really a good turnout. It's always fun for me to watch people win. I have to give a proper shout-out, and in fact, I think I got a little choked up for the guys just because I'm so proud of them. But our friends at the Rare Barrel won gold for Cosmic Dust.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, that was the American-style sour category. It had 56 entries, which is more than ever, I think they said. And you can't really think of a brewery more worthy of winning gold in that category. So that was just pretty awesome to see. I know that Jay and Alex were stoked. Of course, the Sour Hour is a program that Jay from the Rare Barrel does here on the Brewing Network now. So you can, learn from a gold medal winning sour beer brewer right here on the Brewing Network. And for example, we had Lauren Salazar on the show, the last episode with you guys, Scott. And I hear rave reviews about that. I saw Lauren at GABF, and she was happy to do it and felt real good about it.
Yeah, she sent us some great beer. And, he's not just a GABF gold medal winner. They won World Beer Cup medals, and whatever they enter, it's gold, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. Our friends up at Bear Republic won bronze in the Bohemian-style Pilsner, which is kind of rad to see Bear Republic doing, right? I mean, Racer 5, their flagship beer, kind of helped define the IPA category, I think, along with other breweries. Yeah. So to see them come back and get a gold, they're doing some sour stuff too now. And
everybody else.
But that was pretty cool, wasn't it, Tasty?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
See the team up there.
They also won a medal in the Pro-Am as well.
That's right, they won the gold.
Them and Michael Kelly from Sonoma Beer Crents.
Which is very cool to see. And I saw Mike on... He's another one. I get really emotional at these things because I like seeing how much joy the awards bring people. The home brewer from the Beer Crents was going nuts up there. Yeah. And he about brought me to tears. He was a happy kid. Here's another one that I like to see. Category 31 in German-style Pilsner. So I'll mention all of them. I don't want to leave anybody out here. But the bronze went to Wiseacre Brewing Company out of Tennessee. All right, the silver for the German-style Pilsner went to Russian River Brewing Company, which is pretty rad.
Yeah.
I saw Vinny with this beer at the ALS Fest at Faction, right?
Yeah, it was so good.
It just came out then. Yeah.
And I know how happy he was with it. He was very proud of it. He had done a Pilsner kind of years ago as a pet project of his that he also loved, but didn't do much with it. But this one, he really went for silver. And then who gets gold? My boys down at Firestone.
Yeah.
So Pivo Pils, which that's a constant for me.
2 in a row.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is now someone who knows more about styles should help me out here. It was my understanding that the Pivo Pils is pretty hoppy for a German style Pils.
Yeah.
But I really like it, and I always tell people if you want a great Pils, have it. My palate calls it a German-style Pils, but anytime I talk to a BJCP judge, they're like, it's not. It's way hoppy, yet here it is a couple times in a row.
Matt has talked about that as a hybrid kind of a style between a German Pils and a Bohemian Pils, if you were going to kind of categorize it. And just his idea of that kind of dry-hopped, more hop-forward side on the late part of the process, but like nice, solid German Pils-style bittering.
So do you think it does well?
He's accomplishing that, but it just seems to be out of style.
Yeah.
Okay, so then do you think it does well because in that particular category it helps to stand out? Because maybe you can have a lot of great Pilsners, yet you're all using the same ingredients in some cases with a little variation. So do you think maybe it just helps them to stand out?
Well, I think I really liked Russian River's Pilsner. I had it at the pub in August, I think it was. I really liked it, but I would agree with that one and also with Firestone's. It is a bit more hop.
They both are
forward.
Okay.
For what I would consider a traditional example. But
okay.
I think it's just that's what everyone's used to now in the U.S. and it's like, oh, that's a German Pils now.
Right.
And so we're kind of adulterating or messing with that style.
It's mutating.
It is dry hopped. That is the Pivo. It's a dry hop.
I think so.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it's dry hop with Sapphire, New School German hop that is like a Hallertau derivative, basically.
Highwater Brewing Company got a couple medals. We serve some of their beer here. Campfire Stout, I know we've had on tap. So that's category 11 in the specialty beer. They got a medal there, and I forget where else. I got it written down here somewhere.
That's their number one selling beer.
Yeah, they had 2 medals, I think, total. I forget where the other one was. So.
Oh, here it is. It was in 15. Other strong beer. Their, I don't know how to say it, Aphotic.
A gold?
Imperial Porter. This was their bronze.
A
bronze for their Imperial Porter, and then the gold was Campfire Stout. That's what they got there. So that was pretty nice to see. Our boys at Gordon Biersch, Dan Gordon, got a bronze for his Dunkless, which we talked about and had here on the show. It's interesting to me because I know that the Gordon Biersch brew pubs generally do well and always enter. And whenever I talk to Dan about it, he's not a competition guy. It's not his thing. According to him, he never enters. So when I saw the Gordon Biersch name come up, I'm waiting to see which brew pub it was. But it was the brewery in San Jose. Yeah. And I know that the Dunkless is the new beer that they put out. So that was cool to see. Dan's always good to us. So
yeah, one of the pubs won in the smoke beer. One of the pubs, I think, in Maryland won with their smoked beer this year.
Yeah, the pubs generally do well, and they all kind of enter independently as well. But you never really see something from San Jose, from the production brewery.
They had the Belgian IPA.
Right.
From Gordon
Biersch.
Gordon
Biersch.
IPA silver category. In Belgian IPA.
I guarantee you Dan's even pissed off about that. He called that brewery the next day and was like, take that off the menu.
What are you doing?
What are you thinking over there?
We were sitting right where everybody walked by, and you know, whoever the brewer was for that pub came by. He's like, I guess we're going to be making Belgian beer now.
Yeah,
that's weird. There's no standards that come down from corporate.
There are.
Can't do.
Now, keep in mind that the restaurants are a little separate from the brewery now. But yes, there are still standards that have to be brewed. But I think that there's quite a lot of autonomy in the brew houses now. In the different brew pubs.
Wow.
So
on the one hand, I'm glad they're giving them autonomy. On the other hand, it doesn't really fit with their whole German thing.
Yeah.
Well, I went over and tasted the beer immediately because I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
Okay,
and it was fantastic.
Really,
it was a great Belgian IPA. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. That's funny to see.
Good for them.
All right. So I'm standing in line for a beer, like you guys were probably doing. You know, I stepped out of the awards and I'm standing there, and it's a long line, And Claudia comes up to me, and Faction had entered the Pilsner category too, and the medals had just been given, and Faction didn't give it. And so Claudia from Faction's a little bummed, and we're waiting in line for beer. They run out of beer before we get there, so now we're both really bummed. And she says, "Well, we got one more category left. You know, I don't know. Well, it's a good beer, but who knows?" And you could tell, I could see on her face she's a little stressed out about it. Category comes up a little while later. Baltic style porter. Faction Brewing Company, Putty Porter gets the bronze. So they were stoked. Claudia crying on her way up to the yeah. So and then a couple hours later, Roger's drunk as a skunk. I'm sure.
Hours? You think it took hours?
Yeah, right. It's funny because when Faction loses, you might find Roger drinking away his sorrows. When Faction wins, you might find Roger celebrating by drinking.
Of course.
So it doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. But great to see Faction do that. Okay, so this one's not a Northern California brewery, but I have to mention because they're good friends and they've been so good to us here at the Hop Grenade by making sure we have their wonderful beer. They were our 2013 Beer of the Year. Society for the Pupil won bronze in International Style Pale Ale, which is pretty cool. So that was good to see. Couple of California breweries in the Imperial India Pale Ale category. So bronze comes up, and it's Pliny the Elder, Russian River, right? In the double IPA category.
They haven't showed up in that one in a while, too. It was really cool to see.
So Pliny the Elder wins, and here's all I can think. Whoever wins silver and gold now feels twice as good as they were going to feel 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Because now the one that obviously they beat a lot, but now they just beat Pliny the Elder too.
You know what's worse than our beer? Pliny.
Yeah, that's right. And they're in the category of a great and. There's no doubt in my mind that it beefed up their joy of winning. So let's see.
Because if it doesn't place, they don't know that it actually got entered.
Now you're certain.
Because we beat it.
Well.
Right.
So silver went to another California brewery, Hop 15 from Port Brewing Company. And finally, out of Columbus, Ohio, Creeper won gold from Columbus Brewing Company. So
that's like the only one not a household name, too. Those guys must be stoked.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They went up there and they're like, Russian River, third. Port, great, second.
Wow.
Us.
Well, that's the best part, right? Everybody they talk to, they can repeat. Well, the bronze was Pliny from Russian River, and they get to say it over and over and over again.
You probably heard of them.
You probably heard it. I haven't heard of this little beer.
Yeah. In every other category, you don't even mention the other medals. You just mention your medal.
Exactly.
Not this one. It goes.
It matters.
Yeah, it matters.
They're going on my list. Columbus Brewing Company.
Yeah, out of Columbus, Ohio. So here's one really local that we haven't talked about in a while, and I know they've gone through some ownership changes. I'm wondering who the brewer is again, and maybe one of you, Taster Nate, can tell me. But Schooners out of Antioch got a bronze for their Scotch Ale. And back when we were talking to Schooners all the time, Craig was their brewer, and he was brewing amazing beer.
He is again.
Is he back
on the stage?
Okay,
yeah.
Excellent.
His beers, yeah.
So that makes sense to me. Here's a guy that nobody talks about. Craig is a fantastic. Well, brewers talk about him, but he's not. The one of these famous brewers, but he brews amazing beer. He wins medals almost every brewery he brews for every year at the GABF. So it's cool to see him back there at Schooners. Sierra Nevada, I got to mention them because they're everybody's brewer, right? They got bronze for the Narwhal Imperial Stout, which is a great beer. I think we've had
beer rules.
Yeah,
that's like 2 out of 3 years, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's 2 out of 3 years
just
they've won it.
Killing it with that beer.
I think we have bottles in the fridge as we speak.
Oh, is that right? We're selling it
so.
here at the Grenade?
I believe so.
You and I usually say that and have no idea what we're talking about. So then let's do the Pro-Am competition because Nate was in it this year, right?
Yep, I was. So was JP, one of our other
JP was
guys.
in it with Flat Tail. You were in it with
I was in it with
Drake's.
Drake's. Yep.
We've got a couple. We've got some local brewers coming in with Black Diamond.
Black Diamond had one locally. Was
with Eric Beer.
Iron Springs as well. Yep, Eric Beer at Black Diamond.
And then Iron Springs. And by the way, we're having a Pro-Am event here at the Hop Grenade tomorrow where we're going to feature these Pro-Am beers. Christian Kazakov is the brewer at Iron Springs. He's going to come in and do an episode of Brewing with Style with you guys, Tasty. Mm-hmm. And we're going to pour his beer. And who's that brewer? Jeremy?
Jeremy. I can't remember his last name.
I don't either. But and I think they're all coming down to taste the beers here. I'm still trying to get your beer from Drake's, Nate. I got to call him tomorrow tomorrow, see if I can go pick it up or something and
Gotcha.
get it here.
Cool.
So we have, but we're hoping to have 3 or 4 Pro-Am beers on tap here. Well, none of the guys won the Pro-Am. I did get to taste a few of them there. They were great. The gold, like we mentioned, went to Bear Republic. That was for their Bonnie Prince Charles Scottish 80 shilling ale. And they did that with AHA member Michael Kelly. Silver went to Spencer Pale Ale at Cocopelli Beer Company in Westminster, Colorado. That was with AHA member Daniel Christensen. Congratulations. And finally, the bronze went to I Want a Roush from Springfield Brewing Company, Springfield, Missouri. Brewmaster Ashton Lewis and Bruce Johnson, and their AHA member homebrewer Keith Wallace.
Jeremy Pendry is the last name of Christian's partner there for the Iron Springs Pro-Am.
There we go. Excellent. So if I'm sure that I missed some, I know I missed California breweries. I was just focusing mostly on local breweries up here. I might have missed a couple of you too, so forgive me. But congratulations. California did really well. Julian Schrago down at Beechwood Barbecue, who we've known for years. We've known him as a home brewer. And, boy, he just hit the ground running when he opened Beechwood. And he just won Large Brew Pub of the Year yesterday.
For the second year in a row.
Yeah, 2 years in a row.
Oh, he did win it last year. I knew he won a lot of medals last year. I couldn't remember. Wow.
Weren't they Small Brew Pub of the Year years ago?
I don't remember. What's the determination?
No.
How many barrels you do as a brew pub? Do you guys know that?
Yeah, it's barrelage.
It's barrelage.
I don't know what it is, but...
Because I would... But I'm just thinking about his space. I would consider it small, but I guess he just must have...
I think it was large last year. I thought it was...
That could be. I knew it was Brew Pub Award of some kind. I thought it was the same one.
Oh, yeah, he won a Brew Pub of the Year, but I don't know that it was
Just
the
don't
large
remember which
category.
one.
I mean, I think over like 2,500 barrels is a large brew pub.
Okay. Yeah,
it's something like that. I mean, it's not a huge amount of beer.
You guys are a brewery, not a brew pub,
We're a
right?
brew pub.
You are a brew pub.
We're
How
a brew
many
pub.
barrels are you guys?
We're gonna do 5,200 barrels this year. So,
wow.
Yeah.
So there's not like a really large brew pub category?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Well, I don't think we were in brew pub as far as a category, though. We were in small
I
brewery,
don't know.
right?
Yeah,
I don't know. Whatever.
It's kind of funny with the brewery awards because I'm making a joke about there being a really large one, but there is a small brewery of the year and very small brewery of the year.
Really?
Which I'm over there laughing at the stage while we're recording. Yeah, look, here we go. Small brew pub, mid-sized brew pub, large brew pub, very small brewing company.
Wow.
Small brewing company.
That's exactly. We were like, is this like a pot on the stove? Like, what
Five gallon
qualifies
system.
for small?
And the awards kept going and going, so I kept waiting to hear really super tiny brewing company.
Incredibly minuscule brewing company.
Everybody gets a medal.
One pint at a time brewing company.
Brewing 3 gallons this year.
Yeah. Really well.
Or you could have like a 30 barrel. You just use it 3 times a year.
Yeah. Yeah, super low efficiency brewery of the year.
What about on the other end? Enormous megalith brewery of the year.
Well, they do large brewing company, and that's a macro. Yeah, but they don't go up the other way. They only go small. AC Golden won large brewing company of the year, which is Coors, basically. Devil's Backbone Brewing Company won mid-sized brewing company.
2 years in a row.
They're always killing it.
Dominating.
Yeah.
If you guys drank much of their beer, it's incredible.
I want to, based on the awards they won.
Yeah. In fact, they've been winning a lot of awards for several years now. I think they just got the of the year awards.
I think
recently.
they did 5 last year and 4 this year.
Wow.
So
really great to see. Awesome stuff. So it was a good time out there. I tried a lot of good beer myself. You can find all of the award ceremony on live stream, plus all the panels we did throughout the week. And there were some good ones up there. Jim Cook was up there talking about hop selection. At the end, Bradley Cooper from the Brewers Association put together a music and beer panel where the Hanson kid... Remember we reported on Hanson and their hop?
How could I forget?
So he was there, and the keyboardist for the string cheese incident,
Kyle Hollingsworth, who was very nice to me when they were in town a few months ago. He had us come out to his concert.
Oh, that's right.
Backstage. You were invited as well, but you were busy.
Well, shit, I saw him there, but I didn't really talk to him. He looked at me like I just was a big dummy, which I am.
Well,
but I was trying not to get in the way because they were actually performing, and so they were kind of setting up. But I stood right next to him for a minute. He didn't say anything.
Yeah, he's. I think he's kind of a quiet guy, but he treated us real nicely, and
Okay.
I'm trying to get him in here for the session, but he's very busy. I mean, they're touring constantly.
Yeah. Well, so they ended up doing the short interview. Sam Calagione sat on the stage and did a rap with him, and they just spoke for a while, and then they performed. And I got to say, By the way, Bevo
Hanson
about
Kid was awesome.
Yes, do you know that's the first thing Bevo said to me when I came in
she
today?
slid off her chair.
I was I was so excited. He was near us. He was at the Pico Brew booth, which was right next to us, and I knew that Hanson was going to be there. And so I swear to God, the 15-year-old who lives inside of me was like,
Yeah.
boop, 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 Hanson nearby.
Right.
And like I looked over and I was like, that's a Hanson.
By the way, I think the 15-year-old could fit inside of you.
That's rude.
Yeah, Bevo, like, she's standing there. She, like, slithers off her chair. She's so excited to see.
You're such a jerk.
And she got her picture taken. Well, anyhow, they get up to play. The kid's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's a pretty stellar musician.
Yeah, you don't make it to that level if you're not.
And not only that.
Oh, really?
I gotta say this. I don't usually hand out compliments to Bradley because I like messing with him. He's a damn good musician.
Oh,
He played bass, which he was pretty good at, and then he belted out some lyrics too. He can sing
with an accent.
With a little accent.
It was a very bluesy kind of
Yeah.
song. It was really good.
I think I'm going to invite him to play with us at BNA 10.
That'd be great.
He's pretty good. So it was fun to watch that kind of stuff, and it was fun to watch Bevo get all giddy.
I was real excited.
About
I'm still excited.
I came in today and I was like, "Hey, Beef, how was Denver?" She's like, Hanson.
Did you bring all your CDs and posters from your bedroom wall?
So I
from the
may or
side?
may not have owned at one point a Hanson CD. I
Right.
did not have a poster.
Right. So it was very cool. And I talked to Isaac, that's the Hanson kid, and we're going to try to get him in the show. I think he's interested to talk to his brewer as well. And the beer is pretty good. Had the hop. And
are they still making it? I thought that was like a one-off. They're making it regularly.
They're basically trying to do a full-on brewery thing. Like, that's just the first beer. It turns out they're fans of beer and home brewing and craft beer. And so that was just the one beer that he, according to him, it's the beer they thought of drunk one night on the tour bus. And they thought it'd be funny. Why not just call it hop? But that's just the first beer. So I guess they're trying to do more. And
What are they going to do? Because there's a large soda company called Hanson's. They're going to have some issues. with
their brewery's not called Hanson's, I don't think.
They have a brewery.
I thought it was like Hanson.
Oh, is that
Brewing.
it?
I heard their next beer is going to be One Hit Wonder.
Yeah. No, it's probably going to be called 26 million copies.
I'd appreciate
That's
it.
what I think it's going to be called.
I'd appreciate it if Nate's mic got turned off now.
Yeah. It's funny because it's easy to make fun of people until I meet them, and then I'm like, well, shit, he's a real person.
And then you're impressed by him because he's a better musician than you.
He's a far better musician.
That's one more hit than anyone in this room, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I can only say so much.
Well, and he's waited the perfect amount of time because all his fans are now drinking age.
Yes, and
so
they're all
now is the time for him to open a brewery.
Oh, the place was full, by the way, with women just wanted, like Bevo, everyone just wanting their picture taken with him. Yeah.
All of the wives tagging along.
Yeah.
I'll go for the Hanson.
Yeah. All right, I got to get through some things and get us to a break. So GABF, another great year, right, Tasty?
Very good. Couldn't have had more fun.
Yeah, excellent.
A lot of great people there. Really crowded, though. Amazing how many people in one place at one time doing the same thing.
Yeah. It's trying to get around afterward and get a beer somewhere is proving more and more difficult.
Yeah, especially you probably leave late because you got to do some stuff.
Yeah.
How is the crop dusting factor on a scale of 1 to 10?
Pretty typical.
Yeah.
About 11.
Yeah. I stayed in my glass booth for quite a long time this
Safe
time.
heart.
Yeah.
A sanctuary.
We had a lot of good beer in there from the panels, so I was like, I could go and smell farts and stand in long lines and get 1 ounce of beer.
Sounds awesome.
Or I could stand here and crack open this 22 and just take it to the head and get ready for the next thing, which you know what I chose. Yeah.
Farts.
So it's been a couple years since I've been to GABF, and I apparently forgot how much of a pusher Justin is.
I'm not a pusher.
You're a pusher.
What does that mean?
Physically
He's an
pushing?
alcohol.
Or,
No, he's a let's go out and party and stay up until 4 a.m. pusher.
They feel like I am the one who leads us all down the path of partying at night, which may or may not be true, but I don't. There's no peer pressure
You
involved.
killed
It's-
Kim Wood.
I did on the first night, on the Wednesday night. So we hadn't even started yet. And I was like, Kim, let's go out drinking. No. Okay, well, yeah, you can go to bed and waste your time in Denver, or we can go out and have an incredible time and drink amazing beer at the only night that we're going to be able to walk right up to the bar at Falling Rock Wednesday night.
That kind of
That's
sounds
all
like
I
peer
said.
pressure. I thought you said you didn't do peer pressure. That kind of sounds.
No, I'm just
like peer
laying.
pressure.
I'm just laying out what the opportunity is, and then she could take it or leave it.
Those are just the
Okay,
facts.
so then
Just the facts,
we
thank
went to
you.
Falling Rock, and then we really should just stay here until Falling Rock closes.
Which we do and did. And then Kim was demolished for the rest of the week. The next day, we're setting up the booth. She just laid on the floor. She was done.
Oh, she was in bad shape.
She was done. And every other night, I'm like, hey, you ready? And she wouldn't even let me finish the sentence. No. I'm going back to my... Yeah.
She had a 3-day hangover, huh?
Poor Kim.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, look, I like to have a good time. I figure we can sleep when we get home. Who hasn't had a hangover? You just kind of fight through it. Am I right, guys? You don't go to Denver and sleep.
No,
you just drink through it.
You drink through it.
You drink through it.
And the worse you feel, that you gauge how much you need a beer by how bad you feel.
Exactly.
Not how much you have to stay away from beer and go to bed. If you feel terrible, you better find a beer quick.
It only hurts when it stops. When you stop, that hurts. You keep it going.
I am making that a T-shirt.
One of our business partners' motto for JBF is he got there and he was like 2 beers in. We call him the Pounder, and you can tell how he drinks beer.
Yeah.
He comes in and he says, guys, I his name's Ryan, and he says, guys, I know how these things work. You got to eat a lot. You got to drink a lot. And that was it. That's like his rule everywhere we went.
Yeah.
All week. Hey, guys, eat a lot, drink a lot. Just like, boom.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's right.
It's more, you're not a pusher, you're a salesman.
Yeah.
You
Thank you.
Were there some good
Devo
cheeses? Did you get to try the cheeses that they have out there?
Why would I do that? It's all
That cheese
open with a
line was
bunch
real
of...
long.
And everyone
Well, I
got
didn't
their
know if they-
fingers all over
If they
it.
brought it to you in your glass box.
No, they don't. We don't get any of that kind of stuff. We're just stuck in our glass box. I actually don't eat very much during the week either. I don't eat well when I have a hangover, and I don't eat well when I'm performing, and that's all I do at the GABF is have a hangover and perform. So I'm missing half of his formula, and I do agree that it's important. So, no, they did have an enormous cheese section this year, though, Beardy. A lot of good food looked like it was going on over there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I had to walk by one of the cheese booths to get to the Heretic booth. I always stopped by there. At the end of the week, they reached out of their refrigerator and handed me some rounds. They're like, here's some extra that we have.
Because they recognize you and your beard.
Right.
Maybe they just didn't want you dragging your beard across a cheese table anymore.
No one will eat it after you've been
there
here.
was some hair in it. Maybe that's why they gave it to me.
Yeah. These are yours.
He won't notice this.
Every time he goes by, they clear the rest of the board, pull out new cheese.
Yeah. God damn that kid. All right, real quick, let me get through some announcements so we can take a break and just get back to talking beer over here. We are going to Australia, as I mentioned. Thanks to so many of you generous donors in our Indiegogo campaign. We raised enough money to bring myself, Tasty, Nathan, Push. I think that's it, right? Is there only 4 of us going? That's it. And our ladies,
so.
but they're paying their own way.
Yeah.
Bitches.
We're going to be there.
So you can join us at the Australian National Homebrew Conference. Vinny from Russian River is going to be there partying with us. Michael Fairbrother is going to be there from Moonlight Meadery. I think I saw that John Blickman, a great sponsor of ours, is going to be there.
Chris White.
Chris White, of course, is going to be there. So we're going to have a great time. It's anhc.com.au if you are Australian and you don't know about it yet, which would seem ridiculous. I'm not sure if it's sold out, but I know they normally do sell out. We're having a party on Thursday night, a BN Army special event. Those of you who donated to the Indiegogo campaign at that level, we're going to do a bottle share. Vinny's going to be there with us. Chris White's going to be there with us. So it's not just us schleps that you're going to get to hang out with. You get to hang out with better schleps. I'm excited, and I just wanted to thank you all for contributing and getting us out there, and it was very generous.
Where's that bottle share going to be at, Justin?
I don't remember.
The Bent Spoke Brewery? Is that the name of the one? I think?
Yeah, it's right here. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, Bent Spoke Brewery. Thank you. The Bent Spoke Brewery, exactly.
Cool.
And we're going to mule out some bottles for you. We're basically doing a bottle share. I got to give bottles to you guys, too, to put in your suitcases. I guess I'm missing you, Nathan, unless you already grabbed some.
No, not. We can discuss at the break.
All right, let's do that because we're going to mule out bottles to bring to you. I think Vinny is going to do a little bit of that, and we're going to just stuff our suitcases with stuff to share at this bottle share thing, and that way bring out some U.S. beers for you guys. I'll steal some from the Hop Grenade. Borrow them.
I'll bring some homebrew, maybe.
That'll be fine. Any kind of bottle share, Tasty. That would be great. And then, of course, the sponsor of the whole conference are our friends over at Grain and Grape, one of the oldest homebrewing shops in Australia, and they've been a sponsor of ours for a while. They're the head sponsor of the ANHC. I'm looking forward to meeting them. They're fun guys. I've only met a couple of them before, and it's been a while. But you can go check out all the things they do. For over 20 years, they've been supplying brewers in Australia. They have a free fortnightly all-grain brewing demo. So I'm pretty sure we established last time that that's, every 7 years they do a brewing demo? Is that what a fortnight is?
Yeah.
Every 7 months,
right.
maybe?
Yeah. No, it was years.
Fortnightly, so that's why it's free, because they save up for
stupid.
7 years. All the years they've been working to supply the best and biggest range of equipment and ingredients around, including 90 varieties of malted grain from Belgium, Germany, the U.S., Britain, and, of course, Australia. 40 varieties of hop. Over 50 Y-yeast liquid and fermentist and Danstar dried yeast cultures. Fresh work kits made in the 500-liter Braumeister right there in the warehouse. You can check it all out over at grainandgrape.com.au, and I'm hoping we get to hang out with them quite a bit out there. And they can teach me what a fortnight is. What else? NHC, the National Homebrewers Conference. I know it seems like it's a long time away, but they're calling for presentations. If you'd like to present at the 2015 Homebrewers Conference in San Diego, go to ahaconference.org. You can find all the guidelines there to do it. And if if you've done a lot of experiments with homebrewing, if you consider yourself a great homebrewer, if you've competed quite a bit, and you have something to teach us, I recommend submitting. It's a lot of fun to present, isn't it, Tasty?
It is.
You've gotten to do it as well, Nate.
Yeah, both Tasty and I did this year. It's a great experience. If you're geeking out about your ideas and process, share it back.
Yeah,
people love it. It's awesome.
Submit your syllabus.
Those rooms are just full of people that are hanging on your every word to learn more about homebrewing. So it's a lot of fun. ahaconference.org. As I mentioned, we're having our Pro-Am beer night tomorrow night right here at the Hop Grenade. That's October 7th. So come on in and hang out with us. I was hoping to get Nate in here too, but like I said, he's on a plane, damn it.
I'll be on my way to the other side of the world.
Other side of the world. But we will have the other homebrewers and breweries here, so come on out with us. I think it starts at like 6 o'clock or something tomorrow. And you guys are doing a Brewing with Style starting at what, 7?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got a live show going on, all kinds of good stuff happening here at the Grenade tomorrow. All right, Amazon, you can support us by just clicking the Amazon link on our homepage. Do all your shopping as normal, and we get a little kickback. Do we have an Amazon product of the week?
No, I actually wanted to clarify something because I got an email from a listener who said, I want to make sure everything is going through, and I couldn't find any of his products, and he was like, well, I don't know, I'm picking all my stuff, and I'm getting everything in the cart, and then I go and I click through the link and I check out. And so the vast majority of you guys are not doing that, and we're getting credit for it. But just in case, everything you put in your cart, you got to click through the link first. So before you do anything, go to the homepage, click on the Amazon link on the BN, and then shop as normal.
Okay. Click the link first.
Yes.
Thank you.
But most of you are doing that, so thank you.
All right, subscribe and join the BN Army. Just click the donate button on our homepage. If you become a recurring donor, not only are you a badass, but you're entered to win the More Beer monthly gift certificate giveaway, which is a chance to win $100. And I met a lot of you donors at JBF this week, and I just want to thank you again for all your support. I appreciate it. Except for those of you who throw it in my face. There's one drunken guy. And I've met him before. He's a nice guy. He's a really strong supporter. But we're talking for a while, and we're talking.
I'm a sergeant in your army. Did you know that?
And we're talking, and I got to work there, so I'm always running from one place to the next. I'll stop by the booth, and then I've got a little 20-minute where I have to pee, maybe grab a handful of cheese, and then I got to be back to moderate the next panel. So occasionally I'll be like, I have to go, I'm sorry. And it'll be, oh, yeah, no worries, just take my money and walk away. And I'm like, oh, God, what more do I, how about a fucking handy before I go? And then will it be all right that you gave me your $2 a month?
Well, since you offered.
Only if you use both hands.
Really, everybody's very nice, so thank you for donating. Get all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Send your show ideas to Scott the Jew. That's Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. And send your feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. All right, let me do some Adam and Eve stuff real quick. We can go. I got some new Adam and Eve action for you. Let me ask you a question, Scott. Are you getting enough?
No. I didn't realize that was the end of the question.
I don't know. That was it. It's short.
Are there multiple answers to that?
I can even see him shaking his head.
I mean, I bet you like to get more, right?
Yes.
All right, well, AdamandEve.com wants to give you more with 10 free gifts.
What?
Yeah, we've bumped it up to 10 gifts.
It's a lot.
Yeah. So first, you'll get a sexy surprise for her. Second, you'll get a specially selected toy for him. I don't know what kind of toys get used on dudes, but cool. And then third, a little something we know you'll both enjoy. And then you're going to get not 3, not 4.
No.
Not 5.
What?
But 6. That's right. 6 full-length adult DVDs.
They're just pressing them for free these days, I guess.
I don't even know how you can beat that.
You can't. You guys want to play the genre game? From genres such as
Busty,
lesbian,
good one,
bearded.
Wow,
probably
not as good.
Probably a genre.
Cheerleaders.
Yeah, that's definitely there.
Big butts.
That's there.
Voyeur.
Bevo, you want to chime in?
Bisexual.
Bisexual. That's there too. 6 full-length adult movies on DVD. And then the 10th gift, free shipping on your entire order. So what do you have to do to get 10 free gifts? You ask? Just go to adamandeve.com and select any one item. It could be an adventurous new toy, a sexy piece of lingerie, anything you desire, and then enter coupon code BNARMY at checkout. As always, you'll get 10 free gifts. Go to adamandeve.com today, select one item, get 10 free gifts, and free shipping. Enter coupon code BNARMY at adamandeve.com. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and drink more beer. What's the beer in my glass, by the way, before we do that?
We actually haven't released this yet. We're going to release it at the grand opening of our Funkatorium, which is our barrel tasting room.
Okay.
But it's called Frembos Mort, and it's, we can get into it, but
we're going to get into it.
It's a raspberry beer.
It's fantastic. All right, more with Wicked Weed Brewing Company when we come back. We're going to talk about this beer, and I think you got like 5 others for us, too. So hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
Do you like beer? They make beer.
Watch out!
Do you like friends and fun? They make friends and fun.
Watch out!
Do you still like to have a good time? The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
The 21st Amendment in San Francisco, located at 563 2nd Street, 2 blocks from the building where baseball is seen and played. Try their beers in the pub or try them in the can, featuring
Monk's Blood.
Made with real monk.
Watch out!
So why not have the best time of your life? Go to the 21A and Sean O'Sullivan will personally greet you with a can of
Monk's Blood. The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
This advertisement is not in any way affiliated nor associated with the 21st Amendment Bar and Pub, nor its subsidiaries or affiliates. This telecast is not copywritten by the 21st Amendment for the private use of the Brewing Network. Any use of this telecast without Jamil Zainashev's consent is prohibited. Suck it, JP.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainashev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Homebrewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your homebrew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Are you a member of the American Homebrewers Association? Well, you should be. Members of the AHA can focus on brewing beer, and the AHA takes care of the rest. The American Homebrewers Association advocates on behalf of homebrewers like you to legalize the hobby in all 50 states and make sure that beer laws make sense. Plus, there are many great benefits that come with your AHA membership, like pub discounts that give you awesome deals at bars, restaurants, breweries, and more. Zymergy Magazine and eZymergy for tons of articles, how-tos, easy-to-follow recipes, and news about the hobby you love. And access to the members-only content on homebrewersassociation.org. But the AHA can't do it without your support. Join today so the American Homebrewers Association can keep fighting for your home brewing rights. Visit homebrewersassociation.org or join right now from the homepage of the Brewing Network website. Relax. Don't worry. It's the American Homebrewers Association.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry. And to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Tuned into this session because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. We've got Wicked Weed Brewing Company hanging out in the studio today, all the way from Asheville, North Carolina. You guys came to hang with us, which is pretty cool.
That's it.
We like in-studio guests. We get more beer out of it. We get to hang out. It's always more fun.
Thanks for having us.
I hear Asheville's taken off. You know,
It's a place to be.
Yeah,
it really is the place to be. It's such a good time.
I got to get there.
Who was the first brewery there?
Highland Brewing.
How long have they been?
They started
20 years.
Yeah, 1994. This was their 20th anniversary. So Oscar Wong is the founder, and they started their brewery in the basement of a restaurant. And actually, most of the brewing equipment's still there. It's Barley's Tap Room, downtown Asheville, because they can't get it out.
There's like a 30-barrel horizontal just like welded.
It got built in the basement?
Yeah, it got built in the basement. It's still there.
It reminds me of Magnolia in San Francisco. I think they built that kit in there, and the only way they're going to get it out is if they cut it into pieces and haul it out. They're never going to do it.
They had to open a new establishment.
Yep.
They wanted to expand. They're like, new location.
Yeah. I had a Magnolia beer. They made a Imperial Bitter, Which sounds, and now Nathan, I see the smirk on your face, and they made the same smirk on their face when they told me about it.
That's an awesome name, though, man. Come on.
Well, their idea was, they love the English ales, and their whole thing was we want to try to make it an imperial beer, but with the same character and the same balance as an actual English bitter. And they also had access to this really unique and I think small farm Maris Otter, and the beer is incredible.
Yeah, they have and I forget the whole story, but there's somebody who lives kind of around the corner who has a connection to a farm or a family that does this old school floor malting technique, and it's just this wonderful
and this
heirloom
beer,
variety of Maris Otter.
And it's all about that Maris Otter.
Wow.
I went back for the beer twice. It's really awesome.
Is the Maris Otter being kilned in the States?
I think so.
Wow.
Although
Cool.
don't quote me on that, but I do think so, yes.
Yeah, some kind of really small batch, small lot stuff. And every time they make a beer with it, and when I'm lucky enough to have it, they always showcase it well.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's very good.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, when Dave McLean from Magnolia was in here, we talked about Wicked Weed the whole time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
it's just coming back around.
Cool.
So
Good.
We're just giving you his time back.
Okay, no, that makes sense to me. Let's keep going.
Do we have any Magnolia beer on out there?
We might.
Magnolia, where are they located again?
After GABF, every time another beer or brewery comes up...
562 2nd Street. No, wait, that's the other one.
We're going to tell more stories. So how long has Wicked Weed been around? When did you open?
Oh, like 22 months ago, something like that?
Yeah, we're still in the month stage.
Yeah, we count months.
It's like babies.
Okay.
Yeah. But we opened in our official grand opening was December 28th, 2012.
Okay. And it's your place?
Yeah. So there's a total of 8 partners in the business. It's 4 couples. So,
okay. Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea.
No, it's so much fun. Are you kidding? It's so much
That's
fun.
a 4-way marriage you just entered into.
That's actually a category on Adam and Eve as well.
There's a local brewery opening up here in Concord that came in and told me that same thing, and I was meeting them face to face for the first time, and I just bit my tongue. I did not say the same thing as I just said to you.
Yeah. So we have a really interesting connection in our partnership as owners in that so it's my brother and I, so we're obviously related, and then we've got Ryan Guthie and his dad Rick, and Rick was my dad's best friend growing up. They played high school and college basketball together.
Cool.
And then Rick's brother married my dad's sister. So we have
Now
like
it's getting
an
weird.
absurd amount, right? Yeah.
This is sounding like North Carolina.
Well, we like to represent the South.
I was waiting for it.
Well, that's very cool, actually. Though. That means you've all known each other your whole lives.
Yeah, we grew up calling Rick Uncle Rick.
Okay. So it's kind of a family business.
Very much so.
in
This could
sense.
work, yeah.
This might be an exception to my rule.
Although I see married couples blow up in small.
It is not without challenges, but
Yeah.
At least you know who you're working with, so that's good.
Right. And is it just you two on the brew side? Are you both the brewers then?
So, yeah, Walt and I head up the brewing side of the business, but we are up to including us now. We have 10 brewers.
Okay.
So we've got quite the crew. Eric Leipold, who came with me down from Dogfish Head. He's our production manager and really is like the feet on the ground. Walt and I just smoke cigars and kind of crack the wick now. No, that's not true at all. But but definitely, it's a dream. But Walt and I are kind of heading up. I'm heading up the clean side, and Walt's kind of heading up the sour side.
Okay.
So,
and Luke, you just mentioned Dogfish Head. Was that your first professional brewing gig?
It was my first professional job in a brewery.
Okay.
I wasn't a brewer.
Okay.
So I was into home brewing. Walt got me a homebrew kit for my 21st birthday.
Nice.
And
by the way, what was that, like 4 years ago? You're 20. How old are you guys?
No, I'm 22.
Okay.
No, I'm about to be 30.
Okay.
And
young guys.
I'm 33.
Walt's 3 years older.
Okay.
So.
Justin thinks everyone's young nowadays.
Yeah, well, I mean,
We
look at
covered
you,
the
Jesus.
getting old part in the first segment there. What are you, high schooler?
Yeah, that's everybody who comes
looks
in here
like they're in
now.
high school now.
Oh my God! When the show used to be in my garage, you were still in high school. All right.
Yeah, but I worked at Dogfish Head for about 3 years and did tours. I was the head tour guide. But in that, I really got to dig into brewing. The brew staff there was so awesome for giving information, and I would trade my home brews. They tell me how to make it better, and then I started asking if I could help out at the small pub. They used to have a 5-barrel system. Now they have like a state of the art 3-barrel system.
Okay.
Their 5-barrel was like this old piece of junk dairy tank and stuff. But I got to go brew
kind of like our entire sour program.
Yeah, kind of like the whole sour program. So I got to brew like 6 times down there, and actually, got to brew my first batch of all grain beer with Sam at Dogfish, which is kind of a ridiculous thing to be able to say. So I had some really cool opportunities up there, and that was definitely the inspiration for like, all right, now I want to go open my own thing and do it,
And brew with ingredients from every planet, every continent on Earth, and put in airplane parts and everything else. That all came from Dogfish, I assume.
Yes, it is. That is.
Yep. IPA with a propeller.
Yeah.
So when you left Dogfish, what was your next endeavor?
So I left Dogfish Head actually to go open up a nano brewery. At the time, there was about 20 nano breweries in the country.
Okay.
This was 2009, and I came across a few different blogs and stuff. I was like, this seems like something I could do. Raise maybe $40,000 and open something up. And I had never run a business, and at this point, I started calling my brother up and was like, hey, I want to do this. And he's like, oh, that's cool. He had a gutter clean business, rock climber and stuff. And
okay, so you weren't a professional brewer at this time. You were a home brewer.
No, I was a pretty avid home brewer.
Okay.
Really since my kind of early 20s. And so Luke and I were talking back and forth, and Luke was getting pretty fired up. Like, I want to open a nano brewery. It's going to be awesome. And I was like, so how many hours a week are you going to have to work to make that happen? And he started sharing numbers. And so I convinced him not to open a nano brewery because I feel like he was going to have to work full time.
Yeah.
And then brew
work full time again. Yeah.
Just so he could maybe scratch by.
Potentially pay rent.
Yeah. So,
but it was neat because it was through this process where I'm sharing information back and forth with Walt, and he's kind of guiding me on why not to do this thing.
Okay.
That he kind of was like, well, shit, this sounds like kind of a cool thing to do. Let's do it together.
Okay.
And so at that point, we kind of joined forces, as it were, and dove in and decided to do it, for real.
So, Walt, you had your own business at this gutter cleaning business, and I heard a rumor that you were like a gnarly rock climber for a long time or something.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I climbed a lot.
Okay.
So I used to.
He's being modest. He was a badass. Yeah.
That's what that's the rumor I heard.
So he climbed El Cap and Half Dome for you rock climbers out there.
Yeah.
El Cap and Half Dome in less than 24 hours.
That's incredible.
It takes people
Sounds
like
horrible.
a week to do. That's 3,000 feet for El Cap and 2,500 feet for Half Dome.
Those are the ones where you see the
insane.
people like they put out the cot that's like 6 inches wide and they sleep there for the night.
Yeah,
I've
portal
climbed
edge.
Half Dome
So,
twice,
Walt,
and it took a long time.
Wow.
half the point of going to somewhere like Half Dome is you can enjoy the view. You were just like up and down, then you're out of there.
Well, that's the challenge when you're rock climbing, though, right? It's getting up fast, isn't it?
Well, I think it just depends. I mean, there
Or
was
not dying
well,
is the
it's
challenge.
called speed climbing is what I got really into in my early 20s.
I see.
So it was
Okay.
about how fast can you climb these really. I mean, those are the biggest granite monoliths in the world, and it's really weird to be talking about climbing on a beer show right now. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Everybody's personality comes from somewhere, and I think it's interesting just where everybody comes from.
No,
and to
I mean-
find out, we haven't had like for example, when Mark Carpenter from Anchor came in here and told us that all that he does in his spare time is skydive. I found it fascinating.
Yeah, and ride horses.
And ride horses
Right.
and skydive.
That's all we talked to him about.
So,
Well, it's interesting. There's 3,100 breweries now, right? Officially in the U.S. There are so many different varieties of people out there.
Yeah.
And I was telling Walt, actually, on the plane over here, I was like, your climbing has done us pretty well. Because on our original trip, when we finally got the Guthies on board, Rick and Ryan, and Denise, and we basically, Walt, myself, and Ryan, who we call Ryan the Pounder, flew out to the West Coast and did a research trip. We went to 13 breweries in 6 days and met with as many owners as we could. And the last night, we ended up at Russian River, as you should on the last night. Of
course.
And we go up there, and we're drinking beer in the tap room. And I go to the restroom, and on my way to the restroom, I see Vinny and Adam Avery.
Oh, yeah.
And they're hanging out. And so I go back and I grab these guys and I say, hey, we got to go meet these guys.
Yeah.
And Adam Avery's a huge rock climber.
Okay.
So we ended up hitting up with them, not because we were starting a brewery, but because Walt's a rock climber.
It was your pickup line.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
It was.
It's like, hey, Do you climb?
Bro.
I noticed you have nubby knuckles.
I like big rocks.
Yeah.
You like big rocks? I know big rocks.
So you guys, you end up hitting it off and getting to talk beer for.
Oh yeah, they took such good care of us. It was a good time.
Yeah, but it was in that moment. We up till that point we had been thinking, we'll open like a 7-barrel system probably. And
pretty common way to think about starting small.
Yeah, and after the conversation with Vinny and Adam, they were like, "Don't do it, man. Don't do a 7-barrel. You're gonna regret it. Get the biggest system you can get." And we ended up getting a 15-barrel system because of that conversation.
Excellent.
So, and thank God we did.
Yeah. Right?
So,
you were at capacity on week 2 with a 7-barrel.
Yeah.
Well, we were at capacity at like week 3 with a 15.
Okay.
So.
But there is still that point where I guess usually the best advice is get the biggest one you can afford, right?
Yes.
Is what they say. So going from 15 to a 30 is just a whole other thing.
And I mean, I know there's like 1,000 breweries in planning, and I mean, the price difference between a 7-barrel and a 15-barrel, up front, the brew house it's not that big of a difference.
Okay.
I mean, it is, but in the long run, it's really not.
Yeah.
It's not like twice the price.
Okay. It is when you're opening your brewery. Like I get how people make that decision. It hurts, but it's so worth for people. If you're out there, you're gonna open a brewery.
Yeah.
Go a little bigger because you'll always need it, and it doesn't hurt. And if you can make the money happen, it'll pay itself back.
Is it a 2-vessel brew house?
Yeah, 2-vessel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have a mash lauter combo and then a kettle.
Okay.
So,
Kettle Whirlpool.
Yeah,
we went with Specific Mechanical, which was a really great decision too, and ended up doing all new equipment largely because the used equipment market's so intense right now.
Sure.
It seems like it's actually gotten better because a lot of people are expanding and stuff's coming back on the market. But when we were looking, it was literally 10% difference, and I didn't know what I was going to get, and I was going to have a Frankenstein system. So Luke and I just kind of decided.
Yeah, we got to kind
of wait.
Learn some things. Like we went to the hub in Portland, and Portland, yeah. We went there, and they had this really cool because they make some really nice hoppy beer. They had a port on their their kettle Whirlpool about a quarter way up the kettle to start pulling off wort early, so that gives your true pack more time to settle.
Oh yeah.
So we picked up all sorts of things on that equipment trip, and we added that to our system. And
great idea.
Great idea, and it's fantastic for that 2-vessel setup. It's great, so.
And for those starting out, to go do a brewery tour like that, where you're not just going and getting drunk, but you're looking at equipment, you're finding out how people are using equipment, because equipment is sort of essentially the same. However, everyone's using it in a slightly different way, so you kind of piece together, what you want.
Back to the sizing thing. I mean, you have to, beer making is a volume business, and you got several partners going, so you need to, be able to make a lot of beer. What's your fermentation profile like? Do you have like 30-barrel fermenters, or you got some 15s left over from the beginning? Where you at?
Yeah, we started with, what was it, Luke? It was 5 15s and 130, right?
Yeah.
So basically, we have a few 30s now, but when we started, we built a brewery to be a pub. Like, we didn't build it to be a production brewery.
That was your business plan.
Yeah, like our goal was to put, to exhibit kind of the creativity of the home brewing scene and like where we came from.
Sure.
So like right now we got 29 beers on tap at the pub, and we write new recipes every week, which is really fun. And for us to do that, it meant a lot of smaller fermenters, so a lot of single batches. But then we have a 30 for our double IPA, which is, we do about 1.5 barrels of that a day at the pub. So if we didn't have a 30, we'd be dying, basically.
You've got to be kegging it all. You can't have 30.
No, we have serving tanks.
30 serving tanks?
Yeah.
No. We do not have 30 serving. We have one 30-barrel. That would be
I thought we were talking about barrels right then.
Yeah,
it's like, yes, we have 30 serving tanks.
What we do, we have 10 serving tanks. One is a 30-barrel serving tank. And what we do, we'll basically go into the serving tank, and when we get down to about 4 or 5 barrels left in the tank, then we'll keg that off so we can get another beer in there. So we have, we have two stories to our restaurant, and upstairs we've got 17 beers on top, thanks. And then downstairs we have 30.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
2 separate areas. That's really fantastic.
Yeah, we seat... when we're full, we're 500-person capacity.
Wow.
So
that's huge.
It's a big place.
Was it? What was it before you got the building?
It was actually an old Gulf Pride station back in the 1930s. So it's just this big, wide open A really cool old brick building with a lot of history to it because it was built the same time as everything in Asheville around the Vanderbilt movement thing when they were building the Biltmore House. So really beautiful building, but then it has these giant garage doors everywhere, big high ceilings, lots of concrete upstairs, downstairs. We actually got a loading dock in the back, which makes it really helpful because we are going through so much malt now. We're getting silo fills at the pub. So the pub's pretty funny. I mean, it's literally just like we're crapping stainless out of every nook and cranny.
Well, you said like that our business plan was for a pub. Well, like any good business plan, it goes out the window like 2 weeks in.
That's why we didn't even write one.
Like literally,
good call.
We opened and then I was on the phone with every supplier trying to find tanks like the next week.
I tell people that I talk to me a lot about starting breweries, and I always say, like, if you believe in your product, I mean, really, if you're going to make good beer, you're going to sell a lot of it, right? Then make a lot of it.
Yeah. Did you start out with that whole building to yourself?
We did,
because that's pretty ambitious. I'm going to open up a 500-seat brew pub.
No kidding.
So
that's where that rock climbing thing comes in.
I guess,
just like go for it, right?
Yeah, right.
It was pretty nuts. I mean, the 8 months of construction, it was kind of every day was a little bit more of a chance to wrap our heads around what the hell we were doing, because we had a good plan, but it was bigger than either Walter, I think, ever hoped for or thought that our brewery and restaurant would be. So when we got up and going, we were terrified.
Did anybody have experience on that construction side? And
we brought in a great construction company to do it. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see me try.
Well, I didn't mean that, but even then, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made, and they have to be made when you don't really see what's happening in front of you. It's all on paper, or it looks like a shitty brick wall, and sometimes that's hard for someone to do if you haven't. I'm speaking about myself too in the process of building this when you can't see it or when you haven't done it before.
Yeah, thankfully, Walt has a great eye for that stuff.
Okay.
And so does Rick's wife, Denise. The two of them kind of made our place look awesome.
Excellent.
Together.
Excellent. I think a good team does make all the difference. I do always make fun of partners because you hear so many horror stories, but I also believe that a great team, you have to bring different
there's no way. There's no way we would be doing, anything like what we have without the different personalities. I mean, just my brother and I. I sum it up best by like saying, so my brother rock climbs and I play golf. So it's like,
well, one of you is stupid.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
So you figure out which one.
Were you guys just looking for a smaller place and then you found that and you were like, well, it's bigger than we anticipated, but this is perfect. Like, how'd that go?
Well, what actually happened was, so Luke and I had decided, okay, we're going to open a brewery. And we thought a brew pub was the right format for us because we didn't want to be honed into just some flagships. One of our big goals was like, we're going to have one flag. It'll be the double IPA, like a dry West Coast style double IPA that's not really made out here. And then everything else is just going to be like whatever we want to make. So we were actually looking at Chattanooga, Tennessee, which I still think is like a really amazing potential for a great craft beer market just because of the demographic there. So we were looking there. We actually had a partner lined up, a space. We were ready to go into it. We were going to open a pretty packed-in little 7-barrel and a smaller joint. And we brought the Guthys down as just an investing partner and said, hey, we're looking to raise about the other half of the money. And we sat down, did a paired dinner with the chef. And, they were kind of blown away with the quality of the beer and the experience with the food and what we were pitching as far as the concept. So by the end of it, it was kind of funny, actually. Rick and Ryan were like, they're also like 15 beers deep, right? But they're like, yeah, let's do this. Let's do it. Chattanooga, boom, we're going. And then Denise, you could tell she was a little off. So like 3 days later, she calls me and says, look, Walt, Luke, we really want to do this, but we only want to do it if it's in Asheville. We're invested in Asheville. We've been here forever. We love this town.
Yeah.
We will pay for everything if you'll just come to Asheville and do it in Asheville with us. So
sounds like a
so we
pretty
said
good
yeah, and that's our home.
Right.
So we all grew up in Asheville, and
I also feel like it's important to open your first one where you know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
You know the community, you know what they want. It's because you know what you want, and you're part of the community, right?
Yep.
So I think that was a smart move.
Totally. And to answer, I forget who asked the question about were we expecting to be in such a big spot? We really got the spot because it's right next to the Orange Peel, which is the music venue in Asheville. And so they the back of the Orange Peel, when people go out to smoke, the big outdoor, it's looking like on our back patio and stuff.
Okay.
So it's a pretty awesome.
Sounds like you guys have the perfect location for what you're doing.
It's a badass little spot.
It's literally perfect.
Yeah.
It's like outdoor seating front, back. I mean, It was really funny because we were fighting with like 3 other people to get this building.
Yeah.
And the people that own the Orange Peel actually own the building that we've now purchased from them, but they owned it at the time. So they're pretty picky about what they wanted. So it was like a 2-month wooing, like pitching them, slinging them
Lots
beer,
of homebrew.
lots of take. Come on, what do you think?
Yeah.
You know, and then they
Taking
finally
rock
gave it to us.
climbing,
Yeah. Oh, no, that
loosen
was-
the rope a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Sign it out.
Don't worry. Wow. Well, good for you guys.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
cool.
amazing.
So on a busy Saturday, you mentioned like a barrel and a half of IPA, double IPA on a normal day. How much beer are you selling over the bar?
We
it'll be 1 million pints this year.
Wow.
Damn.
And on concert nights, it
In
must
one
just be
day?
nuts in there.
Nuts. No, not in a day. That would be great, though. No, we'll go through about 15 barrels, 15, 20 barrels on a busy Saturday, though. So we go through a lot of beer.
That's really a lot of
That's
beer.
awesome.
Yeah. Good for you guys.
Yeah, it's cool.
Tell us about this beer. We were talking about it just before the break, and I guess you said you haven't even released it yet, right?
Yeah, so this is the only beer we brought that we hadn't released yet, and it just really, we thought it was a good beer to kind of, if you guys want to get a little nerdy and talk process for us. So it's called Frembos Mort. It'll be available this Friday at our grand opening of the Funkatorium, which the Funkatorium's our barrel house, and really it's what we've kind of termed our barrel program. It's a separate brewery at this point in that, you know, we're doing things that, you know, kind of like Jay's doing at Rare Barrel or Chad, where we're producing wort offsite, but then all the fermentation, blending, barrel aging, all that's happening at another brewery that's basically 3 blocks down the road. And up till now, we've just been producing beer out of it, but we haven't actually had a chance to bring people into the space and let them see the barrel program. And for those of you in the Bay Area, I mean, it really does. It feels and looks a lot like the Rare Barrel setup. It's about the same size. Now we've got the tasting room there, so it's finally going to open, and this is a beer that we're going to release there. And so this beer, this is where I was saying we get a little nerdy on process stuff. So the way we make our sour beer is we make a beer called Cassette, and she's like a 5% blonde sour, 70% pills, 30% wheat, and then 100% Brett fermented. And then we'll take old barrels of her and blend it back into the base beer, and then that goes back into barrels. So we've got about 15-20% of our total cooperage is full of Cassette. And so as I'm tasting, and Luke and I are tasting and blending Cassette forward, which we use as kind of the mother that holds our bacterial strain, or kind of the culture, right? That's what we're blending forward in kind of a modified Solera thing, inoculating every batch that comes out of the program to sour it in the barrels.
Okay.
We'll kind of pick and choose a few barrels we really like and let them age longer. And so this is a blend of 5 to 12 month barrels back on to 2 pounds per gallon of fresh local raspberries. And then we just let that re-ferment in steel for about 2 months. And then pull it out. So, you know, really, we got back from our trip to Belgium, and we're just like, man, our fruit beers are not fruity enough.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This was our attempt at making a fruitier fruit beer.
It's very fruity, yet it has the incredibly dry, almost exclusive to Belgian brewers character of their fruity beers. So you get a lot of tartness, but not a lot of sweet, which is hard to do, I think. You get it in Cantillon, you get it in Russian River beer.
Absolutely.
I get it in Jester King's beer. They gave me a framboise that was just incredible. But the ones in general that tend to be that dry do not tend to be that fruity, like I think you maybe were pointing out about your own before this.
Yeah, just more fruit.
Yeah. Is that really the difference? Add more fruit.
You know, it was like I remember an interview with Tasty a long time ago, and you're talking about like adding hops to your beer and filtering. And he's like, well, if your beer's not hoppy enough, just add more hops. I mean, same thing with fruit beer.
Very
Like,
simple.
if it's not fruit,
If it's not fruit enough, add
You
more
had to
fruit.
press pause and write it down.
Yeah.
What was
But
that again?
It's you know, this I believe this is the most expensive beer we've ever made.
Okay.
Is this framboise? So I mean, it's not without consequence when you want to do beer like that, but it's worth it for the flavor that comes out. And then
just quickly, sorry, what's most expensive? Is it literally the fruit?
the fruit.
It
Yeah,
is.
the fruit.
That's
This
the
was-
one component that's the most expensive. Okay.
Yeah, the fruit was probably twice the total energy and ingredients of the beer.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's not accounted for is the energy it takes. You know, we've got our brewers, and when you get fresh fruit in, you have to process it. You know, we don't have a processing plant. It's our brewers with like a Blendtec 2000. Like sitting down and blending the stuff.
So you put the fruit in a blender. It wasn't just thrown whole raspberries.
Well, what we do is we actually have this big. The way we do, we have a big immersion blender, and so we just kind of macerate it. So just really breaking it up. The raspberries not so much. We did we have a peach sour too called Persic Mort. That was a little more labor intensive because you got to de-pit every single one. And
Okay.
but yeah, we usually just use it to break it up a little. We're not doing it on full fruit right now, which I think is something we've talked about playing with some, but just because of our process, we're getting quicker, more total fruit flavor by just having more surface area. Kind of.
So it's not even quite a puree. It's literally just macerating.
It's chunky.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Chunky.
Yep. And then that goes into each barrel?
No, it goes into steel. So we barrel age the beer. It's actually a beer very similar to Genesis, which we'll talk about in a minute. You guys, some of you guys have it in glass already. And basically that's aged out, and then we're blending that blonde sour back onto all the fruit, and then we let that sit in stainless. So we got a 15 barrel that's kind of allotted for fruiting beers.
Okay.
So we just kind of set it and forget it, and then come, taste it, and when we feel like the fermentation's finished. And again, you were saying dry. This beer's, it's like 1.0000.
Okay. Yeah. Is that common that people will use stainless steel to set it and forget it? I thought that's normally used for like the last part or the beginning.
Yeah, I mean it's. I don't think it's that common.
Okay,
well, it is for Cantillon.
Cantillon is doing it for sure, but it's.
Well, remember that the beer is in barrels, right? I mean, you have to inoculate the barrels with the fruit.
Yeah,
so it's much easier to take it.
Yeah, it's only in stainless while the fruit's.
The fruit's with the beer, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's already a complete blonde sour. Like it's done. It's ready. You could drink it.
You can bottle it. Yeah.
Exactly. But then we blend it back onto the fruit, and once it hits the fruit, you obviously have residual sugar in the fruit. So, the goal is just dry, right? Dry is what we're about at this brewery, and so we want to make sure it has plenty of time on the fruit to absorb all that color, get that flavor out, really dry it out, and then it's stable in the package. And at least the beer we envisioned it to be, which was like you were saying. I mean, we love those beers when we go over and drink, yeah, I mean, Cantillon, we can say it all
Everybody,
day, like
yeah,
everybody,
exactly,
right? I mean,
yeah.
but there's so many other great lambic breweries, but what he does with fruit is spectacular, and so
Yeah.
it was just, this is a first attempt at hopefully a long range of fruit beers we'll be doing over the years.
I hope so. It's great. Do your bottles leave North Carolina?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. We're all in North Carolina. This year we're going to, in our sour beer program, we're going to produce about 1,500 barrels of beer, but we're not selling all of it because it takes time. Last year we produced about 700. So I think we'll send out to the market about 800 barrels this year. Hopefully next year we'll be sending out about 1,500 barrels.
And you start to just catch up over time.
Yeah, and the thought's there to get it outside of the state for sure.
Okay.
But we're not doing it yet.
Yeah. Well, they're so popular now, and so a local brewery who's clearly doing well selling your beer already, then you start selling amazing sour beer. The more you make, the more people buy locally, so you really are sort of chasing, it just keeps getting farther and farther.
Yeah.
Like Jester King's an example of that for us. I mean,
Sure.
I love their beer, and they do distribute elsewhere, but they're becoming so popular in Texas because everyone wants that in what you guys are serving in the bottle, too. They can't get rid of it outside of state. So, yeah.
You get questions on a daily basis about the sour program as people walk in and want to know when is it going to be ready, when is it going to be open, that kind of thing.
You mean the Funkatorium?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Well, because we really thought it. Permitting. I don't know if you guys did you deal with permits here at this place? Was that an issue for you ever?
Oh yeah. Oh Lord.
Don't start Scott on permits.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So we had a similar.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, we can all
maybe
cry about it later.
after we're done on the air.
There might be too
Lord.
much. Literally, it might be too much.
It was 6 months for us.
But you're at the home stretch.
6 months,
it's opening.
6 months, yeah.
Oh, we're good
this
now.
week?
We're soft opening
This
tomorrow.
week?
So yeah, opening
Nice.
Friday. Very excited.
That's excellent.
Yeah, we open Friday, which is just we're stoked. I mean, it's cool. We're gonna have 16 sour and Brett beers on tap.
Wow.
And
all the time. That's the plan.
That's the plan. We have
Okay.
we have 18 tap. No, I'm sorry.
We got two hand pulls for. So we're doing single barrel.
16. Gosh, I still can't figure it out. 16 sour and Brett beers and 2 non-sour beers
Okay.
on tap. There we go.
Very nice.
I got it.
Yeah. And then 2 hand pulls with. We're going to do one of the things I love about being in Belgium, and the whole thing with this, we want it to be like an authentic Belgian feeling experience. So our chef, even it'll be a lot of European feeling, charcuterie and cheeses and like the baguette sandwiches wrapped, things like that you get in Belgium. We just want it to have that feel. And one of the things I love is drinking lambic straight, in Belgium from the cask. And one of the cool experiences I had was hanging out with Armand at Dre Fontaine and picking the barrel that he was going to pull and single barrel keg it off to serve on cask at the restaurant. And they're so beautiful like that. And you have those moments when you're blending and you find a barrel that's just balance. The Brett character is maybe more exotic than you find in your finished blend because it's at that developmental process.
Yeah.
And like being able to pick that and share that moment is really cool. So we wanted to be able to do that with the program too, and just kind of pay homage to that whole experience over there, which is so special.
Like a very low carbonated, almost no carbonated, hand pump style,
Exactly,
single
just
cask, straight lambic.
Yeah, served
nice.
a little colder than like you'd think
Right.
of English cask beer because that's how they do it there. But yeah, traditionally they don't. There's no. I mean, they would never add sugar to their beer at that point. You know, so
Not like a Faro, like Ground Crubicello or like Dojol or something like that.
Yeah.
And how
Awesome.
far from the brewery is the new?
It's about 4 blocks.
Okay.
So it's really close.
That's very cool.
I mean, because right now, with our sour program, we brew the beer on the same brew house we're making all the other beer, but we have a hard pipe through the wall to the building behind us, which is where we ferment the sour beer.
Okay.
So it hard pipes over there, it ferments, and then we truck the beer over to the barrel house. We're actually in transition right now. We're moving all of like the cellars, the post fermentation stainless steel over there. But so we're gonna put it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be like a little fermenter on wheels. We're gonna get this 30 barrel tank and put it on a trailer and basically fill that up and drive it a lot like what Rare Barrel does.
Yep.
You know,
Okay.
so yeah.
Yeah, it's almost identical to how they're making their beer. The only difference is we bring our beer back to package right now, and that's what we're changing.
I see.
Because like
Removing
everything we've done up
packaging,
till now basically is the exact same function as them, except we own the brew house.
Okay.
Whereas going forward, we'll be able to just send it one way, and it never comes back.
And you
which
don't
I'm really
have to
excited about.
stand in the parking lot and fill up barrels.
Exactly. I remember like individually dosing. It wasn't this because this was the first 100% Brett beer. But I remember like staying in the parking lot and like measuring and dosing like Brett into each barrel.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Why did you do it there and not when you got
I
it
just
back
sat
to the
there
building?
and laughed.
Well, this is before I had
There was no building
There was
yet.
no building.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no building yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the barrels just sat in the parking lot?
No, he let me bring them back in after they were filled and sterilized.
No, we went to we had no.
No, we didn't do that.
No, we didn't do that. All right.
Nope, we did not do whatever you think we did.
We'll cut that out in post.
All right. I got to get us to a break, but before I want to talk about the beer in our glass now. So you mentioned, is this the one that you're saying is kind of the mothership beer?
It's like it.
Okay.
It just in like I was just trying to give an example of color and profile.
Got it.
So this is a blonde sour, a little higher in ABV, but the grist is almost identical. Luke and I both love wine also. So New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc is a really cool wine, and it was something we kind of thought would be nice to emulate in a beer. So we took a blonde sour, hit it with guava, pineapple, mango, and papaya in a small amount, really just kind of accent the tropical fruit nature. And then this was actually aged in Ferrari Carano Sauvignon Blanc barrels. So really, again, this is a softer acidity, really just trying to emulate a lot of wine character. Just, kind of our idea of kind of a little twist on a blonde sour.
I think Sauvignon Blanc's a great comparison to this beer.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And this was first used after the wine kind of barrels?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, these were all first used. It's probably going to not be able to continue to be made in Sauvignon Blanc barrels, which we've actually done some trials in neutral red wine and like the character maybe a little bit more even. And it's getting really difficult for us to find Sauvignon Blanc barrels. We just had a killer score of like 100 Sauvignon Blanc barrels, which may never happen again.
But this one, so this is kind of the other direction of how we use fruit in our sour beers. In that, the raspberry, the framboise that you just had was fruited after the souring happened. This one is fruited before the souring happened. So this goes in basically when we blend cassette, our souring beer back in to inoculate, we're adding the fruit at that point. So this is kind of, and you can see where the difference is. This is much more subtle when it comes to the fruit flavor in the beer, but it's adding that touch of complexity, which gives it that kind of more, wine sort of feel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, it's
That's body to it.
tremendous.
Where are you guys learning these techniques? Is this trial and error from homebrewing to now, or?
Well, we listened to a show called The Brewing Network.
Excellent.
For a long time.
Excellent.
Where you learned that if you
where
want
did you learn your
hoppier,
stuff? We
more
know you
hop.
listen to the Brewing.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, I think it was, I think Jay kind of mentioned it in his interview, and I talked to him about the same thing, is that, being a younger sour brewer, or a sour brewer in general, I mean, I can't even imagine what, like, Vinny and all those guys were doing, trying to figure it out before they even had, we used them as a resource, but really you had wild brews and random interviews to try and figure it out, and then a little bit of like flubbing around as a home brewer on my side. I mean, Jay had a lot of experience, obviously, at the brewery. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of just Luke and I kind of taking a process that we developed, looking at things we do on the clean side. We do a lot of weird, again, you said throwing propellers in the beer or whatever. And we definitely have adapted a lot of Dogfish feel to some of the things we do at the brewery. So taking those processes and then like cross-referencing that with the interviews we've heard and the books we've read, just, making sour beer it's not a straight line. You're getting from point A to point B.
Yeah.
But there's 100 different ways to make sour beer because you're using so many different yeasts, so many different bacterias, and your process can really change. So it's really about, and also the region. Where are you? Again, we brought up Jay a few times. I know he's on your show, but he has perfect climate there in Berkeley to do this. I'm in the South. We invested in a 12,000 square foot warehouse that's climate controlled, so I can keep it at 65 degrees year round. Those are the challenges you face in doing a program like this, and so you really just got to find what works for you, and then keep playing with it. I mean, a lot of this, our first year, is kind of throwing it at the wall, seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been anything but a straight line.
Okay.
Anything but the same either. It helps that my brother's exceptionally ADD, and
always helps.
It really helps.
Yeah.
But
squirrel.
Yeah. But no, it's good because there's always room to improve. So with that, we're constantly testing and trying. And it was actually really cool today hanging out with Jay, and we had some conversations where that it was very reassuring that we're all kind of going through the same thing with sour beer right now. They're kind of constantly trying new tactics, and it's cool. But we've also been lucky, with New Belgium, Sierra, these guys coming to the area. We have an amazing resource for information in our area in Asheville.
Yeah, Lauren's been extremely helpful for us. A lot of questions early on went to her, and she's become a really good friend of ours, and has been
excellent.
Really, she's like that really for everybody. I mean, she's like kind of the sour mama out there, just taking care of all us, young kids who don't know what we're doing.
She wants it to work out for everybody.
I mean, her goal is, great sour beer on every tap. I mean, that's what Lawfully is about. I mean, they just doubled their wood cellar. I don't know if you guys have been there, but God damn, that's a big wood cellar.
Is it really?
It's so badass.
I got to go see it.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I guess I just asked, too, because it still surprised me that there's so many. A GABF is always a warning for this for me. There's still so many bad ones with some very common mistakes. And I think they're just very common. They're being made over and over. So I always ask how you learn to do it, because you're not making those mistakes. Oxidation is one of the biggest, those very cardboardy beers that you could tell that at one point this beer probably really had a great start. It probably was really on the road to being a wonderful sour. And then some of the techniques in the process just weren't done right. And that's just one example that's very common. I think there are other ones, too, where you're getting not necessarily the sour characters you want, and instead getting a little on the acidic, vinegary side.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Acetone can be a big
acetone
problem.
Too,
yeah.
Well, are you using a wine thief and stabbing your pellicle every other week? You're going to ruin your beer that way.
Yeah.
But I think it's also so important that you don't fear dumping beer either. As a brewery, it's the worst feeling in the world when you have a batch that doesn't come out the way you want it. But when it's not worth it. It's not worth somebody tasting that beer.
Would you put that food out at your restaurant? If it was brewed food, you probably would. There are restaurants that do. They go out of business.
At some point, you're not going to blend that away.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to work. Give up on it.
Yeah.
Right? You have to have that good palate. That's the big driving of any good sour program. Somebody who knows whether something's going to work or not.
And the brewers that craft brewers, we don't do it so much anymore, like to make fun of, the big guys, right? So you're a small craft brewer, and you're like, F that Coors or whatever else. I'm gonna do my own. But then you don't dump bad beer. You're not doing quality control. Coors would never put out a bad beer. They would dump every ounce of it. They would never put out a beer that didn't taste exactly how they intended it to taste. And so take a cue from that, too. Take a cue from even the Goliath in the room. Would never put out a bad beer.
There are people on the tasting panel. They taste every morning and probably tell if it's up in acetaldehyde by like 10 ppm or something, right?
Yeah,
and then
without even the machine. That's
exactly.
The person's palate. Yeah.
Yep, and then that one will get the scrutiny that day,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point when you're talking about, it was kind of like CBC. A lot of the talk was about new people opening breweries because it's happening so fast right now. And that's a really good one, is just remembering that when you do open a brewery, that really matters. Like that first impression is so important. And don't just make good beer. Like, sacrifice what you have to. If you're not ready, don't do it.
Yeah.
You know, and just be committed to putting out good product. And if we all do that, then craft beer is going to keep growing and booming. If we don't do it, then we're just going to, we're going to turn people off from the brands, and now all of a sudden craft beer is not growing like a freight train. You know, it's slowed down, and I think we're all enjoying that right now. So let's keep it going.
Yeah. And frankly, we're not even talking about reinventing the wheel here. Any successful business is like this. Like I mentioned, a restaurant. You're not going to open a restaurant and put out shitty food and stay open. It's just not going to happen. Hyundai used to put out the worst car on planet Earth, and they literally, I think, went out of business. And it wasn't until they remade their car. Now look at them; they're doing great. Think of it as a business, and ours happens to be more fun. It's a little sexier because it's beer right now. But if you're opening a beer business and you're not thinking of it like any other business and putting out quality, yeah, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Or more so, I'm in trouble because I go to your booth at JBF.
Yeah, I mean, our restaurant is our two things that we're most focused on is quality and creativity. And whatever that we're doing, it needs to follow those two sort of avenues. And, you go into our restaurant and it's cool. I mean, actually, your place is awesome.
Thank you.
I've really enjoyed it here today. But a lot of the same thing where it's like, let's think outside the box a little bit and then let's execute it properly.
Yeah.
So we've made tons of different beers, and when we're going after those beers, it's every single time quality and creativity.
Yeah.
And if you do that, that's what makes craft beer great. And when those two things aren't executed well, it's what makes craft beer really bad.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I absolutely agree.
Does your menu change as often as your tap list?
Not as often as the tap list, but we do a seasonal menu. We have an amazing chef, Chef Cardiff. He's incredible, and we do just a seasonal menu. So 4 times a year, we're changing our menu.
Yeah, we look a little bit more like a gastropub, I guess, if you wanted to compare. Like, we have steak tartare on the app menu and some well-composed entrees, but still a lot of kind of more creative burgers and sandwiches and charcuterie and stuff like that. So you can't, it's hard to We do a lot of beer dinners to kind of let him out of the box, but we are serving 500 burgers a night, whatever, on a busy night. So that kitchen's crazy, man.
It's nuts. Yeah, we've got a bison burger with a house-made slaw. We got a fried chicken kimchi with house-made kimchi on it. So we're trying to be creative, but still have those same pub fare items on it.
Sure. All right, I got to get us to a break, but this seems like a good time to let you know about the Siebel Institute, because if you're going to do something right, a little education never hurt anybody. America's oldest brewing school, more courses than any other brewing school, and they include even the advanced homebrewing course. So even if you're just looking to make the beer better that you give to your friends, you can do that. Craft distilling and beer styles course for those just looking to kind of ace the beer knowledge exams. You can go past that BJCP course. Professional level brewing courses are available both campus-based and web-based, so there's no excuse. You don't even have to be there in person. The faculty includes some of the best-known and most respected instructors in international brewing. Go check them out over at Siebel, and they'll take good care of you. A lot of our guests recently have been on the show. There's been a string of Siebel graduates.
Yeah, no kidding. That name's been coming up a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So
you guys broke that string.
Go check them out.
Yeah.
They went to the Dogfish Head School of brewing. That and rock climbing, so you make stupid decisions like buying giant buildings. Which all of it appears to be working very well. So
Got to go after, man.
That's right. Just go for it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. If you want to ask questions, 888-401-BEER. That's 888-401-BEER. Or hit the chat button on the homepage. Bevo's in there taking your questions. I've got some of them in front of me already. More beer with Wicked Weed Brewing Company when we come back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
The Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
The wine-making supplies. The distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today.
Because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever dreamed of attending the World Brewing Academy? This year, thanks to Lallemand and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality for free. Lallemand and Danstar invite you to enter the Beer School 2015 contest. One lucky grand prize winner will receive fully paid tuition to the 2015 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth almost $4,000. From now until December 13, 2014, every Danstar yeast packet you use is your ticket to enter. Visit danstaryeast.com for the details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit on the number of times you can enter, so get brewing with Danstar and get your entries in to the Danstar 2015 Beer School Contest. Whether you want to build your home brewing skills or build a career as a professional brewer, this course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Enter at danstaryeast.com and get the dry yeast advantage with Danstar and Lallemand Premium Brewing Yeast and enter to win.
As a brewer, you already don't settle for second best. You want great tasting beer and you want great equipment to make it with. So don't settle for the second best grain mill. You want a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware. Monster Mills are tough, come in 2 and 3 roller designs, and are made right here in the USA from superior materials for longer lasting performance. Pick the mill that's right for you at monsterbrewinghardware.com and take Bevo's advice.
Trust me, it's always better to have a bigger tool than you think you need.
Monster Mills have the best warranty in the business. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Visit monsterbrewinghardware.com now and check out all the mills and mill accessories. Don't settle for second best. Get a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware.
Tonight is the night. We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
But, Roger, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power!
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and the gadget guy Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California, and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com.
The Brewcasters are back.
It ain't 401 beer.
Whatever.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us through the break, listening to our wonderful sponsors. If you're looking for more information on how to brew, our good friends over at beersmith.com now have DVDs on how to brew. They did with John Palmer, their first series, How to Brew with Malt extract. Not extract. That's different kind of brewing. Extract. That's right. You can get it on Amazon Prime. You can buy it online on Vimeo or Amazon Instant Video. And it's our good friend over at Beersmith. You know the Beersmith homebrewing software that'll make your homebrewing easy and efficient and do everything you need it to do. Well, now you can watch the DVDs along with all their other videos to show you how to use Beersmith software. John Palmer teamed up with Brad over there to put out the How to Brew with Malt Extract DVD. So go check it out. In the meantime, I've got Wicked Weed Brewing Company in the studio. We're drinking their beer, having a good time. What'd you guys get out on tap there in the Grenade?
I think I got the faction. Is it Anomaly?
We should talk about that. Judging from the, I heard the show and
Did you?
he was like,
how much Roger likes to talk about it?
Yeah, Roger's a little bitch about Anomaly.
This is my favorite beer. I'm drinking it also.
Is this a new batch or is this the same batch that he's refused to make?
No, this is a new batch.
He's made another one?
He's sort of being a hypocrite, yeah.
Well, because we all kept yelling at him.
Well, it was selling really
including
well.
Claudia probably broke him.
Yeah.
It tastes like shit anyways.
You can stop brewing it now.
Yeah. No, it's delicious.
It's
great
good,
beer.
right?
Man,
It's
it
crazy.
freaks you out.
Anomaly is the one that's like what a chocolate stout, but it's
a
pale.
white stout, yeah.
It's a white chocolate stout.
White in color, yeah.
But it's got
looks like
so
a
much
pale ale.
chocolate flavor.
Yeah,
It's really neat. Especially the nitro that you guys are serving on really just kind of rounds it out, softens it. You could almost close your eyes and it would feel like a stout.
Yeah.
I could not resist getting a Firestone Union Jack.
That a boy.
Yeah.
That's a good beer right there.
That's a beer we can't get. I guess it's in Philly occasionally, but
okay.
But yeah, North Carolina's not happening. So.
They'll probably open one in North Carolina soon.
I hear Asheville's a good city.
That's my next rumor I'm starting.
Yeah. I can help you.
What I'm waiting for is like I really want like a little tiny brewery to open, like an East Coast brewery to open like a little brewery on the West Coast. Just do it. Like, why not?
Say you can, right?
Yeah.
Just to fuck
Yeah,
with
both ways.
the
I don't want
concept.
Dogfish to be the first one to open the
I
West
agree.
Coast brewery. I want it to be like somebody who you're like, what? Why are you opening a West Coast brewery?
It's our second location.
Wicked Weed just opened a Nano in Van
I
Nuys.
don't know. I mean, the big guys are doing it. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think the two of you should actually just rent a storage unit in California and put a Nano in it. And then, you're like, we're expanding west.
It's our West Coast production
Go for
facility.
that very small brewery of the year award on the West Coast.
Yeah. Really tiny storage unit brewery of the year.
There we go.
It'll be perfect. All right, some quick questions from the chat room, and we'll get on to some more beer talking.
Cool.
So people want to know what's the story behind Wicked Weed.
Ah, yes.
The name.
Very good question.
No, it is not what it seems.
Okay.
So we did set up a stand on the streets of Colorado and just killed it.
Oh, yeah.
JBF. I mean, no, that
Right.
yeah. But
It's perfect.
Yeah. No, we actually Walt was the one. It took us like 6 months to come up with a
Yeah,
name.
you think opening a brewery's tough with 5 partners? That's the easy part. Picking a name was like epic. It was like a 6-month process, and all of us at the end of the day, we had this list of like, well, we had like a first, second, and third names that we really just none of us. I mean, well, we were kind of settling on them, but I hated them all. I just couldn't get into them.
Wow.
So
and that is the hard part too, isn't it? Because you're trying to be sensitive to people's ideas.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And sometimes they'll come with they're like, this, I really love this one. This is the one.
Brew Brothers Brewing. That happened.
Did it?
Oh God! And you guys, and you're like,
all in the
so
family.
we appreciate that you like We're Brothers.
Yeah.
That's it. We're making the compliment sandwich now.
Yeah.
But that's the worst piece of shit I've ever heard. However, I know that some people like puns.
Yeah.
Well, that actually wasn't from an owner. That was from this like really not so awesome marketing team that like kind of got pseudo tested out and hired.
Right now.
But literally, I can just say they were fucking shitty, dude. We're paying my
Did they come to you? We went to a focus group, and this tested really well.
Well, literally, Luke's wife's sitting at the table, and he says "Brewing Brothers Brewing," and she literally her head goes on the table.
Nice.
It was.
Nice.
I was like, dude, seriously, they're in the
She's
middle
a
of a
keeper.
presentation right now. Like, yeah, Abby does not like. She does not
Just mess around.
sugarcoat it, dude. Like,
Okay.
she'll tell you exactly. Anyway, so
Can we hear some more examples of stuff that got 86?
Let's see. We had
Four Brothers Brewing.
Four Brothers Brewing was another one. There was Brewery Door Brewing Company.
Brewing
What?
Door?
No. Double Door.
Double Door. Sorry,
Anybody? Any
Double
Harry
Door.
Potter fans out there?
You know I am.
So we were like,
Sure.
yeah, Dumbledore Brewing's not going to go over so well.
What else do we have?
Dumbledore.
Oh, Dumbledore.
I thought it was
thought you said
double.
Yeah,
Double.
Well, it was
Dumble.
Double Door, but it's like when you're naming your kid. Like
I
you
see.
can't
Okay.
name it like that thing.
Yeah.
So, anyways, there were some bad ones.
I would have gone there.
And we luckily we ended up.
You'd
with
have been the
Wicked
only
Weed.
one.
So how did you end up with Wicked
So
Weed?
Walt ended up because I think he was just pissed off at this point, and he sat down at a computer with like a growler of beer,
Which is very
for a
hard for me
day.
because I'm very ADD. So,
Okay.
like
So he
4
sat
hours
down
with the
and
computer
he
was tough.
started digging into hop history. And during his search through like the history of how hops came throughout time and stuff, God, I don't know how long you spent on this because you got to 1516, and in 1516, King Henry VIII tried to outlaw the use of hops in beer.
Okay.
He had basically a vested
Basically a
crops
monopoly.
all over the. Yeah, he wanted people to use his crops.
I
and
see.
For bittering instead of hops. So he called hops the wicked and pernicious weed that was ruining beer.
Okay.
And so that was the quote that, it's on the back of our T-shirts that we do and stuff. It says, hops are a wicked and pernicious weed.
And it was a good...
The funny thing about this is I think this story has come up on our show before Wicked Weed Brewing Company was in
Really?
existence. And I think it was an author. I'm not sure. We've done a lot of shows, but I want to say even Stan Hieronymus or somebody had done a lot of research on the history of beer, which is very varying and sometimes
I
true.
believe it
and
would
sometimes
be
not.
Stan.
But this story sounds very familiar about Wicked Weed.
Yeah.
Great! It's a great name.
It's cool, right?
Because it does work.
You probably
It's-
owe the BN some royalties.
We do.
Clearly,
Thanks, guys. You can
We're getting them right now.
You can keep the rest of those beers we brought.
Yeah, there you go.
You just keep those. Don't worry about it. That's on us.
No, actually, seriously, I'm just surprised to remember hearing this, know this story twice, but it's a great name because
Thanks.
it's a good homage to this story and history, but also
It doesn't
a bunch of a bunch of young people are gonna be like, yeah, bro, Wicked Weed.
And Asheville, if you've ever been to Asheville, it is not an how do you say it? Because it's not. We're not in Colorado, but people enjoy.
It's a liberal mountain
It's a liberal
town.
town. That's well said.
Puritan
That's
sort
well
of
said.
town,
Yeah.
That was my political
there you
answer.
go.
Very
right there.
libertarian.
Luke does the same thing that I do because in his head he was like, yeah, it's a bunch of fucking stoners, but on the he's like, how do I?
How do I put this gracefully?
Thank you.
Well, I think
Thank you
this
just for
is a good
interpreting.
testament
Very much appreciated.
to Rick Guthrie, who's we talked about Uncle Rick. He was actually, he's a very accomplished businessman before this, and he's been a lot of times the voice of reason.
Okay.
There's actually like Proactive Solution, like Guthrie Ranker, his brother Bill Guthrie. He was part of that company for a long time, which is California based, but. He was really the one who, because I put it on the list, and there was a list of like 10 names, and we were doing a lot of like the IPA history stuff, like Bow Brewing, and I had some weird kind of plays on that stuff that I thought would be, a cool reference.
Well, and the funny thing is, Walt called me, he told me this name, Wicked Weed, and I said, dude, that's not going to happen. Like, not a chance in hell that we're going to get Wicked Weed.
Not that you didn't like it, it's just not going to happen.
I love
Yeah.
it.
And I was getting the same thing. I had it down on the list. I was like, I'm just going to throw it on there, whatever. I threw it out. Rick this is a pretty conservative dude. I bet he's never smoked weed in his life.
Okay, yeah.
Coolest guy ever. But man, he just knows it. He's a smart business guy, and he dove down it. And from that point on, we were Wicked Weed, and it was done. I remember him going and telling. He went and told the EDC, the Economic Development Committee in Asheville, which he was on the board for, and they literally pens were dropping, like people just freaked out. They were like. You serious? You're seriously going to open a brewery called Wicked Weed?
Is that like Killer Chronic Brewery or something? What's the name of this one? I forgot.
I'm still waiting for my Dr. Dre collaboration.
Yeah.
Heads were falling on the table.
Dr. Dre.
Just throwing that out there.
Sorry, no, it was Ice
Cube.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube was playing at the Orange Peel next door.
Yeah?
Like 6 months after we opened, and we had people lining the exits with Wicked Weed beer.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, it's Wicked Weed. Like, you gotta come on. We just watched you in our place.
And he
This
wouldn't
is picture. Like,
please, just once.
come on, dude.
It didn't happen?
Didn't
He's like,
happen.
no, I'm
Didn't
drinking
happen.
OE.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
He's the Coors Light dude, right?
Wow.
What do you guys make, a hemp beer? Just kind of
We did actually. We made a hemp beer last summer. Cool. It's ridiculous.
So judgmental,
but,
Tasty, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, Tasty. Of course,
you
Tasty
would make a hemp
Hey,
beer.
what did you do? Make a hemp beer?
You guys are so hypocrites with that backstory about hops.
No, but you'll like this. We did a hemp
Oh, yeah.
black IPA. and it was with all super dank. The whole concept of the beer was to make a beer that smelled like marijuana.
Okay,
that was the whole concept.
Yeah, sure.
And we brewed the beer with the bassist from AC/DC, Cliff Williams.
Nice. That's very cool.
He's a good friend of Rick and Denise Guthrie, and he comes once a year, and he drops his bass and puts on brewer's boots.
Wow!
And comes in and brews a beer with us. So
that's
last year,
that's the time of year I'm going to visit.
You
guys.
should come. It's awesome. Last year he played.
Big fan.
Yeah, he played at the brewery last year.
That's cool.
But he's a super cool guy, and he comes in and he loves beer. He loves craft beer. He comes in and brews a beer with us. Last year we did. We called it Dirty Weeds.
Nice.
Instead of Dirty D's. This year we brewed a beer called Chinook Me All Night Long.
All right, that's a pun I can get into. This one's all right.
So, he comes up with a name every year too. That's not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he comes up with a name. He's like, I want to do a beer called this, and he tells us the name, and then we're like, all right, we can get into that.
Yeah. Well, he's pretty creative. That's good stuff.
He's a super cool guy. Yeah, he loves craft beer, which is awesome.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
All right, what's in our glass now?
All right, I'm going to tell you about this one because it's finally I know what I'm talking about on this one.
The stage is yours, Luke.
The non-Brett side of the house speaks.
Thank you. So this beer is our best-selling beer. It's called Freakin' Nature Double IPA. It's West Coast style double IPA. We basically. From day one, and I hate to give Walt any credit, but he
really does.
I really do, but he was very much, look, dude, because I love IPA, and he was like, we need to make a kick-ass double IPA in Asheville. So he and I spent months. It was really fun because I was living in Delaware, he was living down in North Carolina, and we would brew. We'd essentially do the same recipe, but with tweaks, and we would mail them to each other.
On a homebrew setup?
Homebrew setup.
Okay.
Yeah, he had like a Frankenstein-type system with... it was kind of like the Brutus
type
sweet. Setup.
I don't know what he's talking about. It was so sexy. That thing was... Oh, man. I mean, it had a couple dents and dings, but it ran like a top.
Yeah, it was literally... It was a bread...
Gravity-fed,
It was one of those, when you go to a restaurant, you put the trays of... when you're, baking bread.
Yeah.
You take it out of the oven and you put it on this thing. It's a huge bread rack.
Okay,
and we turned that on the side and, cut holes in it and made... welded burners onto it.
That was the brew stand?
That was the brew stand.
Our bread rack hardly even holds up the bread. It's like they're like the weakest stands.
This is like old school, 1920s.
Okay, so it was
when they really knew how to make stuff.
Okay, got it.
Rock climber.
Now you know why I like the 20s.
Right,
they
call.
could make stuff.
He's hanging off ropes.
They don't make things.
He
like
knows if it's gonna
Exactly.
hold.
Okay. So, anyways, it was really fun though. We would brew. We brewed probably 10, 20 different batches of this beer with slight tweaks each time. We brew them at the same time. He would do a tweak one way, I'd do a tweak the other, and then we'd mail it to each other and talk about it.
Wow.
And that's how we developed this beer. It's Freakin' Nature. So it is 8.5% alcohol. It's dry hopped with 3.5 pounds per barrel of dry hops. We do 2 separate dry hoppings on it. Each are 4 days at 65 degrees. We're using, in the dry hop, we're using Centennial, Amarillo, Simcoe, Columbus. And in the kettle, we're using a little bit of El Dorado in the Whirlpool, as well as Centennial. Chinook is a big player in the bittering. And we bitter with Warrior.
See, I didn't even know about the El Dorado. He just slipped that in the last 6 months and didn't even tell me.
Snap.
I've been meaning
There's no more back and forth.
Yeah, no more back and forth.
He's like, I'm going to make a little tweak.
No, you just stay over there in the dirty brew house, and I'll take care of our double IPA.
Well, I've noticed sales have been suffering, so maybe it was that El Dorado.
It may have been that. No, it's a cool beer. The focus is all about the hop flavor.
For the dry hopping, those 2 additions, when does the first one start? Is it terminal, or is it still working a little bit?
It's still working a little bit. We try to get it in there right at the end of derest.
Okay.
So we derest at 70, and I think I said that both were at 65, and that's a lie.
Okay.
The first one's at 70.
Got it.
And
does it stay there for 4 days?
It stays there for 4 days, and then we'll bring the temperature down. Before we dry hop it the first time, we'll do a hop drop out of it, or a yeast drop out of it. Try to get as much yeast out of the beer as we can, but there still is a little bit of activity. And
so for a home brewer, just quickly, if you had a conical, you're just dumping out the bottom.
Yeah.
If you had a carboy, you're racking off before you do to secondary before you do this first one at 70 degrees.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're in a carboy, it's kind of hard to say because
I would almost do the dry hop if you're a homebrew. Do the dry hop in your bucket or carboy, and then after the de-rest, rack it. Yeah, bring it down in temp and then dry hop it again.
Got it.
To emulate it because
because for the rest you still want
going to be an issue at that point anyways.
And you want yeast in there.
You're doing a de-rest on an ale. What are you fermenting at?
We just de-rest everything.
We de-rest everything. This is Cal Ale.
Our last name's Dickinson, so we just kind of.
It's not a diaspora.
No, it's a Dickinson rest.
Sorry, it's a totally different technique. You guys don't even know about it.
It all makes sense now. I was confused
on
before.
Wikipedia.
It's going to be in a textbook in 10 years.
It will be on Wikipedia in like 5 minutes.
Dickinson rest.
Dickinson rest.
Yeah, on Urban Dictionary, it's something completely different. In brewing manuals, it's amazing.
He'd be resting his Dickinson.
Oh man, why'd you have to go there?
Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh, never heard that before.
All right, so
you always dry hop while there's still fermentation active.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we're down when we dry hop it. We shoot for we're using a lot of techniques that we've learned from guys like Matt Brennelson and Vinny. We're using some dextrose sugar in this beer to try to really dry it out. It's Cal Ale yeast, and we're fermenting. Pretty standard, 66, 67 degrees, de-resting at 70, and we want to hit it with the dry hop when we're at about 1010 gravity. This beer tends to finish at 1.008.
Okay.
We've got a couple points there that the yeast is kind of scavenging up a little bit of the oxygen that are coming in from those hops. And then, so in the first dry hop, we leave the tank with a blow off on it, so that the activity can continue, and we get rid of it a little bit. The second dry hop, we drop everything out. We take it down to 65 degrees. Hopefully, get most of the yeast out. We hit it again with second dry hop, and at that point, we're going to cap the tank and put a little bit of pressure on it. And what that does is it really, when you get a little bit of pressure on any yeast, it really starts dropping the yeast out, and I think that allows for different hop flavors. I know Matt Brennelson's talked about this, that hops in the contact with yeast create different flavors than hops with no yeast. Lagunitas, they're big on get all the yeast out of the freaking tank. And just that's what they want.
The yeast will eat up. They'll actually take the flavor from the hops, and of course, when that drops out, it's gone.
So ideally, in this beer, we're kind of taking both schools of thought.
Yeah, you get that like biotransformative stuff just a little bit, and then you're just dissolving hop oils like pure, simple, direct.
Yeah,
two sides.
Yeah.
Is it the same amount of hops in both 4-day editions?
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. We do. For a 30-barrel batch, like I said, it's a total of 3.5 pounds per barrel. So
you're doing the pressurizing and dry hopping at the same time.
We second one. Yeah,
for the second dry hop.
Yeah.
You're jumping the hops in and then adding
and
a little bit of pressure.
and then putting a little bit of pressure on the tank and capping it. Yep.
Got it. It's a great beer.
Thanks, yeah.
And you mentioned that you wanted to make a great double IPA for North Carolina. Do you say that specifically because it's not a popular style yet, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys talk a lot about East Coast, West Coast IPAs, and Luke and I just our personal preference, because Asheville's a great beer scene, right? It was Beer City, USA.
Yeah.
There's amazing beer being made there, but I think the West Coast reference was not really being exhibited, and that really is kind of how Luke and I look at beer.
Okay.
So our goal was. We love Pliny. Heady Topper is another great example of like a big 8%, very dry, hop forward IPA. Obviously, all the stuff happening in San Diego, everything Stone is doing is amazing. And anyways, those are beers we really loved. And, we wanted a true double IPA, not an imperial IPA, not something that was malt forward, something that was very dry, that really like showcased the hop, that was pineable. You wanted something that you could drink pints of. I mean, that's something we always look forward to in traveling to the West Coast, and felt that was it needed to be in Asheville. If we're going to be Beer City, we need to make beer like this. And so Freak was really, we knew it would be the heart and soul of Wicked Wheat, and it really has been. And, we're building a 45-barrel production facility right now. We actually just put our deposit on a Newlands 4-vessel system. And, about 40% of our production is going to be that double IPA, just because it's what people really, really want. We cannot make enough of it at the pub. And then we have a little bit to send to market, and the little bit we send is, it's lucky that lasts a few hours.
And you're still all just in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're all in North Carolina. We self-distribute. So we have never
self-distribute.
Yeah, we like to make our lives as difficult as possible. Is pretty much what it comes down to. It's like, okay, wait, so what should we do? All right, that sounds terrible.
On your way home, you're just stopping by 3 bars to drop off kegs.
Yeah, they really hate when we take trips like this. Can we come back and we're like, hey man, I got all these ideas.
Everyone
really
goes,
like, oh really? Great, thanks guys.
Yeah. No, but we're self distributing in Charlotte. Which there's some great breweries in Charlotte right now. Noda, they just won a gold medal at the World Beer Cup for IPA, which is crazy. East Coast Brewery winning that.
Awesome IPA.
You know, we're going out to Raleigh. Full Steam Brewery out there is making some fantastic beer.
Fauna Flora and Pisgah both just won gold medals at JBF this year. So
yeah,
we're coming up.
It was the first year ever that North Carolina won multiple gold medals at GABF.
Fantastic.
So it's a big year for North Carolina.
So we always talk hops when we get IPAs and double IPAs.
Yeah.
Can we talk fermentation with you guys? Because that's the other thing I think people screw up by everyone can throw a lot of hops in. And there are definitely hop techniques, right, that we've talked about here.
Yeah.
What about fermenting and getting it right?
So, well, I think that the couple other keys to making good hoppy beer is water profile and your yeast management. For us, we build our water. We in Nashville have amazing water. Our water is very, it's low in sulfates. We're sitting at like 7 ppm on our sulfates and 30 ppm on our chloride.
Is this the other part of, and not just the economic issues of moving to North Carolina, because I know it's brewer friendly, but is this the other part of breweries moving there, is the water?
I think it has to be in Nashville. Yeah. I mean, we have fantastic water. It's pretty much Pilsen water.
Okay.
So with that, we're able to build kind of anything we want.
Okay.
I mean, it's like not quite RO water, but I mean, I know, Nathan, you're a big water guy. So what we do is we're targeting about 200 ppm in our IPAs of sulfates.
Okay.
And about 50 ppm of chloride and 100 ppm calcium. And those are really the big ones that we're focusing on. The calcium especially for our Freak of Nature, just for yeast health, and yeast flocculation. We don't filter our beer, but you guys probably just saw our beer's really clear.
Yeah. That's just from the water profile?
It's calcium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No findings either?
Yeah, no, we did
right?
actually, which we kind of stole from what's Colin Kaminsky? No.
Yeah, Kaminsky.
Yeah, he uses
the
Biofine
findings guy.
Biofine,
Yeah,
man.
we actually called him.
Oh,
when we were getting going, I called him.
We heard that interview and we're like, we need to try this stuff.
Right.
Oh, cool.
Which I don't know if Colin is listening, but thank you, Colin, because that guy was so. I called the restaurant and a manager picked up and they said, let me go get Colin. And he spent 30 minutes on the phone with me.
Oh, I was going to say, and when you got off the phone 3 days later, Colin can talk.
I knew everything there was about water.
But Jesus,
no, he's
really
super helpful, right? Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's a big part of it, though, is getting that sulfate up for your IPAs. Tasty, I know you're big on that too.
Sure.
And if you're not doing that, your IPAs are just going to be lackluster.
I think that's key, though, having the calcium at that 100 ppm type per level, so that good yeast health during fermentation, and then when they're done, they fall.
Yep.
Right? And then you get good, clean beer on that side, too. It's like both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because attenuation is so important to these styles, like getting that sweetness and that malt character out of the way so you can really express the hops. And I think that was one thing Luke and I have been reflecting on this trip, is just seeing even a little bit of progression on the West Coast style, where it's getting stripped down more and more, so everything's getting out of the way, the hops even more and more, so they can be more expressive. And again, a dry beer is so important. I mean, you can't throw enough hops at a sweet beer.
Okay.
If it's cloying, you're never going to get to that delicate hop flavor you were trying to get to.
It'll become hop sweet time if you keep adding more hops.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you still find that all the time. That's why I'm asking to have this discussion, because people are still doing that part.
I think water is one of those things that I think we all kind of get to last in brewing. I know I did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty universal, right? It's the hardest one. Yeah. It's the least sexy of our ingredients to pay attention to, and the hardest to understand.
Yeah.
But it really is the most impactful to your yeast health, which at the end of the day, without happy yeast, you're not making good beer.
Okay.
Even with Biofine Clear, if you don't have enough calcium, it's still going to be hazy. And there's still going to be yeast floating in there.
Okay.
Even with a fining agent like that. And Biofine works great. But if you don't have enough calcium, they're still going to.
Yeah, it's moderately idiot-proof biofine. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
moderately. Yeah, as long as you take care of your beer in the process. But
and just as a recap for our listeners, because we haven't talked about this topic in a while. So if I'm brewing, if I'm home brewing, where am I putting all of these things in the process? Am I putting it in the mash water? Am I putting it in the kettle? Where am I putting things like this to build my water?
To build your water is always. I was thinking the biofine question. Sorry, but
yeah.
Well, because I have water's like straight. That's a tasty.
Well, so I have.
rum.
All right, here's I have my mash kettle water, right? I have my strike water, and then I have my sparge water. Which one of them has all of these components I'm adding to water to get these things?
Well, some breweries. I was at Epic Brewing in Denver this week, talking to Kevin Compton, the brewmaster there, and they treat all their water. To the beer they're making.
Okay.
So if it's a German style beer, they start with RO and they treat all the water as if they're in Germany.
Okay.
So everything you strike water
should all be built
water
this way.
Is all
okay.
as if you're in that country.
Okay.
Now I've seen people just do the treatment in the kettle itself.
Yeah. Okay. So what we do at Wicked Weed is we build water for every beer. Basically. I built a spreadsheet just with Excel. Took John Palmer's book and broke it down and spent a few days, which took a long time. But but I built this cool little spreadsheet that doses just depending on the style how I want it, and I can break it down to a ratio.
Nice.
So like our Pilsner beer, almost nothing's going in there. It's just all focused on getting to 50 ppm calcium, so that yeast health is going to be good. Minimal sulfates, minimal chloride. We do Pilsner once a year, call it Uncle Rick's Pilsner, and it comes on at Oktoberfest, which is this Friday for us.
Nice.
Stoked. I can't wait to get back and drink it.
Yeah.
Which I think that'll be if Rick's listening, that's happy Oktoberfest, Rick.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise. You ruined it.
Sorry. But and then IPA will up that ratio. Dark beer, but we dose in the mash tun.
Okay.
We'll be dosing in every batch a small amount of calcium chloride or a large amount, depending on what we're trying to build, and sulfates. And then in the kettle, sulfates. We don't do any calcium chloride in the kettle.
Okay.
So that's kind of our deal.
Yeah.
We don't use any acids. I know there's a lot of breweries that use food grade acids in the mash. We don't. We just have great water, so we don't have to worry about that too much.
So alkalinity's all in line. You don't need to deal with
some of them respond. Some of the chemicals respond a little bit better if they're mixed with the grain or not, or you can add them straight to water or not. And that's an important factor.
Yeah, and we do use sigillated malt for our very pale beers. Just to help with keeping the acidity down in the water.
What percentage of that?
We'll be 1 to 2.5%, depending on the beer. Like our Pilsner, we go with 1.8%. Basically, from what I understand, for every 1% of acidulated malt that you put into a beer, you get approximately 0.2 pH out of it.
Okay.
So that's kind of a good rule of thumb.
Okay.
So if we're using 2%, we're going to get 0.4% reduction in our pH.
Got it.
Which is going to just kind of help our beers to keep that body and everything alive.
And you're trying to target something in the 5.2 to 5.4 type range?
That's always the goal, 5.2, 5.4. So, yeah, we're and that's what, we're adding... Going very chloride heavy. We do have a little bit of I'm totally blanking carbonate. Somebody help me with the other end of that.
Calcium carbonate?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah. We do have some of that in-house.
5 days of GABF into no
sleep.
No GABF.
Understandable.
We were there too.
Happens to all of us.
But anyways,
exactly.
Yeah. So water's a big part of it, though. Water's a big part of it.
Okay.
And that was from the beginning. You knew you wanted to build it up from scratch and not just use.
Yeah, it's something that we were doing on the homebrew side.
We really felt like if we were going to make West Coast IPA, it needed to match, the West Coast flavor or the regimen, the water profile. So same thing with our Belgian beers. We really built that to match what the water looks like in Brussels.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of go to where the beer is being made, and that it really is. It makes such a big difference in your beer. I mean, the difference, but before we were doing water treatment to after in our IPA was just the brightness of the hop character, the attenuation, all those things just really increased and allowed us to kind of get to that place we were trying to get to.
So you had your water tested, so you knew where you were starting with, and then you would base your gypsum or chalk additions or calcium chloride additions.
Absolutely, and most people can just pull a water report for the city they're in, and it'll give you that. And so, at that point, we just reached out to Highlands. Again, they're doing about 40,000 barrels a year, so they're a decent-sized brewery at this point. They gave us access to their water reports.
That's awesome.
Yeah, great guys. I mean, again, goes back to how awesome the brewing industry is.
Yeah.
I mean, like how just everybody bends over backwards for you all the time. It's just great.
Yeah, that's very cool. Well, it's working. Your water profile is awesome. What about yeast? What are you using for this? Simple yeast?
Yeah, so Cal Ale.
Cal Ale, yeah.
And that was kind of a good story, like how we got to that too, because like Luke and I really loved 007.
007, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Dry English. Like, oh man, loved that yeast, but we literally moved to Cal Ale because we couldn't make the IPA we wanted to make with that yeast. We tried
It just
20
wouldn't dry
batches,
out.
and we just couldn't dry it out.
Okay.
And the fruit character always that like kind of appley thing you get just
It's an
always
ester, yeah.
Yep, that ester just really just fought the brightness of the hop, and
Okay.
and ended up moving away from that.
So
So,
with
Cal
the-
is our house strain.
So with the first batch of Cal Ale, you went, that's the
That
difference.
was it, man.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, we were trading batches. One time it was like, I think I did a batch with Cal Ale, and I was like, damn it, we're using Cal Ale. Because we were like trying to fight it the whole time. Everybody gets Cal Ale.
Well, because the whole
It was
time we're like,
there it
well,
is.
Matt's making great beer. Why he's using English yeast? Like, why can't we do this? And because we're not as good at brewers as Matt.
It's pretty damn good.
That's a world class, man. It's really reminded me of that convergence of East and West Coast in terms of what people want
Yeah.
for this profile of a beer. And it used to be this old school thing where we could make these generalizations. That's not true anymore.
Yeah, and
it's very,
that's the
very
goal,
much reflective of a great IPA from anywhere in the U.S.
Thank you. I mean, the goal of Freak of Nature really is to bring that soul of the West Coast double IPA to the East Coast. And we're using things that we've learned from all of these great brewers on the West Coast. Like, we do use hop extract in that beer, because it's enabling us to get some of the vegetative matter out of the beer. And you know what? Just talking to Vinny, when he talks about it, it makes so much sense. You're just like, why would you not do that? Because it makes the beer better. So we're constantly learning, and that beer's going to keep getting better. It's going to be a huge, huge focus of our production brewery. I can't wait. We're hopefully have it in bottles next year, maybe sometime early fall. I just can't wait. It's going to be fun.
You're the second brewer I've heard in the last couple days mention hop extract, also with advice from Vinny. He's making these great hoppy beers. You only use it in the bittering process, right? It's not like a late addition thing.
Right, yeah, it's
You're only
just
using it for
bittering.
bittering.
Yep.
And I'm curious, I've had a little bit of experience with hop extract, not using it myself, but I just always wanted to see it. It comes in a little dropper bottle for homebrewers, right?
Yeah.
What about for you guys? How much hop? Is it a bucket? I don't understand how much goes in.
It's a can. It kind of looks like an old Folgers coffee tin or something.
Okay.
For
like a 15-barrel batch.
15-barrel batch. We are using 150 grams.
Okay, so it's just
it comes
super
in grams.
potent.
Very potent. So
that's what I was getting at.
It's about the size of like a Folgers coffee.
It's very hard to get out of your beard.
You dipped it in the can when you opened it up.
You learn your lesson pretty quick. Like, you're like
if a
gloves
little
up
bit
and
spills on the kettle, and then I'm reaching in.
Oh no! Yeah,
it takes a lot of that orange degreasing soap
just to get out of your beard.
Yeah, shampooing.
Wow.
The one time I was at
A
Heretic,
ponytail.
they used the hop extract, and it worked great. It was awesome. But Jamil was like, Nate, taste that.
Oh, no.
Sucker.
I was tasting that for like 2 hours after.
Yeah.
That's how you lose a friend.
Well, because it's like what is it? 1,500 IBUs per It's just crazy.
1,500 alpha acid.
Alpha acid. Sorry.
Yeah.
I see. God, that's incredible.
It's incredible.
Chris told me it was my initiation. He's like, you got to dip your finger, just get a little bit on your finger. I stuck my thumb in there, it was coated down.
What did you do?
To the knuckle, and his eyes got real big. And I was like, initiation, right? I was regretting it the whole day.
Yeah, what he did is he tasted bitter for 2 days.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
Yeah, so you start putting gloves on. It's weird. It's like handling peracetic acid or caustic when you're in the brewery. And you're doing the bittering addition. It's like, I'm gonna glove up. I'm gonna open that and put it somewhere safe so nobody bumps into it. And
Moscow, before I forget about it, in our next meeting, you need to bring this up. I'm thinking of like a punishment game that we have to do.
I'm looking for it. We have
Aviva
some
thinks
here.
we have some, yeah.
I saw it. I saw the little dropper.
I mean, just some future game where we develop where like
you have to like drink a vial of 001 and then have like a thumb of hop extract or something.
I wasn't even thinking of it being that bad. All I'm thinking is that somehow the brewcasters are competing against each other, and behind door number 1 is extract that has to be put on your tongue, which will obviously be awful. Behind door number 2 is maybe you have to drink a vial of yeast, and behind door number 3 is like this amazing beer from Wicked Weed. And so it's just some sort of random two of us get fucked game. Is what I'm looking at.
I'm writing it down.
So write
right
that
now.
down, please, because I think
I like that game.
I think it'll be fun.
I like that game.
I don't like that game. That doesn't sound like a good game.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not playing.
Tasty, you sissy.
So, I mean, for the homebrew geek that wants to do some calculations out there, because I don't know how it would equate to a homebrew kettle, but for a 15-barrel batch, one 150-gram can equals 35 IBUs for us. So if anybody out there wants to like figure it out what you would do on a homebrew scale, but that's how it equates on our system. So and then we fill in the rest of our IBUs we're looking for with real
with hops after that.
Yeah, we use
so you'll get
Chinook
like
and Warrior.
a third of the IBUs at the beginning, and then the rest. Later.
Yeah. It's calculated at 130 IBUs. I don't know.
I think it's tested out at like 80 something,
yeah, tested
right?
at 80 something. So
do you do a blank sort of middle edition or no middle edition, or is
we do a 30-minute edition, and that is Chinook and Columbus combo. Just going for a little bit of like that little bit of roughness, but nothing too overwhelming. And then at 10 minutes, we're going to start firing them in. 10 minutes, we hit it pretty hard with Columbus. And then 5 minutes, it's a huge load of Columbus or of Centennial and Eldorado. And then again, Centennial and Eldorado in the Whirlpool.
Simcoe in the Whirlpool.
Do you know what hop variety is the extract's based off of?
And then
I'm sorry?
What hop variety the extract's based off of? Is it Columbus?
So we get it from Hop Union. They don't specify what the hop is. But in all reality, it's Columbus mainly.
Okay.
That's the main hop that's being used.
It doesn't really matter a whole lot because you're really just getting alpha acids. There's no vegetal matter. You're really just looking for IBUs in that. So and it's all completely isomerized. Yeah. So it's fairly negligible.
Oh, you're getting pre-isomerized hop extract.
Yeah, I believe so. You just threw me for a whirl.
Yeah. They have pre-isomerized.
I didn't even mean it.
I didn't even mean it. Damn it. God, we didn't even make it to the
I'm
game.
sorry.
You guys suck.
I'm out.
Didn't even make it to Stump the Brewer.
I stumped the interview.
I got to get us to a break.
Okay.
And I don't want to start the next beer because I feel it's a good time to stop because the next beer is not an IPA. But this is a fabulous double IPA. I think that you guys should be proud, and
thank you.
North Carolina should be proud of you guys for bringing.
The West Coast is proud too. I think
West
you really
Coast style,
you accomplished what you set out to do.
Thank you.
And
Thank
the techniques,
you.
just talking about these techniques with us is fantastic.
Awesome.
So
Means a lot, guys. Thanks.
All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we've got more beer to talk about. Plus, we've got beer news to do today, and hopefully you guys can sit in on that kind of stuff. So we got a lot more to do with Wicked Weed Brewing Company. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and the freshest ingredients, backed by the best customer service in the business. Do you like to mash using efficient fly sparging, but would like an easy way to heat your strike and sparge water? Enter the new Brewer's Edge electric mash water heater, a plug-in, anywhere, precisely controlled heater for strike and sparge water. Ditch the fumes and second burner and make mashing easy. Go to williamsbrewing.com today and browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy the Williams way.
When
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for every beer style. I want a Cicerone.
The Cicerone Certification Program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a Certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious. Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at Cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Do you know the 3 most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star San, SaniClean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today. Adventures in Homebrewing have the knowledge and expertise to craft their own gear and original recipes. Some of the things homebrewing.org creates and manufactures in-house are the Brutus brew stands and propane burners, the Serial Killer adjustable 2-roller grain mill with 7-pound hopper, custom stainless steel false bottoms designed to fit kegels, coolers, and mini-sized brew pots. And the BN Army receives 10% off their homebrewing.org orders when they use coupon code AIH10 at checkout. The brewers at Adventures in Homebrewing have designed a huge selection of original recipes for extract and all-grain brewing. Adventures in Homebrewing original recipes are tried and tested, proven to be of the best quality. And right now, Adventures in Homebrewing is shipping 24 of their best recipes for free. Visit homebrewing.org for the most current selection. Once you try one of Adventures in Homebrewing recipes, you'll keep coming back for more. And now, it's even easier with free shipping on these kits. And don't forget to use the current coupon code AIH10. Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program. We're still hanging out with Wicked Weed. Got Luke and Walton here feeding us tasty beer.
That's right.
And then we're trying to feed you beer, and then before you know it, it's going to be a meltment on this program. I feel like
that's all that that's what I dreamed of.
That's all you ever, that's all you ever hoped for.
I've sat at home for years just dreaming of the meltdown that we could cause.
Since
here.
Doc's not here, I will fill in for Doc.
Doc's here. He's just outside of the studio. We might have to bring him in for a meltdown.
Yeah.
JP called in sick. Doc's here just hanging out. Which is cool. So the meltdown could definitely still happen.
It could happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a ride home, Bebo. I can tell you that already.
Did Kate go? She was here.
No, but she'll leave before we're done drinking is what's going to happen. So, hey, let me let you know real quick about the American Homebrewers Association. You know, you've heard of it before, but maybe you don't know why you should join. For one, you should join because we get a little piece of the action. If you click the AHA link on our homepage, it's a good way to support us. Also, and much more importantly, it's because they take care of you as homebrewers, and they really look out for the legislation that needs to take place to make sure we can keep homebrewing. Sometimes things come up that get changed, and we don't get to homebrew anymore. So the AHA are really the people that do that for you. Plus, you get to go to the National Homebrewer Conference. You get the pub discount program, Tasty. I know that's one of your favorites.
I use it all the time. I use it here, actually.
Excellent. What do we give?
Oh, really? 10% off.
Oh, we do?
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, 550 pints or $5.
That's awesome.
I'll make that $4.95.
Yeah, I know. I knew we had something. I just didn't.
I just give it to the bartender. So I mean,
That's our GM, Kevin. Kevin's a badass. He was a home brewer too, still is, and so he probably put that in even without us, like a good man. That's what the AHA is about. So go check them out, homebrewersassociation.org, and just click the AHA link on the homepage, and you can join. It's really cheap. Plus, you get Zymergy magazine. There's no reason
you get to buy tickets to the Saturday afternoon session at GABF,
the best
which
one,
is by far the best one.
Right? It's almost the only one to go to if you're serious about
it. Yeah.
If you're serious about beer, you go to that one.
That's it.
Now, if you're like me and you just like people watching, you go to Saturday night because it's a shit show.
Saturday night is hilarious.
It's hilarious.
You get to see people zip tied, getting escorted out.
Oh yeah,
it's fun.
It's like, what's the highest sour you got?
No.
Yeah. As you step over their vomit. But yeah, so you get to the Saturday day session, which is really the one to go to if you're a beer fan. So all right, go check them out, homebrewersassociation.org. All right, we've got another amazing beer in our glass from you guys. Tell us about this one. What is this? Yeah, and by the way, keep going. Black Angel, is that what this is?
Yeah, this is Black Angel. So Black Angel was a beer. It was actually the second. I didn't talk about this earlier, but Genesis was the first sour beer we ever made, appropriate to the name, and then Black Angel was the second. And we actually brewed these beers originally, and they've definitely changed from what they originally were. But we brewed them at another brewery called Craggy, which ended up kind of transitioning ownership and going out of business. But they were on the tail end, and they had extra space and extra fermentation space, and let us store some barrels there. So we actually did that beer there first. It's kind of become our, the more cultish of our sour beers.
Okay.
The idea was, actually, I'm a really big fan, or Luke and I are both really big fans of the Bell's Cherry Stout they do with the Bing cherries. And so we did the blonde sour, which seemed obvious at the time, because it was like, well, if you're going to make sour beer, you make a blonde sour. And then so we said, well, what would be a good dichotomy to that? And we're going to do a dark sour. So we basically built this as a black Saison grist. We're using all carafa for color. Originally had a little bit of chocolate, and we pulled that out because we actually didn't feel like we needed it as dry as it was to still get that chocolatey flavor. But then we hit it with a pound per gallon of tart cherries, and then that goes into bourbon barrels from different distilleries in Kentucky. And then we're using a blend of fresh bourbon and then 1, 2, and 3 use bourbon because, again, being so dry, if it's all bourbon, the bourbon character is kind of overwhelming.
It's not overwhelming at all in this. And that could ruin any good beer, to me, is to have that heavy bourbon flavor.
Especially with sour beer. They can often clash, and this is about as well done as it gets.
What kind of carafa are you using?
It's a Special 3.
Yeah, it's number
Special
3.
3.
Yeah, Special 3. So the dehusked, and I mean, the whole goal of that is to keep the roast character super low and let the acidity and the cherries really just be the showcase.
So that's where you get most of the color, but a little flavor. Is that what you're saying? Very little flavor out of the Carafa 3?
Carafa 3, I think that you get, instead of that sort of astringent coffee flavor, you get more of, I don't know how to describe it exactly, that kind of like more sweet, the chocolate side.
Yeah, I always get like the sweeter, almost like a milk chocolatey, or like a cacao nib, but in a little softer way. There's a little acrid character to it, which makes it really gentle, but you're still getting chocolate in the right proportion. I mean, this has in a 15-barrel batch, we're doing 110 pounds of Carafa 3 to get color in this beer to make sure it's nice and black. And with that, when you're using that kind of, I guess percentage, it's about 10%. Or maybe a little under 10, or a little over 10%, maybe 12% of the grist.
Okay.
So it's giving you at that percentage, you're getting flavor character into the beer.
Got it.
But the big thing on this is so it goes in the bourbon barrels with the fruit. We let it age out, and then the blending is probably more important on this beer than anything, because if like keeping the acidity from getting too low, because if the blend is too low, then all of a sudden it starts to really fight that little bit of roast character. So the goal is, really just kind of layer the balance of the bourbon, the chocolate, and the cherries, and create something that's kind of approachable in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Do you do the cherries in the stainless in this beer like the raspberry?
Yeah, not like the raspberry. The raspberry is kind of a new technique we're starting to play with the post-soured fruiting, where we're blending onto the fruit. This actually, after primary, so again, we do 100% Brettanomyces with our house blend, which is basically 1/3 Trois to 1/3 Brux, and then we'll open ferment that take it down to about, this beer I think is about 2 Plato or 1.008, going into the blending tank. And then it goes into the blending tank. We blend Cassette, who's our mother sour, and then we'll add that 1 pound per gallon of tart cherries. And then right there, we'll let that re-ferment at ambient, which in there is about, we keep it about 72-ish, 74.
Okay.
Not really picky about what the temperature of the space is, kind of just let it be where it is. Because at the same time, all those esters being developed there, that's really going to get broken down again by the Brett and the bacteria in the barrel. So it's not something we're really afraid of at that point. And then once we let it sit there, come all the way down to finish, which again is about 2 Plato, we'll go into barrels. And then in the barrels, there's still potential for a little bit of fermentation happening because obviously it's gonna eat up that last little bit of sugar over time. So you want to be aware of that when you're dealing with your barrels. But basically at that process, we lay it in the barrel for 6. This is a blend usually of multiple batches. So the base of the beer is mostly like maybe 6 to 8 month range, but then there's usually maybe 1 or 2 younger barrels and then 1 or 2 older barrels that make it into the blend that really kind of bridge that gap between having some malt character and some sweetness in the beer, and then also having the appropriate acidity.
Mm-hmm. So everybody knows that I'm no math wizard, but if you're blending different proportions from the barrels and from the batch, am I right that you're left with some beer? Because some more might come from this and less from this, and you must have beer left. What's done with the beer that doesn't get blended in is what I'm getting at. Is there beer that doesn't get blended in?
Well, there's definitely barrels that get dumped in the program. I mean, if you're not willing
just get
to
dumped,
well,
I see. Okay.
Only if it's something that's exhibiting flavors we don't like. If we're seeing off flavors, we're seeing acetic acid or something is being produced. We're getting acetobacter. Like, that's a dump barrel. Like, we don't even mess with that. As soon as we notice that, as soon as we market for that, it's down the drain.
Okay.
So that happens, but what you're talking about is, and that could be a bunch of off
But
flavors.
now we're talking about beers that you are going to use. You're still blending some of this one, some of that one, so some gets left behind.
They'll just make it in a future blend.
It's a future blend. Okay.
So those will just rest. So say we did, let's talk about, I said a few younger barrels, right? So say a 5 or a 6 month barrel makes it into that blend. Well, that rest of that batch, that was maybe 5-10% of that batch. The rest of that batch continues to ages, and then eventually that becomes the base
the older
of the batch
one. Okay.
that then gets blended into other batches. So
I see.
That's what works for these. And again, the process and the program is changing and developing. But for core brands, it's really based around having that. Because at the end of the day, like, we lose control, right? When we put it in the barrel and we add our bacterias, we're basically saying, like, I've made a beer that I'm proud of, and I think that you're going to like this. And then we give it to them, and they sit on it, and they do what they want to do. And it's really our job to just kind of wait and get it to that point. And then we get control again when we can start blending.
The blend part.
So having a little bit of flexibility in the range of acidity and the range of flavor development. I think the cool thing about blending is that you have all these barrels, and some of them are really, one maybe just be like crazy cherry esters, right? And the other one's got the Brett character is really well developed. The other one might be a little balsamic-y, kind of a little bit of acetic acid character, which can be pleasant right, in a blend. It's taking all of those things that are maybe spikes in individual barrels, but when you bring them together, you end up just with these little spikes kind of that are hanging above the mean, and that's really what makes something special, is like all those little moments of complexity that create a beer that you're excited to go back to and drink.
Okay,
but you can never get out of one barrel. You just
never.
Get it by
Exactly.
blending.
And that's why it's so hard to do sour beer, because it takes so many barrels.
Yeah,
just being over at Rare Barrel, they've got 14,000 square feet.
Yeah,
I mean, we have 12,000 square feet in our barrel house, so it's very close. But the guys that are trying to do sour beer, in 1,000 square feet, it's so tough.
It's
because
impossible.
you've got so many barrels. I don't know what is it. It's probably maybe 10, 15, 20% of barrels, depending on where you are not coming out the way you want.
Okay.
I have a question from the chat about that, actually. If you have a barrel that has an off flavor, do you just trash it?
I think that's a tough question, and it really depends on the off flavor, is if it's a curable off flavor or not. I mean, we definitely have had barrels that we will there's not a whole lot that can live through 200-degree water. So if you take a barrel that maybe you're having some off flavor with, and you hit it with 200-degree water, let it soak, and then come back out. And you can always look at sulfuring or doing citric acid, potassium metabisulfite. Those are all things that are going to help decrease other organisms growing in that. But if like a barrel program our size at this point, which isn't that big, we've got 550 barrels in the program, and we are hopefully we're growing that, but we don't we don't personally risk that. If I have a barrel that we deem that doesn't taste good, like that $150-$200 I spent on that barrel is not worth risking the amount of time and energy that goes into the beer produced.
That's what I was thinking.
So if you have a strong acetobacter component,
gone.
You'll just
not even
the whole barrel, not the liquid, but the wood.
Yeah,
goes
everything just goes out.
Yeah, those are turning into tap handles, and chairs, and planters.
Yeah, which they're beautiful. But
very nice tap handles.
Employees that touch that barrel, they generally get fired. You got to get out.
Right. It only makes
the guillotine comes out.
Acetobacter Bob, get out of here.
And stop hovering around too. Yeah.
Who's doing your labels? These things look awesome.
Those are good too.
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because Hal, we had so many people asking us about who does the artwork at Wicked Weed, and this guy Howell Golson we found. I think we kind of took inspiration from breweries like Jester King. I think kind of one of the original guys doing cool labels was Jolly Pumpkin. Their labels have always been crazy cool, and we just felt that when people are spending however much on a sour beer, the label should be as intricate and take as much time as the beer to produce, and really be we all drink with our eyes first, and I think like setting somebody up for the kind of experience, like you're looking at Genesis, it's got crazy tropical fruit and this really like Amazonian thing. Well, I mean, that was the idea for the beer, was to be like kind of a lighter, tropical, bright experience, whereas Black Angel's this crazy, like, I don't know.
It's like a woman's
He had a lot of acid in college, I'm pretty sure. These things get crazy.
Listen, they're the best people now. Well, no, actually, they're the worst people, but they're the best artists.
He does great work. The only problem is the time frame. Sometimes you're like, dude, seriously, you're still working on that label?
He's like, well, listen, I've been tripping for 48 hours. And
What's cool, too, is it not just the artwork, but the label itself. It's not just a square label with cool artwork. It's kind of like it's like a scroll, and then it's not just a rectangle.
The whole idea of, and if you come to our pub, you'll kind of see the same thing, is details flow from every part of the process. It's not just what's inside the bottle, it's what's outside the bottle. So that was the whole idea here. We instead of just saying, well, we can do a square label, like, let's take the time, and we did a bunch of different drafts of what we wanted our label to look like.
Nice.
And it costs a little more money, but at the end of the day, we have something really. It's a piece of art.
Yeah.
Well, even like the bottle, like we're the first people in the U.S. to use this bottle. It was we sourced it from Germany through Canadian Glass Company, and it's basically like a 500 ml champagne bottle, so just a third smaller than your typical American 750.
Okay.
And again, we just wanted something that was a little different to be on the market, and it actually ended up costing us. Like some pretty valuable time waiting. Well, like our bottling line's ready to package. And I'm sitting here waiting on the first fucking tanker to come across the ocean.
Right.
So but it worked out, and it's a great bottle for us.
Yeah, it's cool. They're actually they've started slanging it the Wicked Weed bottle.
Nice.
There's no other brewery using it.
So do you guys use the same bottle for your sour and non-sour beers?
So we don't bottle any non-sour. We don't share any equipment. I call Walt's Sour Brewery the Black Hole.
Sure.
Right, bring it to me.
But you don't have a nice,
That's
clean
the rule, man.
bottling line.
No, we just have a 6-head Maheen bottle filler, and we will be. Next fall we're gonna be bottling clean beer, but it's totally separate. So as soon as anything touches sour beer, it never touches clean beer, and that is,
So you've never gone to the
That's
Funkatorium.
the rule. I walk in there in a hazmat suit.
Okay. I
just want to.
I've seen photos on our blog.
I hear about it on a daily basis.
I know that it's 4 blocks that way.
Yeah.
I'm like like an 8-year-old girl touching a worm when I go in there. It's just
It's gross.
Yeah.
I just got lactobacillus on me. But actually, as much as Luke says all this bullshit, like, he really has an amazing palate, and I lean on him really heavily when blending, because he's a really great kind of opposition voice as far as his tolerance of acidity and things like that, and just trying to create softer, more approachable sour beer, which is kind of our goal in this program. Was like, I think we'll take things a little further, but right now they've really been more about creating beers that are pleasing to the palate, and I think it's really important for us being kind of a beacon of sour beer in the Southeast, and that like there's not a lot of people doing it. So it's really important that we're producing beers that are approachable, that don't have off flavors, that are kind of delicate but complex, and like can draw people in and get them engaged in a style that I think really does have a lot of potential to like be something special in craft beer.
Yeah, don't be part of the problem, damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah, we're trying to spread this sour beer thing. I think you're doing it right. Walk me through a little bit how a blend happens. Because I can't really picture how you end up with the right amounts in the end. Is it literally just several pitchers of the beer out of the barrel in front of you and you blend in a glass? I really have no idea how it happens.
Well, first of all, we drink a stein of double IPA.
Okay, get the palate right.
And get the palate
right. That's a good beer.
Calibration is key.
Okay.
Got to calibrate your instruments.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yep, those.
No, so what we do, as far as you're saying volumes, I mean, the beer really dictates the volume in a lot of ways. I mean, Luke and I will go to blend a beer and we'll say, okay, well, we have a 30-barrel bright tank this is going to go in. So obviously the maximum amount I can blend is 30 barrels, but really only beer or barrels that meet the criteria of the blend will make it in. So if there just aren't enough that meet that, I mean, obviously we're not going to blend a 10-barrel batch into a 30-barrel tank. That's just a waste of time. You just sit and wait a little longer. But that's kind of really where it comes down to. We're looking to basically just do a blend of the barrels that meet the criteria of whatever that blend is. And usually that's within the 25 to 30-barrel blend.
But then when you sit at a you still have to blend a tiny batch to taste before you decide, all right, we want 30% of this, 20% of right?
How do you test?
So what we do a lot, and we do this on the clean side too. If we're doing like a spice beer or something, we'll tincture out the spice. Mm-hmm. So we'll do a test before we go and throw it into, what's potentially a shit ton of beer.
Okay.
So on the sour side, we'll take basically probably about 200 milliliters of each barrel, and then we will dose into a larger graduated cylinder that we can basically see exactly the amount of each barrel.
Got it.
And you go and you do a couple different runs of that, and you find yourself the one that you like.
And then you're literally just tasting it and just figuring out what you want more of from each component.
Yeah, it's all on your palate. Yeah.
Okay.
That all happens after a kind of initial assessment. I mean, it's pretty intuitive stuff. Like we take all the barrels, we taste the barrels. We then, upon tasting each barrel, we've taken notes on the characteristics we're getting out of each barrel. And at that point, we decide, so maybe there's 30 barrels that we've sampled for the blend because we've got an idea of what the blend looks like, right? It's largely this and then a little bit of that and a little bit of this, and those all come together. And then as we taste through, we kind of pick and choose, and then we do usually somewhere, we gotten pretty close where it's like 2, maybe 3 different blends that we've tried, and then we taste those side by side, and then that kind of defines what the final blend of the beer will be.
Does it have to be unanimous amongst the brothers what the final beer is?
Actually, no, it definitely doesn't.
Okay.
But we tend to agree for the most part.
Okay.
There's been a few times where there's been some discussion, but
that's where the stein of double IPA.
That's where that comes in. Has there ever been a fist fight?
There's not been a fist fight.
Not since month 2, I think.
Okay, good.
Once again, rock climber golfer.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw that
Let's
out there.
go fine. Your blend works, asshole.
He uses fist. You bring a club.
Right.
He brings his fist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's the good thing is that with sour beer, patience is key. It's key to making great sour beer. So if we don't agree on something, let's let it sit for a minute and let's come back to it. And that may be over a pint, it may be over more tasters. So,
sure.
But I think that's a really great thing for any home brewer, any brewer in general. Find somebody that you trust and take your beer to them and say, is this right?
Yeah.
And we trust each other very much. And we spent a lot of time arguing in our life, and because of that, we can be very honest with each other. And I think that honesty develops really great beer now.
Yeah,
because we can go to each other and be like, "Dude, you're full of shit. This is no good," or "Awesome, great job." And we know when that awesome or terrible comes out of one of our mouths, it's real.
You mean it.
Yeah. So I think it's allowing us to make very unique beer because of that relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's clearly working.
With the sour beer, do you guys have an idea from brew day of what that batch is going to be, or do you kind of maintain a certain amount of light, pale, or blonde sour beer, amber, and dark, and then you kind of have an idea, okay, I want to make this, and so I'll take so much dark, so much amber, and so much blonde?
Yeah,
How do you do that?
And I think like that's again where we're talking about like it's not a straight line, you know.
Sure.
Like everybody has different processes. A lot of what we do are they're preconceived ideas. Like the beer is what it is in our head going into the barrel, and then we're trying to achieve that coming out of the barrel. But at the same time, like Framboise Mort, the one you tasted earlier, I mean, that was obviously a blonde sour that we decided to do something else with. So we're doing a little bit of both. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
So I can't imagine knowing from point A, planning out from point A to point B. I can imagine going, we want it to be this style, we want it to have these characteristics, we want it to be dry and this sour, but anything in between, I just can't imagine.
But there is, like, right now we just poured Oblivion Sour, which is our red sour, and this is a beer that we brew and we take entire batches. So I think to your point, like we're not brewing like a dark sour, an amber sour, and a blonde sour, and then blending those together to create a red sour. This beer is a specific beer that's brewed in our brew house, and that differentiates us from some other sour programs, because I think what you're saying is common among sour brewers. They're going out and they're maybe brewing like just some basic beers and then maybe blending in
different
fruits
ways
or spices, and there's nothing wrong. You make fantastic beer like that, but we've chose to kind of also go after creating a specifically brewed beer. And Oblivion Sour is that. We do it with this one's with blackberries and dates, and then it's aged in red wine barrels. It's basically our I don't know, it's our ode to La Folie and these other fantastic red
Consecration.
sours.
Obviously a really influential beer
What's an
for
ode
us.
to good beer? I love this stuff.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
So, just because I don't own a brewery. It's better than La Folie. It's different than Consecration.
But it's on on that same vein.
It's on the same vein. It's less. Is it less acidic, or is it less?
I would say
It's not as strong. It's not
lower
as big
acidity.
as.
It's also less.
I agree.
It's also less tart, I think, than Consecration. It's you know what it is? I shouldn't even say better than La Folie. It's a more. It's smoother and a little more palatable than both of those beers. If you're not a huge sour fan.
Yeah,
because it has sour components. It's definitely tart and sour, but it's not. Both of those beers can really. They're a little over the top. They're for people like me who are big sour fans. This one's a good kind of. You know what? Try this before you try Consecration.
It's got a bit of a sweetness
way
that
there,
helps.
Yeah.
Kind of. It's
From the- is
one
that-
you can try as a stepping stone to getting.
Is that sweetness from the fruit? Do you think from the blackberries?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the sweetness, again, this beer is zero, going into package. So there's not residual sugar in there. I think it's really more attributed to like the esters produced from consuming the fructose, and there's the glycerol remaining in it, so you have like a little bit of mouthfeel, which I think plays into that.
And anytime you have fruit character, you always your mind always looks
Says sweet, right?
Perception of sweet.
Yeah. And that was the goal for us in this, is that like those are the things we loved about good Flanders red or American style reds, is like that blackberry date kind of burgundy component to it. And so we just kind of wanted to layer a little bit out of the background to try and amplify those things. And then again, you're right, it's not, the pH is not as low as those beers, and that was a conscious choice we've made. I think over time it may start to move up as people's palates kind of progress, but I think
I'd be careful about that, because I really like it. It's kind of a refreshing difference. It has all the complexity that I like about those beers, both La Folie and Consecration, but it's a little. It's not as rough.
More drinkable.
It's more drinkable. So be careful to.
I've enjoyed the range that you guys have had.
Thank you.
There have been some very assertively sour beers, and there have been some very mildly sour beers.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially if you guys are describing the demographics being North Carolina and not having the exposure that everywhere else has.
Yeah.
And so having the variety, I think, is a great thing, and you guys are doing all of them well.
Well, I think that.
I don't even know how, you're making Luke so happy right now.
I
just want you to know that.
That's why I was like, I started like butterflies in my stomach.
He's always fighting to push the blend mic a little.
So here's the cool thing, is that we were talking earlier, because we spent the day at Rare Barrel. We were tasting La Folie out of the fooders earlier this week over at GABF. Sour beer, it's growing. It's growing, and I have had zero interest in sour beer, and until that we got our program up and going.
I thought you meant till now, and we were saying
So
it's
right
good.
now, this minute.
Yeah.
So you said
Thanks,
it was great.
You're welcome.
If you guys say so.
But here's the thing: is that I think that sour beer in its growth is going to grow much like pale ale grew into IPA, right? So right now, I feel like we're at IPA for sour beer, and pale ale hasn't really happened in the bitterness side of things. So like if you can equate. And
that scares me.
Right? Like, think
like
about
the cart before the horse.
that's kind of what happened to me. A lot of sour beer that's out there right now is very acidic, very like in your face, like this is sour.
Yeah.
And we are a little under that. And I think there's a range. There's your amber ale, there's your pale ale, there's your IPA, there's your double IPA, and why can't that be the same thing in the sourness of your sour beer?
I hope you're right that it stays like that instead of all just going to double IPA.
Right? You go in and you're like, I feel like having like a super sour ass
Sometimes,
beer.
absolutely.
But then occasionally you go in and you say, I just want a little bit of tart.
I want a Berliner Weiss.
Right.
Or the first beer that you gave us. It won last year.
Yeah.
A little
soft.
Brett, something like that.
Yeah, so
this is a good comparison that you make. Hopefully they don't all go to in your face, everyone's a double IPA.
Well, I kind of feel like we're kind of where double IPA was in the early 90s in some ways with American sour beer, where it was just like, how many IBUs can I put in this beer? And like, they were pretty intense. And, the curve's amazing. Like watching the progression of American sour beer and just like my short experience in the industry. The beers being made now compared to like 3 years ago, I think we will make it will be hard to ever make the best sour beer in the world because there's some pretty good blenders out there in Belgium. But I think in a few years, like we will be making we'll be in the game, and it's just a process for us all. And that means you kind of, it's the American way, right? You just charge in there, like no holds bar, like push it to the max, and then go, oh well, maybe max is I shouldn't have turned it to 11.
When something is new, people want flavor intensity, and then once that's understood, it becomes this idea of balance and interesting.
And then drinkability, right? I mean, that's what we all. I mean, that's one of the things I love about going and drinking, even like drinking Jean's beer at Cantillon. I mean, they're softer, and there's like a lot less acetic acid in those beers than I taste in a lot of American beers.
That's why you get them by the pint over there.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you drink it like a pint of beer.
We drink pints, right?
Yes.
That's what we do.
Yeah. And that's how drinkable that beer is. That's how sour beer was meant to be drank. I always say this to people when we talk about sour beer, is that there's only a couple reasons why we drink it in tiny glasses here. The main one is it's so expensive. It's expensive for you to make. It's expensive for us to purchase as consumers. The other reason is we consider it such a novelty. It's just a fancy beer, right? But the truth is, if you were drinking sour beer back when sour beer came out, you were drinking it by the pint. Yep. And I can still go by Cantillon by the pint in Brussels at a couple different bars. Yep. Some of them are creepy. But they give it to you in, it's not quite, I'm exaggerating a little bit, it's not quite pint size, but it is well bigger than you're going to get at any bar in America. Yeah. Or when you get out a bottle to share with your friends here in the U.S. and everyone gets,
a thimble.
Yeah, right? And you're like, I'm sharing this with you guys. Isn't that nice of me? And we all get a sip, right? It's such a drink. It should be anyway. Such a drinkable beer that if you can't have a pint of it, something's wrong.
Those creepy bars have been doing that for 100 years.
Yeah,
and they have their fans,
Tune in Brussels. Roger Davis turned me on to that weird little place. It's it's a puppet bar. It's right off of the Marionette. It's right off of Grand Platz. It's not far from there.
He's very fancy. He just got back from Paris.
It's not a fancy bar. They do little puppet shows there, and but you go in, and when you order a Cantillon, they pour you a glass. They don't, and it's it's €8.
I think
like
it was basically the only beer they had, which was pretty much the awesome part.
Yeah.
So you just go in and order a beer. I'll take a beer, and you get like Irish.
Well, that's not exactly. Not when I went, there was quite a few different beers. Maybe it was before that.
After you order a beer, you get a little dancing puppet on the bar, or how does that?
There's a puppet show. No, there's a stage in the back where they do marionette shows. You sit around a theater. There's a bar side. And then there's a theater side, and by sides I mean it's like from the studio to out into the Hop Grenade. It's right next to you, And anyway, that was my first experience drinking Cantillon in Belgium, and they gave it to me by the pint. And other places I went, they did also. And I want to, by the way, I keep delivering this message. I've said it several times because I hope that one day when sour beer becomes popular and maybe more affordable to make, because you've been building up your program, you're not just sitting on beer, that we can all afford pints of sour beer. That is my dream for America.
Yeah.
And now I'm running for president.
Yeah, 2016.
It's happening. It's going to happen.
I'll vote for you.
It's my platform. Pints of sour for everyone.
That's Justin's I have a dream speech.
That's as good as it gets right there. That's why I have a dream speech.
Thank you, Reverend.
Yes. All right. We're running out of time because we have just a few other things that we got to do, and it's getting late. And eventually,
but we brought you a pumpkin beer.
Should
we even do news? I mean, let's just keep drinking wicked weed beer.
We can skip. We can skip feedback. Don't we have to do the news?
Yeah. I guess.
I think we have to do the news. So why don't we do this? We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll taste that other beer. God damn it! And we'll do the news at the same time.
Yeah. It's a little torturous because it's pumpkin beer.
Well,
why are you going to fuck up a good show? Why are you going to get all this way through the show and then go, hey guys, here's a pumpkin beer?
That's why we brought it.
We just had one of the main proponents of pumpkin beer on.
Pumpkin beers I've ever had.
A couple weeks ago. So don't we owe it?
We do. All right. Can I do this? Am I allowed to tell you if it's bullshit? Like
absolutely, dude.
All right.
Absolutely.
I can be one of the brothers for a minute and just tell you it's bullshit.
Please
all right. Then let's try the pumpkin beer.
Brutal honesty.
All right, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, more from Wicked Weed Brewing Company, and by more, I mean pumpkin beer. All right, hang in there. It's the session. 888-401-BEER if you want to ask guys the questions, or hit the chat button on the homepage. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters.
On the Brewing Network.
Introducing Clarity Firm from White Labs, an amazing tool for pro brewers and home brewers. Clarity Firm is an endoprotease that will reduce chill haze and increase the stability of your beer, and produces gluten-reduced beer. Clarity Firm is easy to use. Just add it when you pitch your yeast, and Clarity Firm will do its work during fermentation. When fermentation is complete, chill haze will already have been addressed. In addition, reduce the gluten content in beers made with barley and wheat with Clarity Firm. Most beers made with Clarity Firm will test below 20 parts per million, the current international standard for gluten-free. Better looking and more stable beer with the added benefit of reduced gluten, so you can pour your beer for more friends and customers. Why wouldn't you use Clarity Firm? Clarity Firm from White Labs. The reasons are crystal clear. Learn more at whitelabs.com.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while?
You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls. Marquis, stop. Look! What is that? It looks like a man-made treehouse. With fresh food and craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome!
The Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zainashev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry, Uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Segmented, demented, fermented.
It's the session.
All right, welcome back to the program. We got a little bit left to do. Yeah, and I think a lot of beer left to drink.
Yeah.
So
I haven't even had any of this beer.
Doc!
How are you?
How is it that you sound drunk, though?
Because I've two things.
Two things. That's just, number one, that's just how I sound.
I have a driver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I've been out there in the bar.
Oh, I see. You just are out there drinking.
Yeah. Well, you think I'm just going to sit out there and oogle you guys? No.
Do nothing. Well, you're just in time for Luke's lifelong dream of a meltdown. So.
There it is.
Yeah.
This is it, baby.
Can I help?
Yeah.
I think you already have.
All right, I was told before the break that we had pumpkin beer.
Indeed.
We have
And
that?
we do.
Yes.
And we do.
Here, let me rinse my glass out
Here,
with
let's
water
try.
so that I make sure I get every nuance of the...
You know, I'm really bummed about that JP's not here because I really just want to watch him drink this and then say, "Suck it, JP."
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you didn't say pumpkin beer. But my brother keeps sending me every pumpkin beer he's tried, and he's trying every one.
Which one?
He's
Which brother?
Dave.
Yeah.
He's the manager of the Bevmo.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so he gets kind of everything. And I showed him a picture of one. And he goes, he was really good. He said, it tastes like pumpkin rind. Yeah, it did.
That's good?
Well, the thing is, he knew what he was talking about, which amazed me about my brother. That brother.
Yeah, I say the same thing about the guy next to me right
Your
now.
brother?
My brother, yeah.
It's amazing. Whenever he knows what he's...
Jesus, I cannot believe that you just said that.
Exactly. I'm impressed.
I'm impressed.
You're welcome.
So
Tell us about the beer.
All right, so this is not your typical pumpkin beer. We like using different ingredients and kind of taking a spin on style. So this was our attempt to kind of, I don't know, do something interesting with pumpkin beer. We have a local chocolate factory right down the street. They're one of I believe two or three chocolate factories in the country that roast cocoa nibs in house. So we used for a 30-barrel batch of beer, we used 200 pounds of locally roasted cocoa nibs, and then we used ancho chili peppers, serrano peppers, habanero peppers, and pumpkin to create this pumpkin beer. And vanilla.
Fuck you guys, first of all. I'm so pissed off right now. Because it's fucking good.
There it is.
Wow.
I'm so upset with you right now that I have to now like a pumpkin beer.
That was the whole goal.
to be
You guys
fair-
shit on pumpkin beer so hard.
To be fair, it tastes like a chocolate chili beer.
There's not a whole lot of pumpkin. That is the question.
But it has the components of a pumpkin beer,
We
like
do,
a
yeah.
nutmeg flavor and some of the spices that you totally expect in a pumpkin beer. And in fact, had you not mentioned that you put cocoa nibs in it, I wouldn't have called them out. I might have asked you where the little peppery spice comes from, but I wouldn't have said it comes from habanero.
But would you have gotten pumpkin? Would you have thought it was a pumpkin beer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's why I'm upset right now.
Sorry.
I wouldn't have guessed pumpkin. I would have guessed chocolate chili.
You would have.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, fuck you too, Beardy.
Yeah, Beardy.
Yeah, fuck me.
Yeah.
I got pumpkin out of it. First off, I really like it.
Cool.
I've got pumpkin and ashtray.
Oh.
It made me feel like dirty and
Burning
good.
Man?
Dirty and good.
No.
Like
Dirty
Burning Man.
and good. That was it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
More like
Welcome to the
high
meltdown.
desert dirty.
High desert dirty.
Smoking bongs in the high desert.
Yeah.
With Doc.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Doc, that really meant a lot coming from you.
No, the whole idea behind it was really. We took those. We did hit it with nutmeg, allspice, cinnamon, vanilla. So it's got all the spicings in there. But this beer is just all about it. And the name of the beer is called Jacko Hammered.
Nice.
So why not? It's 8.5% alcohol too.
Okay.
So it's a beefy.
Just what we needed right now.
Exactly. Meltdown, baby. Come on. Here we go.
The good thing is.
Why did you bring this one in the largest bottle?
Yeah. The good thing is, there's no way in hell someone's going to say, "Oh, another pumpkin beer."
That's
not
the goal.
just another pumpkin.
We
beer.
actually played around with just calling it another pumpkin beer.
Or not just another pumpkin beer.
Well, because Luke, we've started distributing a little bit, so we're trying to do seasonal beers to market outside, so people aren't just drinking double IPA.
Okay.
And so Luke really wanted to do a pumpkin beer, and that he likes pumpkin beer for some weird reason.
So Walt, you were like, really, bro?
I was like, really, a fucking pumpkin beer? Seriously? so
Dogfish Head.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that was rude.
So I
just said, like, if we're gonna do it, like, let's do. We just started throwing ideas out there. It's like, what about chocolate? What about chilies? Some vanilla would be killer, and then we'll do it on top of this. And so we just kind of conceptualized this beer, and I think it goes to market in a couple weeks or something. So
yeah, this will be out in a couple weeks. Raleigh, Charlotte, all that stuff.
It's the first time you're doing it?
So we did the batch you're tasting we did for our restaurant. We did a awesome, we have a local barbecue joint called 12 Bones, which is just kick-ass barbecue. And we paired up with them for our pumpkin beer release / pig picking.
Okay.
So we do bluegrass. We smoke a whole pig at their restaurant. They stay up all night smoking this thing and basting it and bacon and duck fat. It's unbelievable.
Nice.
And then we released 4 pumpkin beers.
Okay.
So it's the antithesis of everything that you stand for.
What? Actually, what was the pumpkin sour? So you might have liked that
We had a
one.
pumpkin sour called Pompion.
I'd have gone for the pig and the pumpkin sour.
We had one.
Did you call
our
it
doctor.
Pompion?
Pompion. It means it's pumpkin in Dutch.
Okay.
Because we're
all right.
fancy.
We did one in honor. We did a smoked pumpkin porter called Birmingham.
And we smoked the
Nice.
For you, buddy?
Birmingham, yeah.
That's rad.
Coolest thing about the beer, it was smoked in meat smokers.
Wow.
The malt.
With the pork though.
With
It was
the
like
pork.
on the smoker with the pork. So it
Okay.
has like a
Okay.
bacony.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Fantastic.
Awesome. And then we have a normal pumpkin beer, and then we have the Jacko Hammered.
Did you have other beers there too, or that's
Oh, yeah,
all
it's
you
all
could
of our
get?
beers. I
Okay.
mean,
then I'd have gone.
Yeah. It's 30 beers on tap, so there's sour beer and all this other stuff. But you can get 4 pumpkin beers, and we sold in that night there was over 1,000 pints of pumpkin beer that were consumed.
That might be. You
That's
might
a lot of
contact
pumpkin beer.
Guinness about that. That might be the most
might need to.
pumpkin beer ever consumed in a
This is
night.
lot.
Without vomiting.
Yeah.
I woke up the next morning.
Without
I was like,
vomiting. Yeah.
So you're actually using pumpkin in the beer. It's not just spices.
No, we
and
use
calling it
pumpkin. Yeah. It's actual pumpkin. We do every batch gets 50 pounds of pumpkin.
In what form?
We do pureed pumpkin.
Okay.
So it's canned pureed. We don't. We did a batch last year with whole pumpkin that we tried to process, and you just don't get anything out of it. It's so difficult.
No, it's not good.
Yeah, so
It's a lot of work, and you just don't get it out of there.
You don't get anything out of it.
You don't
Yeah.
get the same pumpkin flavor you're expecting in a
No,
pumpkin
because
beer. when
it's
you
got to
do
be
that.
roasted right, and you're just not good. It's so much work, and you're just disappointed at the end.
That was always Jamil's thing, that if you're not going to oven roast each piece of pumpkin, don't bother putting it in.
You
'cause
got
won't
to
taste
cut it. You got to cube it. You got to roast it, and hope it comes out okay. So, which brother got to open the cans?
Yeah, that would be me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you have the idea, you got to open the cans. Right?
Going with
That's
the
the way it
chocolate's
goes.
a good chocolate and
like it?
pepper
Cool.
is a good idea.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
I get
think
the
it rounds it
chocolate.
out.
What's the base beer before you added all this
Brown ale?
good crap to it? So it's a brown ale.
It's a brown ale.
So what's the darkening malt?
So we are using a combination. We're using a combination of shit. And,
But we use a touch of roasted turd.
Good, because the spices are sure going to cover that up.
Yeah, the roasted turd really comes through after the pumpkin, and that's what really brings a good pumpkin beer together.
Yeah, you know, the kind that's been out on the lawn for a week, that one.
It's got some white stuff
It's going
on
to be
it.
aged just right.
Turns white a little. Yeah.
So, not a convert, Tasty.
Not yet.
Not yet? All right.
No, this is definitely one of the better ones.
No, but I know it's a pale chocolate from Crisp and chocolate malt from Simpsons.
Two chocolates.
Okay.
We were sitting there looking at our board, like, all right, what beer should we bring to the BN? It's like, well, they're going to want sour beer,
Yeah.
and they're going to want hoppy beer.
Yep.
And they were like, they fucking hate pumpkin beer, so
We got to bring a
let's
pumpkin.
just bring a
Hey.
pumpkin beer. It'll be a good conversation.
I'm glad
It
you
is
did.
good conversation.
We don't all hate pumpkin beer.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you, Doc.
true.
Thank you.
Our our production director, Push Eject, loves pumpkin beer. Spent one whole session at GABF this week just having pumpkin beers.
I also did that.
I told him he was a moron, but he had a great time doing it. And Bevo, you enjoyed it
I
as
also
well?
did. I found a 18% pumpkin beer.
Have you got this one? Did you? Oh, really?
Just tasted like booze.
Yeah.
I just got real drunk.
Did you get this one, Beef?
I haven't. I will pass actually.
Okay.
Is the second kid on the way now?
I got some of that.
I
No.
don't think you're allowed to pass.
Okay, I guess I won't pass.
Yeah, you get.
Yeah.
It's okay. I got some Tums. It's cool.
There you go.
That's all right. You got to have Tums.
Yeah, just dissolve it right in the beer.
All right, we did it. We
I
did it,
saw
guys.
my
We got
pocket.
through all the beer.
Oh, we did? We got through
did
every
it.
beer?
That was it.
Wow.
Way to go, guys.
We don't usually do that. Maybe we do have to change the format.
Yeah.
Why am I clapping?
Because we got through all their beer.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not clapping.
Gentlemen, thank you for sharing all this beer with us, talking with us about great beer today, and giving us some good advice. Yeah, I smell show of the year so far.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
It's a late contender. Late
good time.
contender.
I'm hoping we do drunk of the week because I got a brewer who swears to God he's going to call in for drunk.
All right, 888-401 beer. We will do drunk of the week tonight. If anyone wants to call in and participate, 888-401 beer.
I won't be.
We'll do drunk of the week. So guy's looking at me right now like he could win.
Brandon?
Yeah.
Brandon? Yeah.
No, he just wants to hear it.
That's you.
He just wants to hear it happen. Oh, that's me in the
Yeah, that's you,
window.
the
Oh,
reflection.
shit. I could win.
It's not Justin, it's his equipment.
That's right. All right, 888-401 beer. We'll revive it for this episode. I don't care.
Yeah, and you're going to cringe every moment, aren't you?
Well, we'll see. We'll see how their friends do.
Watch his face.
Calling in.
Andrew, don't let me down now.
Yeah. Well, it's late there now. If he was really going for drunk of the week, he might be passed out.
It's probably under the table by now.
All right. Well, while we line up our drunk of the week calls, we'll do a little beer news. How about that? You ready, Moskowitz?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
It's the Brewing Network's Beer News, brought to you by homebrewstuff.com.
There's a couple of big stories in the news this week. One of them is real good. We'll start with the neutral one. You might think it's good. Pabst Blue Ribbon is defecting to Russia. You guys might have heard this. This made big international news.
We talked about it last week.
No, we didn't.
We did? Yeah. You didn't put it in your news, but we had a whole segment on it in the beginning of the show.
Of the session?
Yep.
A whole segment? All right, fine. I'll move right on then. We already talked about it. Yeah. So did we decide that's good or bad? Or I remember mentioning it in passing.
We didn't decide. What we talked about is they don't really own a brewery anyway. They contract brew, and now so somebody else owns the offices of Pabst.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's move on. This one was better, anyways. This is the food. I don't know if you guys remember back in March, there was some Food and Drug Administration proposed regulations to regulate breweries giving their spent grain as animal feed, and there was going to be new packaging restrictions. Yep. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the FDA has now announced that it is revising its proposal regarding the handling of that spent grain. They had proposed regulations to solve. Basically, we decided it was a non-existent problem. The proposal was going to be a drastic change, and the animal feed was just going to get way more expensive.
Yep.
Well, these changes, it was Orwellian name, the Food Safety Modernization Act, they called it. But now this should ease the concerns of you brewers and farmers out there. In its original form, the regulations would have added packaging requirements. The FDA has announced that it is making change. What? Jesus Christ. I'm drunk, too.
Meltdown. Wow.
Welcome to the meltdown, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Well,
have they changed anything?
They said they get a lot. They said they got a ton of feedback from farmers, consumers. They said they got thousands of comments on their website, and they're going to update the 4 proposed rules to ensure a more flexible and targeted means to ensure food safety. That's a quote from Michael Taylor, the deputy commissioner for the
I
FDA.
thought they were dropping the thing altogether in terms of how brewers are concerned. You're saying that they're still just going to figure it out?
Yeah, I'm just going to read it instead of trying to ad-lib because I'm drunk. So, regarding the handling of spent grain, the initial proposal raised concerns that the new rules would require breweries and distilleries to comply with the full human food and animal food rules if they made their wet spent grains available for animal feed. The updated version clarifies that human food processors like breweries that create byproducts like spent grain, and they are already complying with FDA food human safety requirements, would not need to comply with the full animal food requirements. So, in other words, breweries originally used the grain to create a product, beer, that's already in compliance. The spent grain would not need to be subject to further regulation.
Got it. So that's what I thought, that they're dropping the whole component of
They're
that.
dropping it.
Yes.
And from what I understand, as long as you're not selling a certain dollar amount
Yeah, it's
per
like
year,
$2.5 million
it's a
worth
huge
of
amount
grain.
of dollar.
Okay.
And it doesn't affect craft brewers.
Good.
Basically is what it comes down to.
Fantastic.
So,
That's what they're saying. They're saying if it's safe for humans to consume, it's safe for cows to consume, and it shouldn't affect you craft brewers.
Okay.
Well, and actually, like our local, our state Congressman McHenry, who's a federal, he's in the House of Representatives, and he's a huge beer proponent in moving, beer legislation forward in the state of North Carolina. He came to our brewery and we talked, and like camera crew was there and interviewed or whatever, and he actually went over to our spent grain and like picked a big handful and he was like, I eat this. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right. If I can eat it, cows can eat it. Everything's cool.
I love
and
this guy.
He's
little, awesome. He's this tall, and he fist pumps you every time he comes into the room. He's great.
Hey, look, guys. Fist bump. How you doing, buddy?
I eat it. You can eat it.
I love him so much.
Does he have to jump up to chest bump?
Thank you, Patrick.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Chest bump.
You guys would be good buddies.
Yeah, you guys are right there.
Hey, thanks a lot.
You guys will see eye to
eye. All right, anything else?
Yeah, that's good.
That was our beer news. Totally fucking
This one's good. This one's good. A plumber in Northern Ireland tunneled a hole from under his bed to the local pub 800 feet from his house over the course of 15 years, a court heard last week.
I saw that.
Do you see this? So this is a guy, Patsy the guy. Patsy Kerr had been summoned to Omagh County Court after it emerged that he had been the cause of a collapsed sewage pipe at a neighboring house. Kerr told the court about his secret tunnel and the reasons behind it. Now, this is a quote. The wife has a bad snore on her, and after watching The Shawshank Redemption one night in 1994, I decided to do something about it. So I waited till she was in a deep sleep, and then I set about digging a hole under the bed in the direction of the pub. I used all manner of tools, from spoons to a heavy-duty tunnel boring machine. I managed to sneak down there while she was at the shops. It wasn't till 2009 that I hit the jackpot and came up through the women's toilet mop and bucket room, which I guess means like the janitorial closet in the restroom, right?
I guess.
So Kerr went on to explain how he spent the last 5 years heading to the pub via his tunnel at 11 p.m. and then returning at 1 a.m. undetected by his deep sleeping wife. More quote from him. To be honest, I was sort of glad I was caught. She was always smelling drink off me in the morning, and I was explaining it away as a natural odor. But recently...
Which is a weird thing.
But recently... You do the same thing, don't you?
Is this the segment where you're reading news that's bullshit and we're trying to like
this is
guess?
not real or fake.
Here's the thing. Yeah, this isn't guess the fake.
No.
However, I've
saw
seen
it too.
this story around quite a bit. I can't
amazing.
imagine it's real. It can't be real.
So
It's not believable.
I also read this story off of the internet. It's called Shawshank Man or Shawshank
Yes.
Husband or something.
I saw it too.
And what I don't understand about it is, why didn't he just walk to the pub if it was
So
that
he
close?
did. He did. I read that. Do you have the quote about this? Or I don't know the quote, but he did that at first. But he felt that he was going to wake his wife or get caught. So after watching Shawshank Redemption, he's like,
drill.
how about this? I'll just, slip under the bed instead and go to the pub.
Yeah.
There's another very good question I think that needs to be asked. How does the pub owner never see this man come in through the front door?
His quote goes on to address that. He said, but recently I was finding myself singing rebel songs and stuff. Coming back up the tunnel, it was only a matter of time before I was caught. The landlord was also wondering how I was just appearing out of nowhere at the same time every night and disappearing from the women's toilets.
I'm so calling bullshit on this story. It can't be true.
It's like going into the coat closet and going to Narnia.
Yes. It's like a drunk man's Narnia.
Yeah. This guy's like Santa Claus. I just really want to believe it.
But it is
Me
Ireland.
too.
It's Ireland.
I want it to be true. I want this man to be my hero. There's no fucking way.
Does his wife
digging
smell
a
like
hole underneath the
15
bed?
years it took him to dig the hole. Did you hear that part?
How is digging the hole underneath your sleeping wife less disruptive than getting up and walking out the door?
I think that was covered in the story as well. They covered all their bases.
Well,
he
she was
started
shopping.
out doing it while she was shopping, but he did say that later on, when the hole got far enough away from the house, he could do it in the middle
And
of the night.
what was he doing with the dirt? Was he walking out in his pajamas and shaking it out in his pant legs?
That's what they did in Shawshank.
Right,
so
exactly.
yes.
Right.
Yeah. And
or put it in his pillowcase, and then in the morning getting it.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? So
Doc's got an idea.
The front door.
Doc's
really
also
noisy,
been
that's
building
it.
his tunnel for 15 years. It so happens he lives 15 miles from anything.
But
got another
you think he
century.
has a pint in one hand and a spoon in the other?
Absolutely.
It does fit into his drinking time.
Right.
I've been hauling dirt for Doc for a while. You weren't supposed to talk about that.
Pretty soon Doc's going to pop out in our bathroom from Moraga.
I truly hope this is real.
I do too.
I also hope so, but it can't be.
Well, they say the tunnel was finally discovered after the Department of Energy performed a survey on the sewage problem, which turned out to be caused by a pipe that Kerr had hit accidentally, causing sewage to leak into his tunnel over 5 years.
Yet another reason it can't be true. Sewage
That would
leaking
not be in that tunnel.
in your tunnel over 5 years.
Hey, man,
the
wear
water's
the
gonna get
galoshes. You're all good, baby.
Hey, Andy Dufresne only went down that tunnel one time in the most awful, mucky crap ever.
That's true. Just
One time.
That's good.
My friend, Andy Dufresne.
Doc, that is the most coherent statement you have ever made. You're
me
absolutely
plug,
right.
Doc.
All right, let's just do one final thing to wrap it up here. They laid off about 10% of the workforce at the Molson Coors facility in Vancouver, British Columbia.
No way.
I don't know if you guys heard this. Yeah, but now it's being blamed on the increasing popularity of craft beer. Now, a union rep called it a fad that he doesn't see lasting, and this is what made the news. This union rep is named Jerry Bergender. He's a rep for Brewery, Winery, and Distillery Workers Union Local 300. He said that he expects the bottle line workers who have been laid off, well, they'll be back to work soon, he says. He explains there's been a decline in sales of Molson products due to the dramatic increase in craft beer sales in British Columbia. And he added, quote, we look at these as fads. It happened with Mike's Hard Lemonade and Smirnoff Ice. They become popular, and then they fade out.
Okay.
Although I do my part to keep Smirnoff Ice going.
You do?
I'm a big fan of that game.
It's not fading in
You
your
know,
world.
if you drink half of a Smirnoff Ice
Yes, Bevo?
and then fill it up,
Zima.
fill up the other
Zima's
half
gone.
with vodka,
Yeah.
it'll keep you going all night.
I'm sure it will. Ghetto Bevo.
So I hate to screw up the meltdown
Don't
that's
hate.
already happening because I wished it so hard. But
Yeah.
you know what? Like if Coors wants to say that craft beer is causing jobs lost, I just want to call bullshit on that because we are one of 3,100 breweries. We have 145 employees currently.
Wow.
We will be opening a facility this week that's going to add 20 to that, and we're building a facility that's going to add another 50.
Okay.
We're one of 3,100. Jobs are super prevalent. I know people that don't drink craft beer don't listen to this, but craft beer is where it's at.
Yeah.
We bring jobs to America.
That's
right
a
now.
bullshit PR move. I think
Right?
you're
Yeah,
absolutely
so
right.
suck
Yeah.
it, Canada.
Well, it is, man.
I'll just put a finer
They
point
just
on
haven't
it.
figured out. No, I can't let that go by. That's
No,
like,
thank you.
No, not at all.
Craft beer brings so many jobs to this country right now.
I'm positive the craft beer industry is creating more jobs than Molson has
Absolutely.
cut. Net gain for jobs plus less unions plus better beer. That's a win-win-win.
Well, just think about jobs
Look
per
at you
barrel.
guys. How many?
There you go.
You got what? Probably 20, 30 employees just right here.
Well, we don't really pay any of them, though, so I don't know.
They
if
just
that
like
counts.
beer.
I think we were thinking about that. The Hot Grenade itself has about 18. The BN
Come on, cut that down.
has another couple. We're in the 25-ish range.
Yeah, but
Employees,
there you go. That's
define it.
And the business that was here before us, I think, probably had 10.
Yeah.
So we've doubled just by moving into this building. I would guess we've
And
doubled.
You're
the-
not a brewery.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not a brewery.
And I'm not even a
But
brewery.
it's
I'm just in the beer industry.
You're just in the beer industry
Yeah.
because, like, craft beer.
Yeah.
So
the
so
extension of it.
I don't know.
I agree. Well, listen, small business alone is the
Yeah.
employer of the U.S. And
Yep.
so now you add a very successful industry like craft beer. I agree 100%.
Yep.
Yes, Doc, before you explode.
I see 3 employees in in my site.
In the general vicinity, yeah.
And that's including you.
Yeah, that's right.
It's 306, baby.
I'm definitely
7.
the unpaid hop grenade employee, among others. But yes, I agree with you, 100%. Craft beer creates jobs.
No question. In 2024, Molson will make IPA ice, and then we'll figure out what they want to participate in something that they think is a variation on what's happening. But it will
I,
take
for
a
one,
while.
can't wait for that.
It will take some time.
Right.
Can we do an IPA light?
It's 2024.
No, it is not. All right, that's it. I'm going to wrap it. That's the worst news segment what there ever was.
Yes.
And it was brought to you, though, by homebrewstuff.com. Homebrewstuff.com. They don't mess around, unlike me and the stupid news segment. Go to homebrewstuff.com/promotions, where you can still get some killer barley wine kits, winter warmers, because the time to brew that stuff is right now, and we love them over there at homebrewstuff.com.
There you go. All right, and feedback, had we done it, would have been brought to you today by Beer Law Center, our good friend John over at Beer Law Center. You can go to Beer Law.
I missed it.
You can go to. Oh, you did. We did at the beginning. You can go to beerlawcenter.com. He'll take care of your trademark like he takes care of mine, and you need it because people are douchebags, and sometimes people are also just naive. And either way, you just need someone to help you protect.
Don't talk about JP when he's not here.
Go to beerlawcenter.com. And now I've got Drunk of the Week phone calls.
Here we go.
This should be good.
I'm so excited.
Can you think it'll be worse than my news segment?
Ow.
Well, we've got Token from Atlanta. We haven't talked to Token in a while.
Okay.
Token, what's happening?
Yeah. What's happening, fellas?
How are you, buddy?
Token.
What's
Good,
up, Token?
man.
What have you been drinking
What's
all
up?
night?
What's happening?
Foodies?
I just had about a half bottle of bourbon and some homebrew, man. So I'm done.
Shit, yeah.
Wait, a half bottle of bourbon and then some homebrew?
What size bottle?
Well, same 750 of Basil Hayden, man, the good shit.
Oh, at least he's drinking the good stuff. Can you
What?
That's good.
You won't need much homebrew.
Token, sling some ghetto at us.
Oh, Jesus.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, man.
Token's like Terrence with a little bit of an accent. He's got no ghetto in him.
No, Token lives in Atlanta.
Yeah, but that's as black as he gets.
No, Token is scary Terrence.
Token.
Yes.
Walter.
He's like, what do you mean, like the arcade? Like I put it in a game?
No. Now we get it. Like the only brother in Asheville.
Like that kind of Token. Well, you sound drunk to me, Token.
Hey, I'm there, man. I am there.
What kind of homebrew, Token?
I had a blonde ale, and then I had a Bohemian Pils, man. So I was just hitting it all.
Okay, so it's pretty much all bourbon at this point.
He's
coming through.
That's what you're saying. Got to get the fizz into the bourbon.
Yeah,
Beer before
you
liquor
gotta have
never
something
been
to
sicker.
taste it with, man.
I drink
them both at the same time, man.
Don't go outside.
All right.
I'm not going anywhere, man.
I'm proud of you, Token.
Don't hang up, Token. I'm just going to put you on hold, and we're going to go talk to Thud Monkey. So
all right.
Hang in there. All right, let's go to Thud Monkey from Illinois. What's happening?
It's Illinois.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up?
Yo.
What's up, boys?
That's it.
You tell me.
He's in the bathroom.
Scream back at him.
No, I'm not in the bathroom, man.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, he's hiding from his wife, though. You hear him sort of whispering.
No, man, I don't have a wife, man. I'm 22. I'm a fucking young kid, dude.
I'm not in the bathroom.
Drinking good beer, dude.
All right.
Young kid drinking good beer.
I hear the echoes.
You want my resume, or what do you want?
Yeah, what have you been drinking?
So I've had 2 New Glarus Apple Ales today.
Wow.
I've had Kentucky Peach Barrel Ale. Fucking good shit right there.
All right.
Yep.
Lenny's Rye Double IPA. I can clock that up at 10. I got to say Happy New Year to my boy Scott.
Oh, thanks, baby. And
Happy New Year. How was your Yom Kippur?
It was excellent. I was in L.A. and that was the only day I didn't drink beer.
It's Jewish New Year.
What did you eat? What did you eat, though?
Apples and honey, baby.
Yeah.
Honey, man.
You know it.
Well, happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
I can't tell if he's happy with you or angry with you.
I think he's happy.
That's how I know he's drunk.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy. You did you, man.
All right.
All right. Got some Victory Dirt Wolves.
Oh, that's
Double IPA.
Yep, that's big.
some Big Muddy Pumpkin Smasher,
Nice.
straight from Illinois. Got some Founder Imperial Stout. Galaxy IPA, another one from Big Muddy. Had just a minute ago. Silver Medal winner, Narwhal Imperial Stout.
There you go.
The Narwhal, yeah.
Imperial Stout, man. And right now, what did I just open? I opened another Lenny's. So, another YIPA.
Man, you working through
He's drinking.
all this on your own, huh?
This man's drinking.
He is drinking some.
That is a
great resume.
All right.
I get drinking. You know what the best part of living in Northern Illinois is?
What?
No.
In New Glarus, I drive 20 minutes, hit the border, go to Kenosha, stop at the Woodman.
What
Stop at the
language
Woodman.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for
I
the
take a Wanatutsa, and before you know it, I'm back in the Who's Not.
I'm still waiting for the good part.
I get down to the basement, I got a lean lawn, and hey, I wake up in the morning like nothing happened.
Stop at the border. Get some New Glarus.
I get to work, my boss says, hey, Hakawana, nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What are you saying? Nothing happened.
I didn't know that Joe Pesci was a listener.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci.
Oh, that was great.
Hey,
So
forget
good.
about it.
That was perfect.
Funny?
All right. Hang on a second, Thud Monkey. I'm just going to put you on hold. Hang on.
I don't think, is that a Jewish name, Thud Monkey?
Hey, Token, I got to let you go because Thud Monkey's had...
Yeah, but that motherfucker said Kenosha, dude.
Yeah, so...
Hang up on his ass if he's saying Kenosha.
All right, thanks, Token.
Good night, Token.
Yeah.
Token.
All right, there goes Token. But let's go to, our good friend Blobber on...
This better be good, Blobber.
Hey, Blobber.
You have no idea how excited the guest just got, Blobber.
Blobber. He's always a good one.
Hi, guys.
Hey, it's Plumber.
What's up, buddy?
Is everybody ready?
We're ready. What do you got?
I don't know. What's going on?
Well, if you're calling for Drunk of the Week, you could do a song as we could.
I never do that.
Blobber, I would like to hear a song in French.
Oh no, it's not going to be.
Okay,
bad
not
French.
All right, no French.
Bad French.
Are you drunk?
Yes.
On what?
Yes.
I need a beer.
Yeah, get a beer.
We got some pumpkin beer.
Oh, we got Nathan beer. Go ahead, Blob. What are you drunk on?
So
Is it bourbon night or beer
night?
night?
I was on the phone. Hello.
Thank you.
Go ahead. We're here, baby. Go.
Yeah, so I was on the phone, and I couldn't hear very clearly, but apparently Token called in. So, hi, Token! I missed your call, and I'm so sorry, but I love you.
All right. There you go.
And so JP's not here.
Correct.
He's sick, and I was very sad in my heart. And everyone in the chat room is kind of sad because we all love, he's part of the gang and he's part of the show.
Yeah, he's sick. He's not dying. He's got a cold.
He's had cancer.
It's not cancer. He didn't call in cancer.
He's hungover from GABF. He's never had that much beer in 4 days.
Blobber, he said he had cold, not cold and
can't come in.
cancer.
I got cancer.
Yeah, here's how the phone call went. Like, hey, Justin, it's JP.
In my liver.
I've got another tumor. No, he didn't. He didn't call in tumor.
There's a new episode of Doctor Who I need to watch tonight. So
now
I found a bar in Denver that didn't have an IPA on tap, and I had a lot of them.
Yeah,
and they had Disney on the television, so it took a long time.
Do you think he called in hungover? You think that's what happened, guys?
No, I talked to him earlier today, and he sounds awful.
Yeah, that's how I sound when I'm hungover.
He was drinking
he was,
whiskey on
coughing,
Sunday.
He was really
that's
sick.
all.
I mean, is
that's
that
all
like
I know.
it's a constant
Wait till your children
doctor's
are...
note where they like, dude, I had cancer. Like, I had cancer this year.
We can never question. We always have to go, all
right.
God, is it your other thyroid?
Oh. Yeah. Hey, my thyroid's back. So I'm going to be
sorry
gone
you
this
almost
week.
died.
So the thyroid, it's back.
You remember the cancer thing?
You half died. I got to give you the other half.
You guys are awful.
We are.
Do you want me to give you a resume?
Yeah, go quick.
Song first.
Song first.
Yeah.
Song first.
Of course.
Sing your
So
resume.
I drank a.
Wait, Blobber, will you please sing your resume to the tune of any Celine Dion song of your choice?
Oh, sure, I can do that.
Perfect.
Of course you can.
What song?
My heart will go on. Come on.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Luke, request.
They know.
I drank a pint of saison from some brewery from Norway. And then I drank a bottle of beer from some brewery in Belgium. But then I drank whiskey.
Yeah.
And then the whiskey was really good.
You're doing great.
All right, Blobber. Thank you, sir. Well done.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Sorry, you're not done.
Carry on.
Carry on.
There's
No, really,
one
carry
moon
on.
and there's just one moon and one golden sun. And the smile means friendship to everyone. Through the mountains divide and the oceans are wide.
All right, now you're done. Thank you, Blobber.
It's a small world.
Thank you, Blobber. Glob. All right, I'm going to put you on hold, Blobber, because you are definitely in the running for a drunk of the week.
Amazing.
And that was one of his most impressive.
Oh my God!
Now it's kind of an old school day because we've got Icky from Reno on the line.
And I just want to clarify that this fool sounds gross.
Hang on a
It's
sec.
super icky.
The best part of this is that you can cancel Drunk of the Week for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
And, like, dudes are queued up.
And you do it
waiting for this shit.
You have a great guest who asked to bring it back once, and everyone is
icky.
Does this mean that every week we've had all these drunk people waiting to actually give me good phone calls, and we haven't taken them?
Right, it does.
Yeah, that's just listening.
Yeah.
Hi, Icky.
Hey, man.
Devo, you fielded this phone call?
How are you, buddy?
Oh yeah.
She literally
I'm
just
real
zipped
good.
up her hoodie. Like,
Are you?
Wait, so can I just say, I asked
Don't
him
look
where
at
he
me.
was from, and he's like, Reno. And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Even my brother, my brother met him and he introduced him as his real name.
Yeah.
And my brother says, "No, you're icky.
You're icky."
Oh, Doc, I miss you, man.
I miss you too. Iggy.
Oh, I know Iggy. I've drank with Iggy before. He's drunk.
He's fun.
Oh my God.
He's freaking rolling.
He's hammered.
What you been drinking, Icky?
Oh, I'm bottling up some beer for the Nevada State Championships. We got to send our beer to Las Vegas this year.
Good luck on that.
this is exactly how I sound when I'm bottling beer also. Just so everybody knows.
Yeah, just the same thing.
Hey, Luke. I'll be back
can I-
in 40
can I read-
minutes.
Not at the beginning,
But at the
Can I read
end.
them off? Can I read them off in the categories?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, 5B, 6B, 10A, 15A,
Perfect. I love this.
6B, 17A, 17B and C. Oh, that's A, B, and C.
Yeah.
And F.
Yeah.
17. I'm hitting 17 hard. Did you get that? A,
Yeah.
B, C, and F.
Yeah. Best
And
resume
then,
ever.
18A.
Oh wow.
20A. That's
These are all your beers?
favorite.
Wait,
Wait,
what
and
he's
then-
entering or
Did
what
you
he's
sample
drank
category
tonight?
Both.
17?
It sounds like it's what he's
I think it's
entering
both.
and what he's
Yeah.
drank.
Yeah.
I'm not done. 20B and 25A, of course.
Of course. Naturally.
Well, yeah.
I love that category.
That's a given.
They're all like strong beers and strong stouts.
Well, one was, tell us about your 10A, your American Pale Ale.
10A is
It's in place. It's in honor of you, man. It's Pliny Light.
Oh, okay, cool.
Ah, there you go.
I believe it's Pliny.
Pliny.
Janice Brown.
Yeah, whatever, man.
All right.
What? Okay. Do you have to work in the morning, Icky?
I only build one-story buildings, though. That's what.
So it's going to be fine.
It doesn't really matter.
If I'm in a fall,
not a whole lot's
far.
counting on my framing.
He's
so
fallen off the
whatever.
roof so many times that he knows he can do
You
it.
think about structural integrity. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I do have that 4-story one, but
it's like another year.
But half of it is still up.
Yeah.
No, a quarter of it.
All right,
Yeah.
Icky, I'm going to put you on hold. Hang in there.
Hang in there, Icky.
Keep drinking.
What?
He sounds like the guy from that movie with Dave Chappelle who kills the horse. I don't remember the movie. It's about pot. The whole movie is about pot.
That's Harlan Williams.
Dazed and confused.
Yes. Harlan Williams.
If you were single,
Yeah, he does.
You do him.
That's a good call.
Icky?
Yeah, because he's a good-looking dude.
He is?
Yeah. And if you were single,
Doc, I'm not that kind of girl.
I guess
no. I would say you wouldn't do him on the first night, but you.
Well,
do
thank
him.
you for having so much faith in my character.
He'd wear you down.
Definitely wear you down.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, beef. Hey, beef. Hey, beef. Hey, beef.
It's the best conversation I've heard all
damn
week.
it!
Okay.
Come on, Gibbon.
Want to come to Reno?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you put it that way.
Wow, there's a lot of desperation there. I can't wait.
All right, here's what we had. We had Token call in, but unfortunately, Token just didn't quite have the edge we were looking for.
He's very put together for a man who had half a thing of bourbon.
he sounded like a big guy, though.
He's a big guy, yeah. I mean, he's not like a big fatty Token. I'm not Token. Don't come after
No,
me.
I see more of like a Debo.
No, he's like military, isn't he?
Yeah, just like a military guy. Just stocky. But anyway,
I want him behind me at the 7-Eleven, though.
God, that doesn't sound good. No.
I don't know what that means. I mean, if I get listen, guy, here's what I'm saying. If I get stuck at a 7-Eleven,
Token, I think that was an offer.
I want him behind me,
Gonna take this moment to applaud Doc's driver.
and then I want to be on top, and then I want to be behind him.
and if he goes and he picks up a pack of Magnums,
Only if
then I want him behind me.
He's a good power bottom. That's all I'm saying.
He's a
Only
better
if-
reach around.
it's
That's all
a
I'm saying.
cherry Slurpee with a fifth in it.
All right, so Token didn't make the cut. Sorry, Doc, but he just didn't make the cut.
You know what? It's fine.
Then we still got Thunder Monkey on the line.
I vote for him.
Why don't we give each one a chance to just make their case once more?
Oh, that song was so good.
Come on. Thunder Monkey, you've got 30 seconds to make...
fucking Thunder Monkey, dude. Thud.
Whatever.
Thud Monkey.
Thud Monkey.
Whatever.
Come on, man. He doesn't even know his own name. That's got to put him in a good spot.
Whatever, Thunder Monkey.
Hey,
Just make your case.
Justin.
Yeah.
You should put a dick in JP's mouth every episode because I haven't heard him speak all week, and it is amazing. Just wanted to,
All right, so a certain
interesting.
His finer point is a
Nice
certain
pitch.
hatred for JP.
Just the dick, no
Here we go.
balls, or what?
It's not a bad platform to run on.
Did Blobber hang up?
Here's some support. for that.
We lost Blobber. Doesn't mean he's not still in the running. Maybe he feels he doesn't need to make
Hey,
a
I'm
final
still
case.
here. I got Canadian vodka, whiskey or something. Hi, hi.
What was the last noise? That's just a weird Canadian noise.
Isn't he the one that's like the coal miner or something, right?
Yeah.
He's a gold miner.
We're not sure what
he's a
mining.
gold
He's
miner.
a gold miner.
Wow.
I like coal miner better.
Me
Stick
too.
with that.
Especially because he seems more like altered and fucked up like
Are you
a
sure
coal
he's not
miner.
just like the canary? Is that?
All right, and then
He's making good point.
let's see if Blobber wants to call back and make his case. In the meantime, we'll go to Icky. Icky, 30 seconds. Make your case. Why are you drunk of the week?
I've been buying a lot of beer and I was really drunk and I got it going on and yeah.
Good enough
That
for
was
me.
solid. That was good.
Hey, all right, so here we go. Time to vote, everybody. We've got Thunder Monkey.
Oh, this is so much pressure.
Who can't even remember his name.
Is that Blobber on one, Beef?
We've got Blobber, who, of course, sang his resume to the tune of not only Celine Dion, but eventually It's a Small World.
He did have the transition. That was pretty good.
It was a medley, if you will.
Blobber's back on one.
Yeah.
I believe it's called a mix-up these days, guys.
I think, actually, it's a mashup.
A mashup.
So you're whiter than I am at this moment right now, Walt.
No, a mashup is when you take two songs and put them together.
Like Blobber did.
Boom.
That was one song.
Now you're the whitest. No, he did Celine Dion, and then he transitioned to It's a Small World.
Small World.
That's a mashup, biatch.
Dark Side of the Moon, Stairway to Heaven, MASH, something like that.
All right, Blobber, quickly. Blob, you get the chance to make your final case.
Dark Side of the Moon.
In 30 seconds. Go.
Thank God to redial because I can't dial. And I had to call back. What?
Yeah, go ahead. Don't let them interrupt your 30 seconds.
Hi, Blobber.
Okay,
15 seconds now.
Oh, no!
Let's hear it, man.
12 seconds.
I'm running outside right now so I can yell. The stairs are wet.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
You have shotguns you can fire while you're out there or something cool like that?
No, I don't have... I'm a Canadian. I have guns. I can shoot at the moon. I'll shoot at the moon. Listen to me. Listen to me shoot.
Dodge to the moose.
Pachoo!
Dodge to the moose.
Pachoo! Pachoo, pachoo! I'm shooting my gun. Pachoo! Canadian gun! Pachoo! I'm outside so I can yell so I don't wake up everyone.
That's like your puberty right there.
Was that the case? That was the case.
All right, so that was Blobber.
Well presented, yes.
And then finally we had Icky, who's clearly drunk.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is really hard.
They're all pretty drunk.
They're all really good.
Now you know what we went through all these years.
It's hard.
You go off of like the who is honestly the most drunk or who is the most entertaining.
I mean, Icky
Yes.
is obviously the most shit.
It's a delicate balance.
It's a delicate balance.
As a judge,
Okay.
you do have to think of both items.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Frankly, you guys have brought back the whole drunk of the week
And meltdown.
and meltdown.
Yeah.
We're putting it on you.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
How many people have passed out without getting to call in because we canceled Brunch of the Week?
Right.
They have fallen out
I
of
would
the
say
running.
that.
P.S. Andrew, you're fired for not calling in drunk.
Yeah, you're done.
Good call.
I would say that Blobber was the most entertaining.
Yeah.
I would say that Thunder
Balls?
And on
Monkey
pitch.
or
Yeah.
Balls,
Monkey.
whatever he is.
Yep. Thunderballs Monkey.
Thunderballs Monkey. He was moderately drunk and didn't quite know his name. That goes to his favor.
No, but I think his resume was
But
pretty
Icky,
exceptional.
I could
agree.
hardly understand Icky.
Well, point taken.
I'm going to give you some veteran advice as a judge from a drunk. I think that Icky was exaggerating his drunken
exaggerating. He wanted
state
it.
a little bit. I think he wanted it pretty bad, and I think I did love his resume because he gave it in very short form.
All right, so we're going to give him Best Actor? Is that what we're throwing?
Yeah. If it's
Okay.
this is just my advice.
I like that. No, that's fair. I mean, people will take that. You know, Best Picture, Best Actor. It's still a good thing.
Blobber Glop, clearly the most entertaining and always drunk. You can always count on him for being drunk.
There's no doubt.
In my professional opinion,
You thought Thunder
Monkey Balls is definitely drunk.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there was nothing fake about his phone call. That was a drunk man calling in for drunk of the week.
And
No
he drank
ifs,
a lot of strong
no
beer.
ifs, ands, or buts about it.
He inspired you to go on some awesome gibberish team, which I love that. I mean, that was gold.
That was impressive.
It is,
That was
and
impressive.
I do love that accent when you're drunk.
Jesus. All right. I mean, I don't know.
It's up to you two.
Tootsie.
Oh, Wicked Weed's making the call?
Yeah, I think.
Can we have a huddle?
Yeah.
They're huddling.
And remember, this will be played back at future.
They're literally
Things.
whispering to each other.
Yeah, I mean, as they should. This is an important
it is.
decision.
It's big.
It's our first drunk of the week since we've eliminated drunk of the week. So,
That's true.
Yes.
You know,
First real one, yeah.
You got to bounce it to someone else, especially if they ask for it.
Did we
So
do
this
a
is
drunk of
perfect.
the week at the first Hop Grenade episode?
Yeah, but it was
We did, but
informal. It wasn't
yeah.
like
Can I
this.
phone a
It
friend?
wasn't a formal.
It wasn't old school style.
Oh, okay.
Do we have a decision?
Justin.
Getting to
Can
watch
I,
your huddle from my perspective was amazing.
People saw them.
Can I phone a friend?
You may.
No. So here's the thing. We're gonna lay it down.
Yes, please
Yeah.
phone a friend.
I mean, I think we're gonna give it to Brass Monkey or what's his name?
Thunderballs Monkey.
Thunderballs Monkey
Only
Man.
because Blobber got was too on pitch.
He was so good.
He was too
so good.
To be that drunk.
To be that drunk. I mean,
and-
it was amazing.
I mean, he nailed it. Like I said, Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. Boom. It started right
My
there.
thing was, I didn't even know
And
what
then
that
it was
song
like she was here in the studio.
I felt her. I felt her presence.
Oh my gosh,
I
he's
did.
French Canadian.
He's French Canadian.
It all makes sense.
It
now.
makes
Like,
sense now. He was channeling it.
I think that's the prime minister.
You cannot fault the man for his talent.
Right.
That's true.
He's a natural.
That's true.
He's a
And you're-
natural Celine
you're holding it
Dion.
against
But
him.
someone has to win.
Somebody has to
the way
win.
It goes.
So
And
it's,
you know what?
it's Thunderballs Monkey Man?
Thunderballs Monkey
Thunderballs
Man
Monkey
is
Man.
drunk of the week.
Thunderballs Monkey Man from Illinois!
So tomorrow,
Thunderballs.
when you remember how to use your computer, you should send me an email at bevo, BEEVO, at the Brewing Network, and I will send you something special.
This is huge.
But Blobber, that was amazing, and I will remember that forever.
Well done, Thunderballs Monkey Man.
Put me back on the line.
He's literally crying. He's literally
You are. No,
crying.
you're on air.
No, wait. Well, we have to come back on air first.
Shit.
Yeah, you're on air. You're with us.
All right.
Now you just sound like a dick.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank for your award? See, he's definitely the drunk one.
All right, first off, it's Thud Monkey. THUDMONKEY.
HEAD.
R, I think it's
PALLSMAN.
Yeah. Yeah. M-A-N. That's actually my last name.
That's how you spell it.
I feel so good about my decision at this point.
Wait,
He is a...
your last name is Thunder Monkey Man Balls?
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
My last name is Feldman.
Oh,
You want to know? Yeah, I got work tomorrow.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
I work at good old Bass Pro Shops.
Oh.
At least
I'm
you're
a
not
fucking
paying
redneck.
You're a redneck Jew? It might
Redneck Jew.
Might be the only one.
It's like the Sasquatch.
I think I am. Maybe that should be my name.
I think we just proved that the occasional drunk of the week is a very successful thing.
I also think you proved that you're excellent judges. He is definitely our drunk of the week.
He's very drunk.
All right, Thud Monkey, thank you for calling, and you are our first official drunk of the week. Good job.
Shinatova, baby.
Did we do feedback?
We did.
Awesome.
It was your favorite one.
Did I like it?
You loved it.
Awesome.
Gee, it's 10:40. Oh my god.
All right, we gotta go.
Really?
Wicked Weed Brewing Company, thanks for being in the studio.
Thank you guys.
Luke and Walt, you guys are awesome, man.
Spectacular beer, too.
That was
just
fun.
amazing beer.
You guys got your wish.
Yeah, we had it, right?
The thing is, I don't even want to
meltdown.
invite you back because I kind of just want to go to Asheville and hang
Come
out
on.
over there.
Hey man, we
So-
got an excellent spot for a. I know you hate doing live feed, right? But
it might be fun to
come
do
on.
one out there.
Do it.
Can you get Ice Cube to come to the brewery? if I
We'll
go?
work on it. We'll work on it. We got some connections.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can he say helicopter coming down?
Is that an Ice Cube line?
I don't think it is, but we'll make him say it.
But can you? He just wants to know if you can say it.
No, it's a
I thought it was like Ghetto Bird, not
No,
helicopter.
it's a Call of Duty thing.
What does that have to do with anything that's happening?
Everybody knows
Ice Cube does that.
is a mad Call of Duty fan.
Can he say
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
No, he's a mad Call of Duty fan.
Oh, he is?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And he does the.
Big time.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm not as big a fan as I thought.
Or Call of Duty fan.
All right, go check out Wicked Weed. What's the website?
WickedWeedBrewing.com.
There you go. Go see him in Asheville, North Carolina, and the new
Punkatorium.
there you go.
Boom.
Which is
Punkatorium.
opening this weekend.
Friday.
Beautiful.
Friday.
Thank you for all the beer, gentlemen. Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks to our sponsors. We are back next week. JP is hosting the program.
Yes, and we have the lovely Alexandra Noel from Three Weavers in studio.
For the rest of you, come see us in Australia because we'll be there hanging out. Nate's on a flight in less than 24 hours, I think.
And I'll be a flight that night.
I'm not there.
I won't be here next Monday.
Doc will not be here.
Not there. I might be here.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
We did.
Yeah.
And I'm troubled. Last week, fucked around and got a triple double. Freaking
niggas every way like MJ. I can't believe today was a